The Lotus Sutra, Ch.1 Introduction, translated into Chinese in the later Qin dynasty by the Tripitaka master Kumarajiva from Kucha, translated from Chinese into English by Tsugunari Kubo and Akira Uyama, second revised edition. The unsurpassed, profound, and wonderful Dharma is difficult to encounter in hundreds of millions of eons. I now see and hear it, receive and uphold it, and I vow to fathom the Tathāgata's true meaning. Thus have I heard. Once the Buddha was staying in the city of Rājagrha on the mountain called Gadgadasvara, together with a great assembly of 12,000 monks, all of whom were arhats whose corruption was at an end, who were free from the confusion of desire, who had achieved their own goals, shattered the bonds of existence, and attained complete mental discipline. Their names were Ajna Takandinya, Mahakasyapa, Uruvilvakyasapa, Gaya Kasyapa, Nadi Kasyapa, Sariputra, Mahamaugalyana, Mahakatyayana, Anriuda, Kafina, Gavampati, Revata, Pilandavasta, Bakula, Mahakaustila, Nanda, Sundaranda, Purnamatriani Putra, Subhuti, Ananda, and Raula. All of them were great arhats known to the assembly. There were, in addition, 2,000 others, both those who had more to learn and those who did not. The nun, Mahaprajapati, was there, together with her 6,000 attendants, and also the nun, Yashodhara, Raula's mother, together with her attendants. There were also 80,000 Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, all of whom were irreversible from highest complete enlightenment, Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. They had attained the Dhāraṇīs, were established in eloquence, and had turned the irreversible wheel of the Dharma. Each had paid homage to countless hundreds of thousands of Buddhas, planted roots of merit in their presence, and had always been praised by those Buddhas. They had also cultivated compassion within themselves, skillfully caused others to enter the wisdom of a Buddha, obtained great wisdom, and reached the other shore. All of them were famous throughout countless worlds, and had saved innumerable hundreds of thousands of sentient beings. They were Manjushri, Avalokiteśvara, Mahastamaprapta, Nityodayukta, Aniksiptadura, Ratnapani, Bhaiṣajyarāja, Pradhanasura, Ratnakandra, Kandraprabha, Purnakandra, Mahavikraman, Anantavikraman, Trailokyavikrama, Bhadrapala, Maitreya, Ratnakara, and Susa Thavaha. There were altogether 80,000 such Bodhisattva Mahasattvas. At that time, Sakra, king of the Devas, was also there, attended by 20,000 Devaputras. Kandra, Samantabhadra, and Ratnaprabha, and the great Devas of the four quarters were there, together with a retinue of 10,000 Devaputras. The Devaputras, Isvara and Mahasvara, were there, attended by 30,000 Devaputras. Brahma, the lord of the Saha world, as well as the great Brahma Sikhin and the great Brahma Jyotisprabha, were there, together with a retinue of 12,000 Devaputras. The 8 Naga kings, namely Nanda, Upanada, Sagara, Vasukin, Taksaka, Anavatapta, Manasvin, and Utpalaka, were also there, each of them surrounded by several hundreds of thousands of attendants. there were 4 kings of the Kimaras, whose names were Dharma, Sudharma, Mahadharma, and Dharmadhara, and each had several hundreds of thousands of attendants. The 4 kings of the Gandharvas were there. They were Manojna, Manojnavara, Madhura, and Madhurasvara, each of them also with several hundreds of thousands of attendants. There too were 4 kings of the Asuras, called Badin, Karaskanda, Bemasitra, and Rahu, each with several hundreds of thousands of attendants. Mahatijas, Mahakaya, Mahapurna, and Maharidaprata, the 4 kings of the Garudas, were there together with several hundreds of thousands of attendants. Finally, King Ajasatru, Vaidehi's son, was also there with several hundreds of thousands of his attendants. Each of them, after having bowed at the Buddha's feet, withdrew and sat to one side. At that time, the Bhagavat was respectfully surrounded by the fourfold assembly, i.e., monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen, paid homage, honored, and praised. He then taught the Bodhisattvas the Mahayana Sutra called Immeasurable Meanings, the instruction for the Bodhisattvas, and the treasured lore of the Buddhas. After having taught this sutra, the Buddha sat cross-legged, entering the samadhi called the Abode of Immeasurable Meanings, and remained unmoving in both body and mind. Mandarava and Great Mandarava flowers, Manjusaka and Great Manjusaka flowers then fell like rain from the sky, scattering upon the Buddha and all of his attendants, and the whole Buddha world quaked in 6 ways. At that time, the whole assembly of such humans and non-humans as monks, nuns, laymen and laywomen, the Devas, Nagas, Yaksas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kimnaras, Mahoragas, kings and noble empires, having experienced something unprecedented, were filled with joy, and with their palms pressed together, they gazed attentively at the Buddha. Then the Buddha emitted a ray of light from the tuft of white hair between his eyebrows. It illuminated all the 18,000 worlds in the east, known as far as the lowest hell, Avici, and up as high as the Akanistha heaven. All the sentient beings in those worlds living in the 6 transmigratory states became visible from this world. The Buddhas in those worlds were also seen, and the Dharma they were teaching could be heard. The monks, nuns, laymen and laywomen, and those who had practiced and achieved the path were also to be seen, while the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas of various background causes and conditions, endowed in various degrees with the willingness to understand and having various appearances, were also seen practicing the Bodhisattva path. All of the Buddhas who had achieved parinirvana were seen, as well as their relic stupas made of the 7 precious treasures. At that moment, it occurred to Bodhisattva Maitreya, quote, "The Bhagavat has now manifested the sign of great transcendent power. What could be the reason for this marvel? The Buddha, the Bhagavat, has now entered samadhi. Whom should I ask about this wonderful marvel? Who would be able to answer my question?" Then he thought further, quote, "This Manjushri, prince of the Dharma, has closely attended and paid homage to innumerable Buddhas of the past. He must certainly have seen such a marvelous sign before. I should ask him now." At the same time, it occurred to the monks, nuns, laymen and laywomen, devas, nagas, yaksas, and others, quote, "Now, whom should we ask about the illumination and marvelous sign of this Buddha?" Then Bodhisattva Maitreya, wanting to clear up his own confusion, and knowing the minds of the fourfold assembly of monks, nuns, laymen and laywomen, and of the nagas, yaksas, and other beings in that gathering, asked Manjushri, quote, What is the reason for this marvelous sign, this great ray of light that illuminates the 18,000 worlds in the east and renders visible the adornments of all the Buddha worlds? Thereupon, Bodhisattva Maitreya, wanting to elaborate the meaning of this further, spoke to Manjushri in verse. O Manjushri, why has the leader emitted this great ray of light far and wide from the tuft of white hair between his eyebrows, raining down Mandarava and Manjusaka flowers, and gladdening the people with the fragrant winds of sandalwood? For this reason the earth is completely adorned, and this world quakes in 6 ways, and the fourfold assembly is completely enraptured, delighted in body and mind at the experience of such an unprecedented marvel. From the depths of the Avicii hell up to the summit of existence, the ray of light from between his eyebrows illuminates the 18,000 worlds, which shimmer like gold, and throughout all these worlds the births and deaths of the living beings of the 6 transmigratory states of existence, and the good and bad deeds through which they have received good and bad consequences, are all to be seen from here. The Buddhas, the sage lords who teach the subtle and supreme sutra, are also seen. Uttering soft sounds with their pure voices, they teach innumerable myriads of kotis of bodhisattvas. With their voices, deep and enticing, like the sounds of Brahma, they make the people eager to hear them. In each world they teach the true Dharma. They illuminate the Buddha Dharma and enlighten sentient beings by means of various explanations and innumerable illustrations. To those who are suffering and are cast down by old age, illness, and death, they teach nirvana to extinguish their sufferings. To those who have merit, have paid homage to the Buddhas, and seek the excellent Dharma, they teach the ideal of the Pratyeka Buddha. To those heirs of the Buddhas who have practiced in various ways and are seeking the utmost wisdom, they teach the pure path. O Manjushri, abiding here, I see and hear thousands of kotis of things in this way. There are many such things. I shall now explain them in brief. In these worlds I see bodhisattvas, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River, seeking the path of the Buddhas according to their various situations. Some undertake the practice of giving gifts, joyfully giving gold, silver, coral, pearls, jewels, conch shells, agates, diamonds, servants, carts, and ornamented litters. They give these things joyfully, transferring the merit to the path of the Buddhas, wishing to obtain this vehicle, which is the highest in the 3 worlds and praised by all the Buddhas. Other bodhisattvas give gifts such as ornamented carts yoked with 4 horses and furnished with railings, canopies, and decorative eaves. Moreover, I see bodhisattvas who, seeking for the highest path, give gifts such as their bodies, flesh, hands, and feet, as well as their wives and children. Moreover, I see bodhisattvas who are joyfully giving their heads, eyes, and bodies, while searching for the wisdom of the Buddhas. O Manjushri, I see kings making pilgrimages to the Buddhas, asking about the highest path, abandoning their prosperous lands, palaces, subjects, and harems, shaving their heads and beards, and wearing the robes of the Dharma. I see some bodhisattvas becoming monks, dwelling apart in tranquility, reciting the sutras with contentment. I also see bodhisattvas persistent and courageous, going into remote mountains and contemplating the Buddha path. I see some abandoning worldly desires, dwelling always in lonely places, practicing profound meditations, and obtaining the 5 transcendent powers. I see bodhisattvas meditating with palms pressed together, praising the kings of the Dharma with thousands of myriads of verses. I also see Bodhisattvas, profound in wisdom and firm in resolution, asking the Buddhas questions, listening carefully, and retaining everything. Furthermore, I see heirs of the Buddhas, endowed with concentration and wisdom, teaching the Dharma by innumerable illustrations for the benefit of living beings, leading and inspiring the Bodhisattvas by joyously teaching the Dharma, destroying Mara and his minions, and beating the drums of the Dharma. I also see Bodhisattvas who are tranquil and silent in ease, and never exult, even in the homage paid by Devas and Nagas. I see Bodhisattvas dwelling in forests, radiating light, alleviating the suffering of beings in the hells, and causing them to enter the Buddha path. I also see heirs of the Buddha who have never fallen asleep, and are constantly wandering in forests in search of the Buddha path. I see some who are pure like jewels, endowed with integrity and faultless in behavior, in search of the Buddha path. Furthermore, I see heirs of the Buddha in search of the Buddha path who have the power of perseverance and patiently endure those of excessive pride who abuse them verbally and physically. I see Bodhisattvas who have been searching for the Buddha path for thousands of myriads of kotis of years, and who have renounced idlers and foolish companions and approached the wise. Having single-mindedly rid themselves of inner confusion, they are meditating in mountain forests. I also see Bodhisattvas seeking for the highest path who are giving food and drink and 100 kinds of medicine to the Buddha and the Sangha. They give superb garments and clothing worth thousands of myriads and priceless robes to the Buddha and the Sangha. They give thousands of myriads of kotis of treasured monasteries made of sandalwood and various kinds of excellent bedding to the Buddha and the Sangha. They give clean garden groves full of flowers and fruits, fountains and bathing pools to the Buddha and the Sangha. Thus they give such various excellent things with joy and vigor, seeking the supreme path. There are also Bodhisattvas who are teaching innumerable sentient beings the Dharma of tranquility in various ways. Furthermore, I see Bodhisattvas who have perceived the essential character of all dharmas or phenomena to be without duality, just like empty space. I also see heirs of the Buddha who are seeking the highest path through this subtle wisdom, their minds free of attachment. O Manjusri, there are Bodhisattvas who pay homage to the relics of the Buddhas after their parinirvanas. I also see heirs of the Buddhas who have built stupas as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, with which to decorate the Buddha worlds. These jeweled stupas are magnificent, 5,000 yojanas in height and 2,000 yojanas in both length and width. On each of these stupas are 1,000 banners, flags, and canopies, and jeweled bells ringing harmoniously. And devas, nagas, humans and non-humans constantly give offerings of perfume, flowers, and music to them. O Manjusri, the heirs of the Buddhas have decorated the stupas in order to pay homage to the relics. These worlds have been spontaneously made as extraordinarily beautiful as the king of the heavenly trees when his flowers bloom. Because the Buddha has emitted this ray of light, I and those with me in the assembly can see these worlds of marvelous and varied beauty. The wisdom and transcendent powers of all the Buddhas are extraordinary. By emitting a single ray of light, he has illuminated innumerable lands. Seeing this, we attain that which we have not met with before. O Manjusri, heir of the Buddhas, we entreat you to rid us of our confusion. The fourfold assembly is joyfully looking up at you and me. Why did the Bhagavat emit this ray of light? O heir of the Buddhas, now answer. Resolve our confusion and gladden us. Why is he emitting this ray of light? Will the Buddha teach us the true Dharma that he obtained while he sat on the terrace of enlightenment? Will he predict enlightenment to us? It is not for a trifling reason that all the Buddha lands ornamented with various jewels and all the Buddhas have been made visible. O Manjusri, you should know that the fourfold assembly, Nagas and Devas, look forward to hearing what you shall reveal." Close quote. Thereupon, Manjusri spoke to Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya and the other worthy beings, quote, "O sons of a virtuous family, I am very sure that the Buddha, the Bhagavat, will now teach the great Dharma. Rain down the great Dharma. Blow the conch of the great Dharma. Beat the drum of the great Dharma and reveal the meaning of the great Dharma. O sons of a virtuous family, I have seen Buddhas in the past who have shown this marvel and have taught the great Dharma immediately after emitting a ray of light. Therefore, you should know that in the very same way the Buddha has now emitted this light and has shown this marvel in order to cause all sentient beings to hear and understand the Dharma, which in all the worlds is difficult to understand. O sons of a virtuous family, in the past, more than innumerable, unthinkable, incalculable kalpas ago, there was a Buddha called Chandrasurya Pradipa, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha Bhagavat. He taught the true Dharma that was good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end. It was profound in meaning, elegant in speech, and endowed with the character of the pure path of discipline and integrity. To those seeking for the Sravaka vehicle, he taught the Dharma with respect to the Four Noble Truths, causing them to overcome birth, old age, sickness, and death, and to attain nirvana. He taught the Dharma with respect to dependent origination to the Pratyeka Buddhas, and to the Bodhisattvas he taught the Dharma with respect to the 6 perfections or paramitas, causing them to attain the highest complete enlightenment and perfect all-knowledge. Then there was another Buddha named Chandrasurya Pradipa, and after him another Buddha also named Chandrasurya Pradipa. And so in this way, 20,000 Buddhas all have the same name, Chandrasurya Pradipa. They also have the same family name, Bharadvaja. O Maitreya, you should know that these Buddhas, beginning from the first up to the last, all have the same name, Chandrasurya Pradipa, endowed with the 10 epithets. The Dharma that they taught was good in the beginning, the middle, and the end. The last Buddha fathered 8 princes before he renounced household life. The first was called Mati, the second Sumati, the third Anatamati, the fourth Ratimati, the fifth was called Vishasamati, the sixth Vimatisamughatin, the seventh Gohoshamati, and the 8th was called Dharmamati. These 8 princes were endowed with dignity and power, and each of them ruled over 4 great continents. Having heard that their father had renounced household life and obtained highest complete enlightenment, all of them abandoned their kingdoms and also renounced household life. Each caused the spirit of the Mahayana to arise within him, practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity, and became an expounder of the Dharma. They all planted roots of good merit under many thousands of myriads of Buddhas. At that time, the Buddha Ch.12 Pradippa taught the Mahayana Sutra called Immeasurable Meanings, the instruction for the Bodhisattvas and treasured lore of the Buddhas. Having taught this sutra, he sat down cross-legged, undisturbed in body and mind, among the great assembly, and entered the Samadhi, called the Abode of Immeasurable Meanings. Then Mandarava and great Mandarava flowers, Manjusaka and great Manjusaka flowers fell like rain from the sky, scattering over the Buddha and all of his attendants, and the whole Buddha world quaked in 6 ways. At that time, all in the assembly of humans and non-humans, monks, nuns, laymen, laywomen, devas, nagas, yaksas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, kimanaras, maharagas, kings, and noble emperors, having experienced such an unprecedented marvel, were filled with joy, and pressing their palms together, they gazed attentively at the Buddha. Then the Buddha emitted a ray of light from the tuft of white hair between his eyebrows, which completely illuminated all the 18,000 worlds in the east, in the same way that all of these Buddha worlds are visible now. O Maitreya, you should know that at that time there were 20 kotis of bodhisattvas in the assembly who wanted to hear the Dharma. All of these bodhisattvas, having seen all the Buddha worlds completely illuminated by this ray of light, were struck with wonder and wanted to know why it was emitted. A bodhisattva named Varaprabha was there with his 800 disciples. At that time, the Buddha Ch.12 Pradippa, having emerged from Samadhi, remained sitting for 60 intermediate kalpas and revealed to Bodhisattva Varaprabha the Mahayana Sutra called Saddharma Pundarika, the White Lotus of the Marvelous Law, hereafter Lotus Sutra, which was the instruction for Bodhisattvas and the treasured lore of the Buddhas. The assembly also sat there undisturbed in body and mind, listening to the Buddha's exposition for 60 intermediate kalpas, as if only a single mealtime had passed. During that time, not a single person among them experienced fatigue of body or mind. Having taught this sutra for 60 intermediate kalpas, the Buddha Ch.12 Pradippa made this proclamation to the assembly of Brahmas, Maras, Shramanas, Brahmins, Devas, humans, and Asuras, saying, quote, "On this day, during the middle watch of the night, the Tathāgata will enter nirvana without residue." Close quote. Then the Buddha Ch.12 Pradippa gave this prediction to a bodhisattva called Srigarbha. Addressing the monks, he said, quote, "This bodhisattva, Srigarbha, will become the next Buddha after me. He will be called Vaimalanganitra, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened." Close quote. The Buddha, after having made this prediction, entered nirvana without residue during the middle of the night. After the Buddha passed into extinction, the Bodhisattva Varaprabha, having preserved the Lotus Sutra, taught it to humans for the full period of 80 intermediate kalpas. This Bodhisattva Varaprabha was made the teacher for the Buddha Ch.12 Pradippa's 8 princes. Varaprabha led and inspired them and caused them to be firm in highest complete enlightenment. After paying homage to innumerable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas, all these princes attained the path of the Buddhas. The last of these to become enlightened was named Dipamkara. Among the 800 disciples of Bodhisattva Varaprabha, there was a man named Yashasakama, who was attached to profit. Even though he had repeatedly recited the sutras, he never became versed in them and forgot the greater part. That is why he was called Yashasakama, fame seeker. But because he had also planted various roots of good merit, he was able to meet innumerable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas, whom he rendered homage to, honored, revered, and praised. O Maitreya, you should know that Bodhisattva Varaprabha at that time was none other than myself, and Bodhisattva Yashasakama was none other than you. The marvel we see here is exactly the same as the previous one. Therefore, I am certain that today the Tathāgata will teach the Mahayana Sutra called the Lotus Sutra, the instruction for Bodhisattvas and treasured lore of the Buddhas. Thereupon, Manjushri, wanting to explain the meaning of this further, spoke to the great assembly in verse, quote, I remember that in the past, innumerable incalculable kalpas ago, there was a Buddha, the best of humans, called Chandrasurya Pradipa. This Bhagavat taught the Dharma, leading and inspiring innumerable sentient beings and incalculable numbers of bodhisattvas to attain the wisdom of the Buddhas. Before renouncing household life, the Buddha fathered 8 princes. Having seen the great sage renounce household life, they also followed him and practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity. At that time, the Buddha taught and extensively illuminated the Mahayana Sutra called Immeasurable Meanings to the Great Assembly. After having taught this sutra, the Buddha sat down cross-legged on the seat of Dharma and entered the samadhi called the Abode of Immeasurable Meanings. The heavenly mandarava flowers fell down like rain. The heavenly drums resounded spontaneously. All the devas, nagas, and yaksas paid homage to the best of humans. All of the Buddha world suddenly quaked greatly, and the Buddha emitted a ray of light from the tuft between his eyebrows and manifested various marvels. This ray of light illuminated 18,000 Buddha worlds in the east and revealed the conditions resulting from the karma of each sentient being. Through this light of the Buddha, all the Buddha worlds appeared, as if they were decorated with various jewels, such as lapis lazuli or crystal. All the devas, humans, nagas, yaksas, gandharvas, and kimnaras were each seen paying homage to the Buddhas. All the Tathāgatas who had spontaneously attained the path of the Buddhas looked majestic and very beautiful, with bodies like golden mountains. Each Bhagavat appeared like a golden image in the midst of lapis lazuli, expounding the meaning of the profound Dharma to the great assembly. There were innumerable Shravakas in each of the Buddha worlds, and they saw all the great assemblies because of the light of the Buddha. There were also monks living in mountain forests who, through persistence, possessed purity of conduct, which they protected like a precious jewel. There were bodhisattvas as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, practicing by giving, perseverance, and so on, i.e. the 6 perfections, who also became visible through the light of the Buddha. There were bodhisattvas who, having entered deep samadhi, were tranquil and undisturbed in body and mind, and who were seen seeking for the highest path. There were also bodhisattvas who, knowing the tranquil character of the Dharma, were seen teaching the Dharma and seeking the path of the Buddhas in each of the Buddha worlds. At that time, the fourfold assembly, having seen the Buddha Chandrasurya Pradipa manifest these great transcendent powers, became delighted and asked each other what the reason for this could be. The Noble One, revered by devas and humans, then emerged from samadhi and praised Bodhisattva Varaprabha, saying, quote, "You are the eye of the world. You are believed in by all, and possess the treasure house of the Dharma. You are the only one who can understand the Dharma that I have taught." Close quote. the Bhagavat praised Varaprabha, delighting him, and taught the Lotus Sutra for the full period of 60 intermediate kalpas without rising from his seat. This expounder of the Dharma, Varaprabha, firmly and completely preserved this most excellent Dharma that was taught by the Buddha. After having taught this Lotus Sutra, and having then gladdened the assembly, on that very day, the Buddha told the assembly of devas and humans, quote, "I have already taught you the meaning of the essential character of all dharmas. Today, I will enter nirvana in the middle of the night. Exert yourselves attentively and rid yourselves of negligence. The Buddhas are extremely hard to meet and can be encountered only once in kotis of kalpas." All the sons of the Bhagavat, on hearing that the Buddha was to enter nirvana, became sad, thinking, quote, "Why will the Buddha enter nirvana so soon?" The noble Lord, the king of the Dharma, consoled the innumerable beings, saying, quote, "Do not fear after I enter nirvana. This Bodhisattva, Sri Garbha, has fully realized the true character of freedom from corruption. And after me, he will become a Buddha named Vaimalanganentra, and he will bring innumerable sentient beings to the path." And that night, the Buddha entered nirvana, like a fire that goes out when the wood is exhausted. His relics were distributed, and innumerable stupas were built. There were monks and nuns, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, who increased their efforts and sought for the highest path. This expounder of the Dharma, Varaprabha, possessed of the treasure house of the Buddha, extensively proclaimed the Lotus Sutra for 80 intermediate kalpas. All of the 8 princes, led and inspired by Varaprabha, became firmly established in the highest path and met innumerable Buddhas. After paying homage to the Buddhas and following them in their practice of the great path, they all in turn received their predictions, becoming Buddhas in succession. The last, the highest of devas, was called Dipamkara, and as the leader of all the sages, had brought innumerable sentient beings to the path. This expounder of the Dharma, Varaprabha, had one disciple who was lazy and attached to fame and fortune. This disciple ceaselessly sought these things and amused himself from house to house. He abandoned recitation of the sutras and, forgetting them, never became versed in them. For this very reason, he was named Yakshaskama. But since he had also performed many good deeds, he was able to meet innumerable Buddhas. He paid homage to all these Buddhas, and having practiced the great path after them, acquired all the 6 perfections, and now meets the lion of the Sakyas. He shall subsequently become a Buddha called Maitreya, who will extensively bring innumerable sentient beings to the path. After the parinirvana of that Buddha, Chandrasurya Pradipa, the lazy one was none other than you, and the expounder of the Dharma, Varaprabha, was no one but myself. When I saw the Buddha Dipamkara, he also revealed this marvel of light. That is why I know that this Buddha will now teach the Lotus Sutra. This sign is just like the previous marvel. It is the skillful means of all the Buddhas. The Buddha has now emitted this ray of light in order to reveal the essential character of dharmas. Now it should be clear to everyone. Wait attentively, with palms pressed together. Having reigned the Dharma, the Buddha will satisfy those seeking the path. If there is anyone seeking the 3 vehicles who still has any doubts, the Buddha will completely remove them, extinguishing them with none left over. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 2, Skillful Means. At that time, the Bhagavat arose tranquilly with insight out of samadhi and addressed Sariputra, quote, "Profound and immeasurable is the wisdom of the Buddhas. The gate to their wisdom is hard to enter and difficult to understand. None of the Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas may be capable of understanding it. Why is this? The Buddhas have closely attended innumerable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of other Buddhas. They have exhaustively carried out practices with courage and persistence under uncountable numbers of Buddhas, their names becoming universally renowned. They have perfected this profound and unprecedented Dharma, and their intention in adapting their explanations to what is appropriate is difficult to understand. O Sariputra, after attaining Buddhahood I expounded the teaching extensively, with various explanations and illustrations, and with skillful means led sentient beings to rid themselves of their attachments. Why is this? Because all the Tathāgatas have attained perfect mastery of skillful means, wisdom, and insight. O Sariputra, the wisdom and insight of the Tathāgatas is extensive, profound, immeasurable, and unhindered. They are possessed of power, fearlessness, meditation, liberation, and samadhi that is profound and endless. They have completely attained this unprecedented Dharma. O Sariputra, the Tathāgatas can, through various methods, skillfully illuminate the Dharma with gentle speech and gladden the hearts of the assemblies. O Sariputra, to put it briefly, the Buddhas have attained this immeasurable, limitless, and unprecedented Dharma. Enough, O Sariputra, I will speak no further. Why is this? Because the Dharma that the Buddhas have attained is foremost, unique, and difficult to understand. No one but the Buddhas can completely know the real aspect of all Dharmas. That is to say, their character, nature, substance, potential, function, cause, condition, result, effect, and essential unity. Thereupon the Bhagavat spoke these verses to explain this meaning again, quote, "The heroes of the world are inconceivable. Neither devas, humans, nor any other sentient beings are able to comprehend them. No one is able to discern the power, fearlessness, liberation, samadhi, and other attributes of the Buddhas. Formerly, under innumerable Buddhas, they have fully accomplished their practices and the Dharma, which is profound and excellent, hard to perceive, and difficult to understand. Having pursued these practices for innumerable kotis of kalpas, I attained the result on the terrace of enlightenment and understood completely. I and the Buddhas of the 10 directions know such matters, such as the great results and rewards, and the meaning of various aspects and characteristics. It is impossible to explain this Dharma. The powers of speech fail. No other sentient being is able to understand it, except for those Bodhisattvas who, in their belief, are willing to understand. Even the multitude of the Buddhist disciples, who have formerly paid homage to all the Buddhas, who have put an end to all their corruption, and are burying their last bodies, are not able to understand it. Even if this whole world were filled with those such as Sariputra, and they tried together to comprehend it, they still would not be able to understand completely the wisdom of the Buddhas. Again, Even if the worlds of the 10 directions were filled with such disciples as Sariputra, and they tried together to comprehend it, they still would not be able to completely understand. And even if the world of the 10 directions were filled with Pratyeka Buddhas, as numerous as bamboo trees in a grove, who had keen wisdom and were bearing their last bodies, free from corruption, even if they tried together single-mindedly for innumerable kalpas to comprehend the wisdom of the Buddhas, still they would not understand it in the least. Even if the worlds of the 10 directions were packed as thick as stalks of rice, flax, bamboo, and reeds, with bodhisattvas, recent aspirants to enlightenment, who had paid homage to innumerable Buddhas, though they fully understood the meaning and could expound the Dharma, even with this subtle wisdom, if they tried together single-mindedly to comprehend for as many kalpas as the sands of the Ganges River, they still would not be able to know the wisdom of the Buddhas. Even if bodhisattvas, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges rivers, who had reached the stage of non-retrogression, tried together single-mindedly to comprehend it, still they would not be able to know. The Buddha, still speaking to Sariputra, said, quote, "I have already attained the profound and subtle Dharma that is incorruptible and beyond all comprehension. Only I and the Buddhas of the 10 directions know this. O Sariputra, you should know that the words of the Buddhas are never inconsistent. You should trust fully in the Dharma that the Buddha expounds. The Dharma of the Bhagavat has been in existence for a long time. I will now definitely expound the truth. I address myself to the Shravakas and those seeking the Pratyeka Buddha vehicle. It was I who caused them to become free from the bondage of suffering and to attain nirvana. I have revealed the teaching of the 3 vehicles with the power of the skillful means of the Buddhas, so as to set free the sentient beings from their various human attachments." At that time, it occurred to the great assembly of 1,200 Shravakas, arhats free from corruption, beginning with Ajnata Kaundinya and the other monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen, who had set out to become Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, quote, "Why has the Bhagavan just now so earnestly praised skillful means? For what reason has he declared that the Dharma that the Buddhas have attained is very profound and difficult to understand? Why has he said that their intention in adapting their teaching to what is appropriate is so difficult to comprehend, and that all the Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas are not able to understand it? As long as the Buddha taught the meaning of the single liberation, we thought we had attained that Dharma and achieved nirvana, but now we do not understand what he means." At that time, Sariputra, aware of the confusion of the 4-fold assemblies, and himself also feeling confused, addressed the Buddha, saying, quote, "O Bhagavat, for what reason and on what grounds have you so earnestly praised the unique skillful means of the Buddhas and the profound and subtle Dharma that is difficult to understand? Never before have I heard such a thing from the Buddha. Now, Bhagavat, I entreat you to explain this, because the 4-fold assemblies are confused. O Bhagavat, why have you so earnestly praised the Dharma that is profound, subtle, and difficult to understand?" Thereupon, Sariputra, wanting to further explain what he meant, spoke these verses, quote, "O great seer, son of wisdom, now, after a long time, you have taught this Dharma, saying, quote, I have attained the inconceivable Dharma, that is to say, power, fearlessness, samadhi, meditation, and liberation. No one has ever questioned the Dharma that I attained on the terrace of enlightenment. No one has ever questioned my intentions, so difficult to conceive." Close quote. Without being asked, you explained it by yourself and praised the path you have practiced, saying, quote, the wisdom of the Buddhas have attained is extremely subtle, close quote. The Arhats, free from corruption, and those seeking nirvana, have fallen into confusion. Why has the Buddha said this? Those seeking to become Pratyeka Buddhas, monks, nuns, devas, nagas, yaksas, Gandharvas, and the others glanced at each other in confusion, and, looking toward the best of humans, asked, quote, O Buddha, we entreat you to explain why this is so. Close quote. The Buddha has said that I am the foremost among the Shravakas, yet now I am confused about my own knowledge and unable to understand. Is it the ultimate Dharma? Is it a path to be practiced? The sons born from the mouths of the Buddhas stand waiting with palms pressed together, looking at the Buddha. I entreat you to proclaim the truth, speaking in the finest voice. The Devas, Nagas, and others, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, as many as 80,000 Bodhisattvas who are seeking Buddhahood, and noble emperors who have come from myriads of kotis of countries, are all standing respectfully with palms pressed together, asking how to accomplish the path. Then the Buddha addressed Sariputra, saying, quote, Enough, enough, speak no more. If I explained this matter, the devas and humans in all the worlds would be astounded. Then Sariputra again addressed the Buddha, quote, O Bhagavat, please explain it. I entreat you to explain it, because in this assembly there are innumerable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of incalculable sentient beings, sharp in faculties and possessed of wisdom, who have previously encountered the Buddhas. When they hear the teaching of the Buddha, they will trust, believe, and accept it. And thereupon Sariputra spoke in verse to explain this again, quote, O King of the Dharma, the best of humans, I entreat you to explain it. Please explain it without hesitation. In this assembly there are innumerable sentient beings who will trust and accept it. Then the Buddha again tried to dissuade Sariputra, saying, quote, If I explain it, the devas, humans, and asuras in all the worlds will be astounded, and arrogant monks will certainly go to their downfall. At that time, the Bhagavat spoke again in verse. Enough, enough, speak no more. The Dharma that I have attained is excellent and incomprehensible. Though the arrogant hear it, they will never accept it. And again Sariputra addressed the Buddha, saying, quote, O Bhagavat, please explain it. Please explain it. In this assembly there are people like me and others, numbering into the hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of beings who have been led and inspired by the Buddhas in their former existences. Such people will certainly trust, believe, and accept it, and they will benefit, profit, and receive solace from it for a very long time. Thereupon, Sariputra spoke these verses to elaborate on what he meant. Quote, O best of humans, please teach the ultimate Dharma. I am the eldest son of the Buddha. Please illuminate and explain it. Innumerable beings in this assembly will certainly trust and accept this Dharma, because the Buddha in former existences led and inspired such people. All of them will attentively listen and accept, their palms pressed together, to the words of the Buddha. I entreat you to illuminate and explain it for the assembly of 1,200 people like me and the others seeking Buddhahood. When they hear this Dharma, they will bring forth great joy. Then the Bhagavat spoke to Sariputra, saying, You have now persistently asked me 3 times. How could I possibly not explain it to you? Therefore, listen carefully and pay close attention. I will now illuminate and explain it. When he said this, 5,000 monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen in the assembly immediately got up from their seats, bowed to the Buddha, and left. What was the reason for this? Because the roots of error among this group had been deeply planted, and they were arrogant, thinking they had attained what they had not attained, and had realized what they had not realized. Because of such defects, they did not stay, and the Bhagavat remained silent and did not stop them. Then the Buddha addressed Sariputra, quote, "My assembly here is free of useless twigs and leaves. Only the pure essence remains. O Sariputra, let the arrogant ones go. Listen carefully, and I will explain it to you." Then Sariputra replied, "Indeed, O Bhagavat, I greatly desire to hear it." Then the Buddha addressed Sariputra, quote, "Only very rarely do the Buddha Tathāgatas teach such a true Dharma as this, as rarely as the Udambara flower blooms. O Sariputra, trust and accept what the Buddha teaches. My words are never false. O Sariputra, the real intention of all the Buddhas in adapting their explanations to what is appropriate is difficult to understand. Why is this? Because I have expounded the teachings with innumerable skillful means and various kinds of explanations and illustrations. Yet this Dharma is beyond reason and discernment. Only the Buddhas can understand it. Why is this? Because the Buddha Bhagavats appear in this world for one great purpose alone. O Sariputra, now I will explain why I said that the Buddha Bhagavats appear in this world for only one great purpose. The Buddha Bhagavat appear in this world to cause sentient beings to aspire toward purity and the wisdom and insight of the Buddhas. They appear in this world to manifest the wisdom and insight of the Buddhas to sentient beings. They appear in this world to cause sentient beings to attain the wisdom and insight of a Buddha's enlightenment. They appear in this world in order to cause sentient beings to enter the path of the wisdom and insight of a Buddha. O Sariputra, for this one great reason alone, the Buddhas have appeared in this world. The Buddha addressed Sariputra saying, quote, "The Buddha Tathāgatas lead and inspire only Bodhisattvas. All the acts of a Buddha are always for one purpose. The Buddhas manifest their wisdom and insight solely to inspire sentient beings to enlightenment. O Sariputra, a Tathāgata teaches sentient beings the Dharma only through the single Buddha vehicle. There is no other, neither a second nor a third. O Sariputra, the true nature of all the Buddhas of the 10 directions is exactly like this. O Sariputra, all the Buddhas of the past expounded the teachings for the sake of sentient beings, using incalculable and innumerable skillful means and various explanations and illustrations. These teachings were all for the sake of the single Buddha vehicle. All these sentient beings, hearing the Dharma from the Buddhas, finally attained omniscience. O Sariputra, all the future Buddhas who will appear in the world will expound the teachings for the sake of sentient beings, using incalculable and innumerable skillful means and various explanations and illustrations. These teachings will all be for the single Buddha vehicle. All sentient beings who hear this Dharma from these Buddhas will ultimately attain omniscience. O Sariputra, all the Buddha Bhagavats of the present and immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddha worlds of the 10 directions teach the Dharma to sentient beings using incalculable and innumerable skillful means with various explanations and illustrations to benefit many of them and cause them to feel at peace. These Dharmas are all of the single Buddha vehicle. all the sentient beings who hear the Dharma from these Buddhas will ultimately attain omniscience. O Sariputra, these Buddhas lead and inspire only Bodhisattvas because they want to teach sentient beings with the wisdom and insight of the Buddha, to enlighten sentient beings with the wisdom and insight of the Buddha, and to cause sentient beings to enter the path of the wisdom and insight of the Buddha. O Sariputra, I too am now like this. Having understood the various desires and deep-rooted inclinations of sentient beings, I teach the Dharma according to their capacities through the power of skillful means, using various explanations and illustrations. O Sariputra, I do this in order to cause them to attain the omniscience of the single Buddha vehicle. O Sariputra, since there is no second vehicle in the worlds of the 10 directions, how could there be a third? O Sariputra, the Buddhas appear in the world of the 5 defilements, which are the defilement of the kalpa, the defilement through desire's confusion, the defilement of sentient beings, the defilement of views, and the defilement of lifespan. Therefore, O Sariputra, in the period of the decadent kalpa, because sentient beings are filthy, greedy, jealous, and develop roots of error, all the Buddhas illuminate the 3 vehicles with the power of skillful means in order to teach the single Buddha vehicle. O Sariputra, if any of my disciples declare that they are arhats or pratyeka Buddhas and do not listen or comprehend that all the Buddha Tathāgatas teach only the Bodhisattvas, they are not disciples of the Buddhas, nor are they arhats or pratyeka Buddhas. Again, O Sariputra, if there are any monks or nuns who would declare that they have attained arhatship, that they are bearing their last bodies and are destined for complete nirvana, and yet who have not sought highest complete enlightenment, they should be considered arrogant people, because there is no case in which a monk who has actually achieved arhatship does not believe in this Dharma, except after the Buddha has entered parinirvana and there is no Buddha present. What is the reason for this? Because after the parinirvana of the Buddha, it is hard to find people who preserve, recite, and understand the meaning of the sutras like this. But if they should meet other Buddhas, they will immediately understand this teaching. O Sariputra, you should wholeheartedly accept and preserve the words of the Buddha. The words of the Buddha Tathāgatas are never false. There are no other vehicles, only the single Buddha vehicle. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate the meaning of this further, uttered these verses. In the fourfold assembly, there were 5,000 monks and nuns who were excessively proud, laymen who were arrogant, and lay women who were unaccepting. They did not see their own defects, being faulty in self-discipline, and clung to their shortcomings. These of little wisdom have already left. Through the virtuous dignity of the Buddha, the dregs of the assembly have departed. Having little virtue, these people were incapable of accepting this Dharma. Free of useless twigs and leaves, only the pure essence of this assembly remains. O Sariputra, listen carefully. All the Buddhas teach the Dharma that they have attained through the immeasurable power of skillful means for the sake of sentient beings. Completely knowing their intentions, their various ways of practice, their wishes and capacities, and the good and bad karma of their previous lives, the Buddha gladdens all sentient beings with the power of words and skillful means, using examples and illustrations. The Buddha teaches by means of sutras, verses, stories of his past deeds and of past events, miraculous tales, explanatory tales, allegories, poems, and exegesis. The Buddha teaches nirvana to those with dull faculties, who are satisfied with lowly aspirations and attached to birth and death, who have not practiced the profound path in the presence of innumerable Buddhas, and are confused by suffering. Having devised this skillful means, I enable them to enter the wisdom of the Buddhas. But I have never said that all of you would attain the path of the Buddhas. I have never said this because the occasion never arose. Now is precisely the right time for me to teach definitively the Mahayana. I apply these 9 kinds of teachings according to the capacities of sentient beings. I teach these sutras because they are the basis for entering the Mahayana. I teach the Mahayana sutras to those heirs of the Buddhas who are pure in mind, mild and receptive, have keen faculties, and who have practiced the profound path under immeasurable Buddhas. I predict that such people will attain the path of the Buddhas in their future lives because they keep the Buddhas in mind with profound thoughts and practice pure conduct. Hearing that they shall attain Buddhahood, they will be filled with great joy. Because a Buddha knows their intentions, he teaches the Mahayana. Those Shravakas or Bodhisattvas who have heard even a single verse of the Dharma that I have taught will all become Buddhas. There can be no doubt about it. In the Buddha worlds of the 10 directions, there is only the Dharma of the single vehicle. Apart from the skillful means of the Buddhas, there is neither a second nor a third vehicle. A Buddha merely uses provisional words in order to lead sentient beings. All the Buddhas appear in the world to teach the wisdom of the Buddhas. Only this one thing is real, the other 2 are not true. In the end, a Buddha does not save sentient beings through an inferior vehicle. The Buddhas themselves abide in the Mahayana. The Dharma that they have attained is adorned with meditation, wisdom, and power. And through these they save the sentient beings. I would be ungenerous if I were to lead and inspire even a single person through an inferior vehicle, having attained the highest path, the universal Dharma of the Mahayana. This is simply not possible. If anyone takes refuge in the Buddha, the Tathāgata will not deceive him. A Tathāgata has neither stinginess nor jealousy, and has detached himself from the evils of the phenomenal world. That is why the Buddhas of the 10 directions are the only ones who have no fear. Having a body adorned with the marks of a Buddha, emitting a ray of light that illuminates the worlds, and revered by immeasurable sentient beings, I teach the signs of the true aspects of the phenomenal world. O Sariputra, you should now know that originally I made a vow to make all sentient beings my equal, without any difference. Now I have already fulfilled this vow that I made in the past. I will lead and inspire all sentient beings and cause them to enter the path of the Buddhas. If I met sentient beings and taught them till the end the path of the Buddhas, those with little understanding would be confused and perplexed and would not accept the teaching. I know that these sentient beings have never cultivated the roots of good merit. They are attached to the desires of the 5 senses, disordered by delusion and passion, and have fallen into the 3 troubled states of being because of these desires. They are wandering through the 6 transmigratory states, tormented by every kind of suffering. They are continually being born as tiny embryos in one world after another. These people of few qualities and little merit are afflicted by various sufferings. they enter into the jungle of 62 false views, such as, quote, this exists, or, quote, this does not exist. They are so firmly and deeply attached to false teachings that they cannot get rid of them. They are arrogant, proud, deceitful, and dishonest. They have heard neither the names nor the true Dharma of the Buddhas for thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas. Such people are difficult to save. That is why, O Sariputra, I devised the method of teaching, the way to extinguish all suffering through nirvana. Even though I taught nirvana, it is not the true extinction. Every existing thing from the very beginning has always had the mark of quiescence. The heirs of the Buddhas who practice this path will thereafter become Buddhas in the future. With the power of skillful means, I have presented the teachings of the three vehicles. Yet all of the Bhagavats teach the path of the single vehicle. This great assembly should now rid itself of confusion. The words of the Buddhas are not inconsistent. There is only the single vehicle. There is no other. In the past innumerable kalpas, there appeared immeasurable and incalculable Buddhas, hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis in number, who have attained parinirvana. All the Bhagavats taught the characteristics of all dharmas, with the power of innumerable skillful means, using various examples and illustrations. All these Bhagavats taught the Dharma of the single vehicle, led and inspired immeasurable sentient beings, and enabled them to enter the path of the Buddhas. Understanding the deepest desires of the entire world, of the devas, humans, and other beings, the great sage Lord has illuminated the highest meaning with diverse skillful means. All those sentient beings who encountered and heard the teaching of the Buddhas of the past, and who accumulated various merits through acts of giving, integrity, perseverance, diligence, meditation, and wisdom, have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. And after the parinirvana of the Buddhas, those sentient beings with well-governed minds have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. After the Buddhas attained parinirvana, all those who paid homage to the relics, who made myriads of kotis of stupas, extensively and beautifully adorned with gold, silver, crystal, mother of pearl, agate, ruby, lapis lazuli, and pearl. Those who made rock stupas, stupas out of sandal, aloe, deodar, and other woods, as well as brick, tile, mud, and other materials. All those who made Buddha stupas out of piles of earth in desolate places, and even children in play who made Buddha stupas out of heaps of sand. All such people have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. And all those who made images of the Buddhas, carved with their extraordinary marks, have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. All those who made Buddha images out of the 7 treasures, decorated with brass, copper, pewter, lead, tin, iron, wood, mud, glue, lacquer, and cloth, have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. All those who made or had others make Buddha images painted with the 100 embellishing marks of merit have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. This even includes children in play who have drawn a Buddha image with a blade of grass or a twig, brush, or fingernail. Such people, having gradually accumulated merit and perfected great compassion, have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. Leading and inspiring the Bodhisattvas, they save countless sentient beings. All those who paid homage to stupas, sculpted or painted images, honoring them with flowers, perfumes, banners, and canopies. Those who paid homage with all kinds of sweet music, with drums, horns, conchs, pipes, flutes, lutes, harps, mandolins, gongs, and cymbals. Those who joyfully praise the qualities of the Buddhas with various songs, or even with a single low-pitched sound, have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. Those who, even with distracted minds, have offered a single flower to a painted image, will in time see innumerable Buddhas. Or those who have done obeisance to images, or merely pressed their palms together, or raised a single hand, or nodded their heads, will in due time see immeasurable Buddhas. They will attain the highest path and extensively save innumerable sentient beings. They will enter nirvana without residue, just as a fire goes out after its wood is exhausted. Those who, even with distracted minds, entered a stupa compound and chanted but once homage to the Buddha, have certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. Anyone who heard this teaching, either in the presence of a past Buddha or after their parinirvana, has certainly attained the path of the Buddhas. The future Bhagavats, Tathāgatas, immeasurable in number, will teach the Dharma with skillful means. All the Tathāgatas will save sentient beings with immeasurable skillful means, causing them to enter the wisdom of the Buddhas that is free from corruption. Of those hearing this Dharma, there will be no one who will not become a Buddha. The original vow of the Buddhas was to cause all sentient beings to universally attain the very same Buddha path that I have practiced. Even though the Buddhas of the future will teach hundreds of thousands of kotis of innumerable paths to the Dharma, their teachings will actually be for the sake of the single vehicle. All the Buddhas, the best of humans, they know that all dharmas are ever without substance, and that the Buddha seeds germinate through dependent origination. That is why they will teach the single vehicle. Having realized on the terrace of enlightenment that the state of the Dharma is permanent and unchangeable in this world, the leaders will teach with skillful means. The present Buddhas of the 10 directions, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, revered by devas and humans, appear in the world and teach this Dharma to make sentient beings feel at peace. They know the utmost tranquility, and although they teach various paths with the power of skillful means, their teachings are actually for the Buddha vehicle. Knowing the character of sentient beings, their deep intentions, past acts, wishes, persistence, and strength, their keen or dull faculties, the Buddhas teach with skillful means, using various explanations, illustrations, and words in accordance with the capacities of sentient beings. Now, I too reveal the path of the Buddhas through various paths to the Dharma to make sentient beings feel at peace. Through the power of my wisdom, I know the dispositions and desires of sentient beings, and explain various teachings with skillful means, enabling them all to obtain joy. O Sariputra, you should know that through the Buddha eye, I see beings wandering in the 6 states of existence, who are poor, deprived of merit and wisdom, who are entering into the bitter path of birth and death, and are suffering repeatedly and without end. They are deeply attached to the desires of the 5 senses, just as yaks are attached to their tails. Obstructed by greed, they are blind and cannot see. They do not seek the Buddha, who has great power, nor the Dharma that cuts off suffering. Deeply immersed in false views, They try to eliminate suffering through suffering. I feel great compassion for such sentient beings. Sitting on the terrace of enlightenment for the first time, looking at the Bodhi tree and walking about during those 21 days, I was thinking thus, quote, "The wisdom I have attained is subtle and supreme, but the faculties of sentient beings are dull. They are attached to pleasures and blinded by delusions. How can I save such beings?" Close quote. Then Brahma and his Devaputras, Sakra, the world protectors of the four quarters, Mahasvara, and the other devas, together with a retinue of hundreds of thousands of myriads of attendants, paid their respects with palms pressed together and begged me to turn the wheel of the Dharma. Then I thought, quote, "If I only praise the Buddha vehicles, those beings who are submerged in suffering will not believe this Dharma. Because they reject and do not believe the Dharma, they will fall into the three troubled states of being. I would rather not teach the Dharma, and instead immediately enter nirvana." Close quote. And then I thought of the power of skillful means practiced by past Buddhas. This path that I have attained should now also be taught as the three vehicles. When I thought this, the Buddhas of the 10 directions appeared, and with beautiful voices praised me, saying, quote, "O Sakyamuni, splendid! O Supreme Leader, you have attained the highest Dharma, and yet still use the power of skillful means, following the other Buddhas. We too have attained the best and utmost Dharma, and with discretion have explained the three vehicles for the sake of sentient beings. Those with little wisdom seek inferior teachings, and do not believe that they will become Buddhas. That is why we use skillful means, and with discretion teach of various results. Although we teach the three vehicles, it is just for the instruction of the Bodhisattvas." Close quote. O Sariputra, you should know that when I heard this profound and beautiful roar of the noble lions, I chanted with joy, "Homage to the Buddhas." And I thought, since I have been born in this defiled world, I will follow the other Buddhas and expound what they have expounded. After contemplating this, I set out for Varanasi. All dharmas have the tranquil character of the Dharma. This could not be expressed in words, so I taught the 5 monks through the power of skillful means. This I named, quote, "Turning the Wheel of the Dharma," and immediately the word nirvana appeared in it, and the different designations for arhat, dharma, and sangha. From a great many kalpas ago, I have always taught like this. I have praised and illuminated the teaching of nirvana, saying that it ends the sufferings of birth and death. O Sariputra, you should know that I see the immeasurable thousands of myriads of kotis of the Buddha's heirs, who, having set out for the Buddha path, and heard the Dharma explained with skillful means, have respectfully come before the Buddha. And then I thought, quote, "The reason why the Tathāgatas appear is to explain the wisdom of the Buddhas. Now is precisely the right time for this. O Sariputra, you should know that those who have dull faculties and little wisdom, and those who are attached to mere signs and are arrogant, cannot accept this teaching. Now I am happy and fearless. Having openly set aside skillful means, I will teach only the highest path to all the Bodhisattvas. Having heard this teaching, the Bodhisattvas and 1,200 arhats, freeing themselves from the web of doubt, will all become Buddhas. Just as the Buddhas in the 3 periods of the past, present, and future teach the true nature of the Dharma, now I too will expound the Dharma that is beyond conception. All the Buddhas appear in worlds far away and are difficult to meet. Even if they appear in this world, it is difficult to hear their teaching. Even in immeasurable innumerable kalpas, it is difficult to hear this Dharma. And those who are able to hear this Dharma are also hard to find. They are just like the Adambara flower, which appears only once in a very long while, and beloved by all, is considered a wonder among devas and humans. Those who, hearing this teaching, happily praise the Buddhas by uttering even a single word, have already paid homage to all Buddhas of the three periods. Such people are even more extraordinary than the Adambara flower. All of you, have no doubts. I, King of the Dharma, now proclaim to the great assembly, quote, I lead and inspire the Bodhisattvas only with the path of the single vehicle. I am here without disciples. O Sariputra and all of you, the Shravakas and Bodhisattvas should know that this true Dharma is the hidden essence of all the Buddhas. In the troubled worlds of the 5 kinds of defilement, sentient beings are only attached to various desires and ultimately do not seek the path of the Buddhas. In the future, the impure will hear the Buddha teach the single vehicle, but they will be confused and will not accept it. They will reject the Dharma and fall into the troubled states of being. To those who are modest and pure and seek the path of the Buddhas, I will praise extensively the path of the single vehicle. O Sariputra, you should know that the Dharma of all the Buddhas is like this. They teach the Dharma with myriads of kotis of skillful means according to the capacities of sentient beings. The inexperienced cannot understand this. You have come to know with certainty the skillful means of the Buddhas, the teachers of the world, that are expounded in accordance with people's capacities. All of you, have no further doubts. Let great joy arise in your hearts, and know that you will all become Buddhas. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 3, A Parable. Thereupon Sariputra stood up, ecstatic and joyful, pressed his palms together, and, gazing at the Buddha, the Bhagavat, said, quote, Now, hearing the words of this Dharma from the Bhagavat, my heart is full of joy, for I have experienced something unprecedented. What is the reason for this? In the past, when I heard this Dharma from the Buddha and saw the Bodhisattvas receive their predictions, I was not included. I grieved because I thought I had been deprived of the immeasurable wisdom and insight of the Tathāgata. O Bhagavat, while I was dwelling alone under forest trees, whether sitting or walking, I was constantly thinking this, quote, Since we have also realized the true nature of the Dharma, why has the Tathāgata tried to save us with the teachings of the inferior vehicle? The fault is ours, not the Bhagavat's. Why is this? If we had waited for your explanation about the way to achieve highest complete enlightenment, we certainly would have been able to save ourselves by means of the Mahayana. However, we did not understand that you were teaching with skillful means, according to what is appropriate to us. When we first heard the Buddha's teaching, we immediately accepted, contemplated, and understood it. O Bhagavat, since long ago, I have reproached myself incessantly, day and night. But now, from the Buddha, we have heard the unprecedented Dharma that we have never heard before, and it has removed all our doubts. I have attained peace and tranquility in body and mind. Today I have finally realized that I am truly the heir of the Buddha, born from the mouth of the Buddha, incarnated from the Dharma, and that I have inherited a part of the Buddha Dharma. Then Sariputra, wanting to elaborate this meaning, spoke again in verse, quote, "When I heard the words of this Dharma, experiencing something unprecedented, my heart overflowed with joy, and I was rid of all my doubts. From long ago, ever since I heard the teaching of the Buddha, I have not lost the Mahayana. The words of the Buddhas are extremely rare and are capable of ridding sentient beings of their suffering. Although I had already attained freedom from corruption, by hearing the Buddha's voice, I have also been rid of my anxiety. Whether I was dwelling in mountain valleys or under forest trees, whether I was sitting or walking, grieving and blaming myself deeply, I thought incessantly, quote, 'How have I deceived myself? I am also the heir of the Buddhas, having entered the same incorruptible Dharma. Nevertheless, in the future, I shall not be able to explain the highest path. The golden color, the 32 marks, the 10 powers, and the liberations are all in the same Dharma. And yet I have not attained any of these. Moreover, such qualities as the 80 excellent and 18 special characteristics are completely lost to me. When I was wandering alone, I saw the Buddha in the great assembly, filling the 10 directions with his fame, and greatly benefiting sentient beings. I then thought, quote, 'I have lost all these benefits because I have been deceiving myself.' I thought about this constantly day and night and wanted to ask the Bhagavat, quote, 'Have I or have I not lost these?' I always saw the Bhagavat praising the Bodhisattvas. That is why I pondered over such matters as these, both day and night. Now I have heard the words of the Buddha, explaining to sentient beings the incorruptible Dharma, which is difficult to comprehend, and making them enter the terrace of enlightenment. Formerly, I was attached to false views, and was a teacher of Brahmins. The Bhagavat, knowing my mind, removed the false views and taught nirvana. I got rid of false views completely and attained the teaching of emptiness. At that time, I considered myself to have attained nirvana. But now I have become aware that this was not the real nirvana. When I become a Buddha, I shall be endowed with the 32 marks and be honored by devas, humans, yaksas, and nagas. Only then can it be said that I have permanently attained nirvana without residue. Before the great assembly, the Buddha has proclaimed that I will become a Buddha. After hearing these words of the Dharma, I was immediately rid of all my doubts. When I first heard this teaching of the Buddhas, I was greatly startled and thought, quote, 'I wonder if Mara, acting like the Buddha, is confusing me.' But the Buddha, who teaches skillfully by means of various explanations and illustrations, has made my mind tranquil like the ocean. While listening to him, I was freed from the web of my doubts. The Buddha has said that immeasurable Buddhas who have attained parinirvana in the past, established in the use of skillful means, have also taught this Dharma. Immeasurable Buddhas in the present and future will also teach this Dharma with various skillful means. The present Bhagavat, from the time he was born and renounced household life until he obtained the path and turned the wheel of the Dharma, has also taught through skillful means. The Bhagavat teaches the real path, but the wicked one does not. Therefore, I know definitely that it was not Mara acting like the Buddha. Because I fell into a web of doubt, I thought that Mara was impersonating the Buddha. When I heard the voice of the Buddha, profound and very subtle, fluently explaining the pure Dharma, I became full of great joy. My doubts are completely and forever exhausted, and I have achieved the true wisdom. I will definitely become a Buddha, honored by devas and humans. I will turn the wheel of the highest Dharma, and lead and inspire the Bodhisattvas. At that time, the Buddha said to Sariputra, quote, I will now reveal to you, before the great assembly of devas, humans, shramanas, and brahmins, that in the past, in the presence of 200,000 kotis of Buddhas, I led and inspired you constantly for the sake of the highest path. You have followed my instructions for a long time. Because I led you with skillful means, you were born in my Dharma. O Sariputra, in the past, I inspired you to seek the Buddha path. Yet just now you had completely forgotten this, and considered yourself to have attained nirvana. Now, because I want you to remember the path that you practiced according to your original vow in the past, I will teach the Shravakas the Mahayana Sutra called the Lotus Sutra, the instruction for the Bodhisattvas and treasured lore of the Buddhas. O Sariputra, in the future, after immeasurable, limitless, and inconceivable kalpas, you will have paid homage to thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas, preserved the true Dharma, and mastered the path practiced by the Bodhisattvas. You will become a Buddha called Padmaprabha, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. Your land will be called Viraja. Its earth will be level and pure, ornamented, peaceful, and rich. The devas and humans will prosper. The earth will be made of lapis lazuli, with a well-planned network of roads like a chessboard, bordered with golden cords. Rows of 7 jewel trees, which are always full of flowers and fruits, will line the borders of these roads. The Tathāgata Padmaprabha will also lead and inspire sentient beings by means of the 3 vehicles. O Sariputra, when that Buddha appears, even though his will not be a troubled world, he will teach the 3 vehicles because of his original vow. This kalpa will be called Maharatna Pratimandita, meaning adorned with great jewels. Why will it be called Maharatna Pratimandita? Because in that world the Bodhisattvas will be like great jewels. The number of these Bodhisattvas will be immeasurable, limitless, inconceivable, and beyond all comparison, known only by those with the power of the Buddha's wisdom. When they want to walk, they will step on jeweled flowers, and these Bodhisattvas will not be those who are just setting out. Over a long time they will have planted roots of good merit and practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity in the presence of immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas. They will always be praised by the Buddhas and continually practice the Buddha wisdom. They will be endowed with transcendent powers and know well all the teachings of the Dharma. They will be honest, without falsity, and firm in recollection. That world will be filled with bodhisattvas like these. O Sariputra, the lifespan of this Buddha, Padmaprabha, will be 12 intermediate kalpas, not including the period after he becomes a prince and before he becomes a Buddha. And the lifespan of the people in that world will be 8 intermediate kalpas. After these 12 intermediate kalpas have passed, the Tathāgata Padmaprabha will predict Bodhisattva Dhartiparipurna's attainment of highest complete enlightenment, and will address the monks saying, quote, "This Bodhisattva Dhartiparipurna will become the next Buddha after me. His name will be Padma Varsa Bhavikrama, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened. His Buddha world will also be like this one." O Sariputra, after the parivana of the Buddha Padmaprabha, the true Dharma will remain in the world for 32 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also remain in the world for 32 intermediate kalpas. Then the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this again, spoke these verses, quote, O Sariputra, in the future you will become a Buddha of universal wisdom named Padmaprabha, who will save innumerable sentient beings. Having paid homage to innumerable Buddhas, perfected the Bodhisattva practice and the qualities, including the 10 powers, you will attain the highest path. After immeasurable kalpas have passed, the kalpa will be called Prabhutaratna, and the world will be called Viraja, pure and without dirt. The earth will be made of lapis lazuli, and the roads, bordered with golden cords, will be lined with variegated trees of the 7 treasures, which are always full of flowers and fruits. The Bodhisattvas in that world will always be firm in recollection. All of them will be completely endowed with transcendent powers and the perfections, and will have properly practiced the Bodhisattva path in the presence of innumerable Buddhas. Such Mahasattvas as these will be led and inspired by the Buddha Padmaprabha. When this Buddha becomes a prince, he will abdicate his kingship and give up his worldly fame. Bearing his last body, he will renounce household life and attain the path of the Buddha. This Buddha, Padmaprabha, will live in the world for 12 intermediate kalpas, and the lifespan of the people in this world will be 8 intermediate kalpas. After the parinirvana of this Buddha, the true Dharma will last in the world for 32 intermediate kalpas, during which time many sentient beings will be saved. After the extinction of the true Dharma, the semblance Dharma will last for 32 intermediate kalpas. The relics of the Buddha will be distributed widely, and devas and humans will pay them homage. All that the Buddha Padmaprabha does will be exactly like this. That very best of humans, who will be foremost and without comparison, is none other than you. You should be delighted to hear this. At that time, the fourfold assembly of monks, nuns, laymen and laywomen, and the great assembly of devas, nagas, yaksas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kimnaras, and Maharagas saw Sariputra receive this prediction of highest complete enlightenment in the presence of the Buddha. They rejoiced greatly and became immeasurably happy. All of them removed their outer garments and proffered them to the Buddha as offerings. Sakra, the Lord of Devas, and Brahma, together with innumerable Devaputras, also made offerings to the Buddha of their heavenly beautiful garments, heavenly Mandarava flowers, and great Mandarava flowers. Their heavenly garments floated and fluttered in the air, while in the sky the Devas played hundreds of thousands of myriads of kinds of music together at one time. They rained down various heavenly flowers and said, quote, In the past, the Buddha turned the wheel of the Dharma for the first time in Varanasi. Now he has turned the wheel of the utmost and greatest Dharma again. Thereupon, the Devaputras spoke these verses in order to explain this again. Quote, In the past, you turned the wheel of the Dharma of the Four Noble Truths at Varanasi, and you illuminated and explained the Dharma of the origination and extinction of the 5 aggregates. You have now again turned the wheel of the subtlest, utmost, and great Dharma. This Dharma is extremely profound. Only a few will be able to believe it. Since long ago, we have frequently heard the teaching of the Bhagavat, yet we have never heard before such a profound and supreme teaching. When the Bhagavat taught this Dharma, we were all delighted. And now Sariputra, possessed of great wisdom, has received his prediction from the Bhagavat. In the same way, we too shall certainly become Buddhas. We shall become peerless, unrivaled in all the world. The path of the Buddha, which is difficult to understand, is taught with skillful means according to what is appropriate for sentient beings. May the merits of our beneficial acts, whether of the past or the present, and those acquired in meeting the Buddha, be completely transferred to the Buddha path. At that time, Sariputra said this to the Buddha, quote, O Bhagavat, I now have no further doubts. I have received the prediction of the highest supreme enlightenment in the presence of the Buddha. When all those 1,200 who have attained complete mental discipline were still under training in the past, the Buddha constantly led and inspired them, saying, quote, My teaching overcomes birth, old age, illness, and death, and it leads to nirvana. Close quote. Both those who were still in training and those who were not thought that they were free from false views about the self, existence, and non-existence, and declared that they had attained nirvana. Yet now, in the presence of the Bhagavat, they have heard what they have never heard before and have fallen into doubt. Splendid, O Bhagavat, I entreat you to explain to the fourfold assembly the reason why, and free them from their doubts. Then the Buddha said to Sariputra, quote, Did I not previously tell you that all the Buddha Bhagavats explain the Dharma with various explanations and illustrations, using skillful means, all for the sake of highest complete enlightenment? All of these teachings are for leading and inspiring the Bodhisattvas. Moreover, Sariputra, I will now clarify what I mean with illustrations. Those with wisdom will be able to understand through these illustrations. O Sariputra, suppose there were an aged and extremely affluent man, either in a town, city, or country, who has immeasurable wealth, abundant estates, mansions, and servants. He has a spacious house, yet it only has a single entrance. Suppose many people live there, as many as 1, 2, or even 500 people. The buildings are in poor repair, the fences and walls are crumbling, the pillar bases are rotten, and the beams and framework are dangerously tilted. Suddenly and unexpectedly, fires break out everywhere, setting the house swiftly aflame. The children of this man, 10, 20, or 30 in number, are in the house. The affluent man, seeing the fire breaking out everywhere, becomes alarmed and terrified. He thinks, quote, I am capable of escaping through the burning entrance in safety, but my children are absorbed in play within the burning house and are not aware of the fire, do not know, are not alarmed or terrified, and the fire is approaching them. They are not troubled about their suffering, nor do they intend to leave the house. Close quote. O Sariputra, this affluent man thought, quote, Since I am still physically strong, I could take the children out of the house in the folds of my garment or on top of a desk. He further thought, There is only one entrance to this house, and it is very narrow. The children, who are immature and still unaware, are attached to their place of play. They may fall into danger and be burned by the fire. I should now tell them of the danger. This house is already burning. They must escape as quickly as they can to avoid being burned by the fire. After considering this, he urged the children according to his thought. Children, run out immediately! Although their father in his concern has given them the proper advice, the children are immersed in their play and do not accept it. They are neither alarmed nor afraid, and have no intention of leaving the burning house. Moreover, they do not even know what a fire is, the condition of the house, or what they may lose. They merely run about, back and forth, looking at their father. Thereupon the affluent man thought, quote, This house is already engulfed in flames. If my children and I do not get out, we shall perish in the fire. I will now use skillful means to help my children escape from this disaster." Since the father already knew that his children were attached to various rare toys and unusual things that each of them liked, he said to them, quote, "The toys you are fond of are rare and hard to obtain. If you do not take them, you will certainly regret it later. Right now, outside the house, there are 3 kinds of carts. One is yoked to a sheep, one to a deer, and one to an ox. Go play with them. Children, run out of this burning house immediately, and I will give you whatever you want." The children, hearing what their father had said about the rare toys, became excited, and, in their eagerness to get to them, they pushed each other out of the way in a mad rush out of the burning house. Then the affluent man saw that his children had got out safely and were sitting unharmed in an open area at a crossroad. He was relieved, happy, and joyful. The children said to their father, quote, "Father, please give us the toys you promised, those 3 carts, one yoked to a sheep, one to a deer, and one to an ox." O Sariputra, the affluent man then gave each child the same kind of large cart. These carts were tall and spacious, adorned with various jewels, and encircled with railings full of hanging bells. On the tops of the carts were canopies, also decorated with various kinds of jewels. These carts were draped with jewel cords and hung with flower garlands. They were thickly piled with fabrics, and red pillows had been placed about. These carts were each yoked to an ox with a spotlessly white hide. These oxen had beautiful bodies, with powerful muscles, even gaits, and were as swift as the wind. And there were many attendants guarding them. Why did the affluent man give these carts? Because the man had great and immeasurable wealth, and his abundant storehouses were full. He thus thought further, quote, "Since my treasure has no limit, I should not give my children inferior carts. These are my children, and I love them all equally. I have an immeasurable number of large carts, such as these, decorated with the 7 treasures. I should equally distribute them to each child without discrimination. Why is this? Even if I gave carts like these to everyone in the country, their number would not be exhausted. Why should I not give them to my own children?" At that time, the children each climbed into a great cart and had an unprecedented experience, one beyond their original expectations. "O Sariputra, what do you think about this? This affluent man gave to his children equally a large cart decorated with precious treasures. Has he deceived them or not?" Sariputra replied, "No, Bhagavat, the affluent man only tried to help his children escape from the disastrous fire. He saved their lives and did not deceive them. This is by no means a deception. Why? Because by saving their lives they obtained marvelous toys. Moreover, they were saved from the burning house by skillful means. O Bhagavat, if this affluent man had not given them even the smallest cart, it still would not have been a deception. Why is this? Because this affluent man thought before, quote, "I will help my children escape with skillful means." This is why it was not a deception. How much more so, since the affluent man, knowing that he had immeasurable wealth and wanting to benefit them equally, gave each of his children a large ox cart. The Buddha said to Sariputra, "Splendid, splendid. It is exactly as you have said. O Sariputra, the Tathāgata is also just like this. That is to say, as the Father of the entire world, he permanently dispels fear, distress, anxiety, ignorance, and blindness. He has attained immeasurable wisdom, insight, power and fearlessness, as well as great transcendent powers and the power of wisdom. He has attained the perfection of skillful means and of wisdom. With his great mercy and compassion, he incessantly and indefatigably seeks the welfare of all beings and benefits them all. The Tathāgata appears in the triple world, which is like a decaying old house on fire, to rescue sentient beings from the fire of birth, old age, illness and death, anxiety, sorrow, suffering, distress, delusion, blindness, and the three poisons of greed, hatred, and ignorance. Thus, he leads and inspires sentient beings and causes them to attain the highest complete enlightenment. The Tathāgata see all sentient beings burning in the fire of birth, old age, illness and death, anxiety, sorrow, suffering, and distress. Because of the desires of the five senses and the desire for monetary profit, they also experience various kinds of suffering. Because of their attachment and pursuits, they experience various kinds of suffering in the present, and in the future they will suffer in the states of existence of hell, animals, and hungry ghosts. If they are born in the heavens or in the human world, they will experience a variety of sorrows, such as suffering from poverty and destitution, separation from loved ones, or suffering from encounters with those they dislike. Although sentient beings are immersed in such sorrows, they rejoice and play. They are not aware, shocked, or startled, or disgusted, nor do they seek release. Running about in the burning house of the triple world, they experience great suffering, and yet they do not realize it. O Sariputra, seeing these things, the Buddha thought, quote, "Since I am the father of sentient beings, I must rid them of their immeasurable suffering and distress. I will cause them to rejoice through the immeasurable and limitless pleasure of the Buddha wisdom." O Sariputra, the Tathāgata further thought, quote, "If I proclaim the Tathāgata's wisdom, insight, power, and fearlessness to sentient beings with my transcendent powers and the power of my wisdom alone, without using skillful means, it will be impossible to save them. Why is this? Because these sentient beings have not escaped from birth, old age, illness and death, anxiety, sorrow, suffering, and distress, and are being burned in the blazing house of the triple world. How would they be able to understand the Buddha's wisdom?" O Sariputra, although that affluent man had physical strength, he did not use it. He only earnestly employed skillful means to save his children from the disaster of the burning house, and later he gave each of them a large cart decorated with precious treasures. The Tathāgata is exactly like this. Although the Tathāgata has power and fearlessness, he does not use them, but rescues sentient beings from the burning house of the triple world only through wisdom and skillful means, teaching the three vehicles to the Sravakas, Pratyekabuddhas, and Buddhas, saying, quote, "Do not take pleasure in living in this burning house of the triple world, and do not thirst after inferior objects, sounds, smells, flavors, and tangibles. If you are attached to these objects and have desires, then you will be burned. Leave the triple world in haste, and you will obtain the three vehicles, the vehicles for the Sravakas, Pratyekabuddhas, and Buddhas. I definitely guarantee this to you. In the end, it will come true. You should be diligent and persistent." The Tathāgata attracts sentient beings through this skillful means, saying further, quote, "You should know that the noble ones praise the teachings of these three vehicles that are self-directed, unrestricted, and independent. When they ride in them, sentient beings will enjoy faculties free from corruption, and also powers, paths to enlightenment, meditation, liberation, and concentration. and they themselves will attain immeasurable ease and pleasure. O Sariputra, those beings, wise by nature, who accept the Dharma from the Buddha Bhagavat, who are diligent, persistent, and wish to escape from the triple world quickly, and who are seeking nirvana, are all practicing the Sravaka vehicle. They are like those children who left the burning house, seeking the cart yoked to a sheep. Those beings who accept the Dharma of the Buddha Bhagavat, who are diligent and persevere in seeking the wisdom of the self-generated one, and enjoy tranquility for themselves, who profoundly know the causes of and reasons for existence, are all practicing the Pratyeka Buddha vehicle. And they are just like those children who left the burning house, seeking the cart yoked to a deer. Those beings who accept the Dharma of the Buddha Bhagavat, who are diligent and persevere in seeking the wisdom of the Omniscient One, the wisdom of the Buddha, the wisdom of the self-generated one, the wisdom acquired without a teacher, the wisdom and insight, powers and fearlessness of the Tathāgata, who are compassionate, put immeasurable sentient beings at ease, benefit devas and humans, and save all beings, are all practicing the Mahayana. Bodhisattvas are called Mahasattvas, great beings, because they seek this vehicle. They are just like those children who left the burning house, seeking the cart yoked to an ox. O Sariputra, that affluent man saw his children leave the burning house safely and arrive at a safe place. Knowing that he had immeasurable wealth, he gave a large cart equally to each child. The Tathāgata is exactly like this. As the father of all sentient beings, he sees that immeasurable thousands of kotis of sentient beings escape from the dangers, sufferings, and fears of the triple world through the gates of the Buddha teaching and attain the pleasures of nirvana. Then the Tathāgata thought, quote, because I possess the treasure house of the Dharma of all the Buddhas, which contains immeasurable limitless wisdom, power, and fearlessness, and because all sentient beings are my children, I will give them equally the Mahayana. I will not allow anyone to attain nirvana merely for himself, but will cause everyone to attain it through the Tathāgata's nirvana. I will give sentient beings who have escaped from the triple world all the toys of the Buddha's meditations and liberations, which are of one character and one kind, are praised by the noble ones, and which produce pure and supreme pleasure. O Sariputra, at first that affluent man attracted his children with 3 kinds of carts, then later gave them only the safest and best large ox cart adorned with jewels. Moreover, that affluent man was never accused of telling a lie. The Tathāgata is exactly like this. He tells no lies. In the beginning, the Tathāgata teaches the 3 vehicles in order to lead sentient beings, and later he saves them through only the Mahayana. Why is this? Because the Tathāgata possesses the treasure house of the Dharma, which contains immeasurable wisdom, power, and fearlessness. And although he is able to give the teaching of the Mahayana to all sentient beings, not all of them can accept it. O Sariputra, you should know that the Buddhas, with the power of skillful means, teach the single Buddha vehicle, dividing and teaching it as 3. Then the Buddha, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this again, spoke these verses. Suppose there were an affluent man who had a large house, and this house was very old, on the verge of collapsing. The halls were extremely dangerous, the pillar bases rotten and disintegrating, the beams and framework dangerously tilted, and the stairways were falling apart. The fences and walls were cracked, the plaster was peeling off, the thatched roof was falling down, the rafters and eaves were coming apart, the partitions were everywhere askew, and the whole place was covered with filth. 500 people lived there, and moving around helter-skelter were kites, owls, hawks, eagles, crows, magpies, doves, pigeons, lizards, snakes, vipers, scorpions, centipedes, millipedes, newts, myriapods, ferrets, badgers, mice, rats, and other harmful creatures. It was filled with stench, and there were places overflowing with excrement. All kinds of bugs had gathered there. There were foxes, wolves, and vermin, devouring, trampling, and gnawing on corpses, scattering bones and flesh about. And a pack of dogs, forcing each other out of the way, rushed to the spot. Frightened and exhausted from hunger, they were searching everywhere for food, fighting among themselves, snatching at food, biting, snarling, and barking at each other. This house was terrifying, corrupted to this grotesque condition. Ogres of the mountains and valleys, yaksas and demons were everywhere devouring human flesh. There were various poisonous insects, all kinds of harmful birds of prey, and beasts who were producing, rearing, and protecting their offspring. Yaksas were scrambling and fighting to devour them. And after sating themselves, evil thoughts would arise in them. The sound of their fighting was terrifying. The Kumbhanda demons were crouching on the ground, sometimes rising up a foot or two. Roaming about, pleasing themselves as they liked, they would catch 2 legs of a dog, beat it until it could not bark, and, grabbing the dog's neck with their legs, terrify it for their own amusement. There were also other demons living there, with large bodies, naked, dark, and gaunt. They were screaming horrifying howls, crying out while searching for food. Other demons were there, some with needle-like throats, while others had necks like a cow's head. Some had those of human flesh-eaters or dog devourers. Their hair was disheveled like rank weeds, and they were destructive and malicious. Driven by hunger and thirst, they were crying and scurrying about. Yaksas, hungry ghosts, and various malicious birds and beasts were peering out of the windows and running frantically in all directions, driven by hunger. In this house, with its immeasurable terrors, there were many such horrendous things as these. Now, suppose this old and decaying house belonged to a man, and this man came out from it a short distance. Soon after, the house suddenly burst into flames behind him. The fire instantly spread in all directions. The frame, beams, rafters, and pillars exploded, and shaking, split and crashed, while fences and walls collapsed. All the demons screamed out loudly. The hawks, eagles, and other birds, and Kumbhanda demons, panicked and terrified, could not get out. Malicious beasts and poisonous insects concealed themselves in holes. There were also Pisaka demons dwelling there, who, because of little merit, were chased by the flames. They were tearing at each other, drinking blood and eating flesh. A horde of vermin had already died off, and the large malicious beasts raced to devour them, while the smoke of the stench flowed and filled everywhere. As the centipedes, millipedes, and poisonous snakes rushed, burning out of their holes, the Kumbhanda demons devoured them, one after another. The hungry ghosts, with their hair on fire, ravenous, thirsty, and suffering from the heat, frantically scurried about. In this way, the house was extremely terrifying with poison and fire, and disasters more than one. Then the householder, who was standing outside the entrance of the house, heard someone say, quote, "Just a moment ago, in the midst of their play, your children entered this house. Being young and ignorant, they are attached to playing games." Hearing this, the affluent man was startled and went into the burning house to save them from the disaster of the fire. As he thought fit, he warned the children and explained the various dangers. Quote, "There are malicious demons, poisonous insects, and the fire is raging everywhere. There are endless horrors, one right after another. There are poisonous snakes, lizards, vipers, yaksas, kumbhanda demons, vermin, foxes, dogs, hawks, eagles, kites, owls, and centipedes, all acutely suffering from hunger and thirst, and all extremely terrifying. These horrors are difficult to deal with, how much more so the conflagration." But the children, being ignorant, would not listen to their father's warning. Still attached to their games, they kept right on playing. Thereupon the affluent man thought, quote, "My children, by doing this, increase my distress. There is nothing to enjoy now in this house. Nevertheless, my children who are absorbed in play will not accept my instructions, and so will be hurt by the fire." Then he immediately thought that he should advise his children using various skillful means, and said, "I have a variety of unusual toys, such as fine carts adorned with beautiful treasures, yoked to sheep, deer, and oxen. They are just outside the gate. O children, come out of the house. I have these carts made for you. Play with them as you like." Hearing about these carts, the children immediately started to push each other out of the way to get out of the house. Arriving at an open area, they escaped from the disaster. The affluent man, seeing that his children had escaped from the burning house and were standing at the crossroads, sat down on his lion's seat. Then he joyously said, "Now I am happy. It is extremely difficult to raise these children. Foolish and ignorant, they entered a dangerous house full of various poisonous insects, terrifying ogres from mountains and valleys, and a raging fire that broke out in all directions. In spite of this, these children were attached to playing their games. But by causing them to escape from the disaster, I have saved them. Therefore, my people, I now feel at ease." Thereupon, the children, seeing their father sitting in peace, approached him, saying, "Please, Father, give us the 3 kinds of carts adorned with treasures that you just promised us. When you said that if we, your children, came out, you would give us 3 kinds of carts, just as we like. Now is the right time. Give them to us right away." This affluent man, who was extremely wealthy, had an abundance of treasures. He had a number of great carts made, adorned with various precious things, like gold, silver, lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, and agate. They were beautifully decorated, encircled with railings, and were covered with hanging bells attached to golden cords. Over them was hung a net of pearls, with golden flower tassels hanging down everywhere. They were all completely decorated in a variety of colors. The bedding was made of soft silk that was covered with an extremely fine carpet of spotless white, which cost thousands of kotis. There were large white oxen, healthy and powerful, with beautiful bodies, yoked to the jeweled carts, and they were guarded by many attendants. When they were given these fine carts, the children were joyful and excited. They got on the carts and drove delightedly all about. Amusing themselves in play, they mastered them without difficulties. The Buddha said to Sariputra, quote, "I am also like this. I am the Father of the world, the best of the sages. All sentient beings are my children. They are deeply attached to worldly pleasures and have no wisdom. There is no peace in the triple world, just like in the burning house, which is full of various suffering and which is extremely terrifying. There are always the sufferings of birth, old age, illness, and death. Such fires as these burn endlessly. The Tathāgata, who has already left the burning house of the triple world, lives in tranquility and dwells at ease in the forest. Now this triple world is my property, and the sentient beings in it are my children. There are now many dangers here, and I am the only one who can protect them. Although I give them advice, they do not accept it, because they are tainted with desires and have deep attachments. On this occasion, I teach the three vehicles, using skillful means. Realizing the sufferings of the triple world, I reveal and explain it to cause sentient beings to escape from the mundane path. If these children are resolute, they are endowed with the three knowledges and 6 transcendent powers. Or they can become Pratyeka Buddhas, or Bodhisattvas who have reached the stage of non-retrogression. O Sariputra, I explained a single Buddha vehicle to sentient beings using this illustration. If you are able to accept what I say, you will all attain the Buddha path. This vehicle is subtle, pure, and peerless. There is nothing superior to it in all the worlds. This is what the Buddha enjoys. All the sentient beings should praise, honor, and revere it. There are immeasurable thousands of kotis of powers, liberations, meditations, wisdoms, and other attributes of the Buddha. I cause my children to obtain such a vehicle and let them play continuously, day and night, for kalpas. I cause the Bodhisattvas, as well as the Shravakas, to board this jeweled vehicle and lead them directly to the terrace of enlightenment. For this reason, there is no other vehicle but the skillful means of the Buddhas, even if one seeks in all the 10 directions. I tell you, Sariputra, all of you are my children, and I am thus your father. Since you were burned by the fire of various sufferings for many kalpas, I saved you all by leading you out of the triple world. Although I have previously told you about your parinirvana, you have only extinguished birth and death, and have not actually attained nirvana. You should now seek only the wisdom of the Buddha. If there are any bodhisattvas in this assembly, they should listen single-mindedly to the real teaching of all the Buddhas. Those sentient beings whom the Buddha Bhagavats lead and inspire with skillful means are all bodhisattvas. Because people have little knowledge and are deeply attached to pleasures, I teach them the truth of suffering, i.e., the first noble truth. And those sentient beings rejoice, having attained such an unprecedented experience. The truth of suffering taught by the Buddha is nothing but the truth. To those who do not know the origin of suffering, i.e., the second noble truth, who are deeply attached to its causes and unable to abandon them even for a while, I teach the truth about the path to its cessation, using skillful means. All the causes of suffering originate from excessive craving. When this craving is extinguished, the source is removed. The cessation of suffering is called the third noble truth. One practices the path leading to its cessation, i.e., the fourth noble truth, in order to attain the truth of cessation. Removing the bonds of sufferings is called liberation. In what sense have these people attained liberation? They have merely removed false views and called that liberation. But actually, they have not yet completely attained it. The Buddha has explained that these people have not actually attained nirvana. I do not intend to lead them to nirvana, because they have not yet attained the highest path. I am the Lord of the Dharma, and have mastered the Dharma. I appear in the world to cause sentient beings to be at peace. O you, Sariputra, teach this my Dharma sign to benefit the world. Wherever you may go, never propagate it recklessly. You should know that those who hear, rejoice, and fully accept it have reached the stage of non-retrogression. Those who accept the teaching of this sutra have formerly seen Buddhas in the past, honored and paid homage to them, and also heard this teaching. Those who are able to accept what you teach will see me, you, the monks, and the Bodhisattvas. This very Lotus Sutra shall be taught only to the profoundly wise. Those of superficial awareness who hear it will become confused and will not comprehend it. This sutra is beyond the comprehension of all the Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. O you, Sariputra, even you understood this sutra only through faith. It is no wonder that the other disciples cannot. They accept this sutra because they believe the Buddha's teaching, but it is beyond their intellectual comprehension. O Sariputra, never teach this sutra to those who are arrogant and lazy, or to those who hold false views about the self. Never teach it to those people of superficial awareness who are deeply attached to the desires of the five senses, since, even if they heard it, they would not understand. Those people who will not accept and who disparage this sutra will consequently destroy the seed of the Buddha in the entire world. Now listen to what I teach about the results of the errors of those people who frown upon and have doubts about this sutra. Listen also to what I teach concerning the results of the errors of those people who, whether at the time of the Buddha's presence in this world or after his parinirvana, disparage this sutra and despise, hate, and hold grudges against the people who recite, copy, and preserve it. When such people die, they will go to the Avicii hell, and after spending a kalpa there, will be born in the same way again and again for innumerable kalpas. After coming out of this hell, they will be reborn as animals. If born as dogs or vermin, their bodies will be emaciated, dark-spotted, devoid of hair, with scabies and leprosy. Tormented, hated, and despised by people, they will constantly suffer from hunger and thirst. With withered bones and flesh, they will be in anguish while living and covered with stones after death. Because they destroy the seed of the Buddha, they will suffer the consequences of their errors. If they are born as camels or mules, they will always have heavy burdens to carry. They will be whipped repeatedly and think of nothing but water and grass. It is because they disparage this sutra that they suffer the consequences of their errors in this way. If they are born as vermin and enter a village, children will beat them because they have scabies, leprosy, and perhaps a missing eye. At times, they will be tortured even to death. After dying, they will be reborn as giant snakes with great bodies as long as 500 yojanas. Deaf, dumb, legless, slithering on their bellies, eaten at by small insects, they will suffer day and night without respite. They suffer the consequences of their errors in this way because they disparaged this sutra. If they are born as humans, they will have dull faculties and be runts who twitch and are crippled, blind, deaf, and humpbacked. No matter what they may say, people will not believe them. Their breath will always be foul. They will be snatched at by demons. Being poor and degraded and enslaved by others, they will be emaciated from many illnesses and will have nowhere to turn. When they approach others, they will be disdained. Even if they manage to get something, they will immediately lose it. Even if they study medicine and cure themselves according to the correct method, they will suffer from other illnesses again and may even die. When they get sick, no one will tend to them, and even if they take the proper medicine, their pain will increase. Every hand will be turned against them, threatening them, pilfering and stealing from them. They will fall helplessly into this plight because of their transgressions. Such erring people will never see the Buddha, the King of Seers, preaching the Dharma and leading and inspiring people. Such people will always be born into difficult circumstances. Crazed, unheeding, and unthinking, they will never hear the teaching. They will be born deaf and dumb, with defective faculties, for as many immeasurable kalpas as the sands of the Ganges River. Though they will always find themselves in hell, they will feel as if they were playing in a pleasure garden. Although they are in other troubled states of being, they will feel as if they were in their own home. They will live among camels, mules, boars, and dogs. These are the results of their error in disparaging this sutra. If they are born as human beings, they will be deaf, blind, mute, impoverished, and decrepit. Such will be their adornments. They will have dropsy, gonorrhea, scabies, leprosy, and tumors. Such diseases as these will be their clothing. Their bodies will always be foul, filthy, and impure. Their deep attachment to false views about the self will cause their anger and passion to increase. Their sexual desires will be insatiable, with either birds or beasts as their objects. These are the results of their errors in disparaging this sutra. The Buddha said to Sariputra, quote, "If one were to explain the consequences of the errors of those who disparage this sutra, it would take more than a kalpa. For that reason, I am now telling you never to expound this sutra to those who have little wisdom. You should teach it only to those people of sharp faculties who are wise, learned, and understanding, who have good memories and erudition, and are seeking the Buddha path. You should teach it to those who have seen hundreds of thousands of kotis of Buddhas, who have planted good roots and are resolute. Teach it to those who strive, always practice compassion, and give unsparingly of their bodies and lives. You should teach it to those who are respectful and devoid of hypocrisy, who are living alone in mountains and valleys away from fools. O Sariputra, you should teach it to those who have left their bad companions and made friends with virtuous people. Teach it to the heirs of the Buddha who have good conduct, are as pure as jewels, and who are seeking the Mahayana Sutras. You should teach it to those who are free of anger, honest, flexible, always sympathetic to everyone, and who honor all the Buddhas. Teach it to the heirs of the Buddha in the great assembly who have pure thoughts and who teach the Dharma without doubts, using various reasonings, illustrations, and explanations. You should teach it to those monks who, always and everywhere in search of the Dharma, seek the Omniscient One, to whom they joyfully press their palms together, touch their heads, and preserve only the Mahayana Sutras with pleasure, who never preserve even a single verse of any other sutra. Teach it to those who seek this sutra as intently as they seek for the relics of the Buddha, who, after obtaining it, will accept it respectfully with bowed heads, and will not seek any other sutra, and will never think about heretical scriptures. O Sariputra, I say to you, I have described the characteristics of those who seek the Buddha path, though a kalpa would not suffice to do so in full. You should teach the Lotus Sutra to those who are able to accept it. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 4, Willing Acceptance. At that time, the noble Subhuti, Mahakatyayana, Mahakasyapa, and Mahamudgalayana, having heard the unprecedented teaching from the Buddha and the Bhagavat's prediction of Sariputra's highest complete enlightenment were filled with wonder and ecstatic joy. They immediately rose from their seats, straightened their garments, leaving their right shoulders bared, and touched their right knees to the ground. With rapt attention and with palms pressed together, they bowed in veneration and, gazing at the Bhagavat's face, said to the Buddha, quote, "We are the seniors of the Sangha, old and feeble. We considered ourselves to have attained nirvana, and to be incapable of further seeking highest complete enlightenment, so we did not do so. It has been a long time since the Bhagavat taught the Dharma in the past. Now we sit with weary bodies and only contemplate emptiness, signlessness, and wishlessness. Neither the Bodhisattva teaching, nor the carefree sporting with transcendent powers, nor the pure Buddha worlds, nor helping sentient beings attain enlightenment produced any eager desire in us. Why is this? Because the Bhagavat caused us to leave the triple world and to attain nirvana. But now we are old and feeble. We did not take even a single thought of pleasure in the Buddha's inspiration of the Bodhisattvas to highest complete enlightenment. And now, in the presence of the Buddha, we have heard the Shravakas receive their prediction of highest complete enlightenment, and we are very joyful to have obtained such an unprecedented experience. We never considered that we would suddenly be able to hear this marvelous teaching, and we are overjoyed that we have attained such great benefits. An immeasurable treasure which we have attained, though unsought and unawaited. O Bhagavat, we now wish to give an illustration to clarify what we mean. Suppose there were a man who, when he was still a child, left his father and ran away. Living in another region for a long time, he passed the age of 10, 20, even 50 years. The older he got, the more impoverished he became. He went searching everywhere for food and clothing, and while he was wandering about, he started back by chance in the direction of his native country. From the first, the father had looked for his son, but in vain. In the meantime, he had stayed in the city and became extremely wealthy, and now possessed uncountable treasures. The father's storehouses were all filled to overflowing with gold, silver, lapis lazuli, coral, amber, crystal, and other such things. He had many servants, subordinates, and clerks, as well as innumerable elephants, horses, carriages, cows, and sheep. He profited through lending, and his trade with other countries was also great. Then the impoverished son, after wandering through many villages, from one country and city to another, finally reached the city where his father lived. Although the father had constantly thought about the son from whom he had been separated for over 50 years, he nevertheless had spoken to no one about it. He brooded and grieved in his heart, thinking to himself, quote, "I have become old and feeble, and although I have many treasures and storehouses filled with gold, silver, and precious jewels, I have no son. When I die, my treasures will be scattered and lost for lack of someone to whom to entrust them." Close quote. It was for this reason that he was always thinking anxiously about his son. He also thought, quote, "If I could get my son back and leave my fortune to him, I would be relieved and happy and without further worry." Close quote. O Bhagavat, at that time the impoverished son who had been wandering about, taking odd jobs, by chance finally reached his father's house. Standing at the side of the gate, he saw his father in the distance, sitting on the lion's seat with his feet propped up on a jeweled stool, respectfully surrounded by many Brahmins, Kshatriyas, and householders. His body was adorned with pearl necklaces worth thousands of myriads. He was attended on both sides by clerks and servants, holding whisker fans. Above was a jeweled canopy with various hanging flowered banners. Perfume was sprinkled on the ground, which was strewn with a variety of beautiful flowers. There were rows of precious objects, and people were coming and going, buying and selling. With various trappings such as these, the father appeared very majestic indeed. The impoverished son, seeing his father wielding such great power, became terrified and regretted that he had ever come to that place. He thought to himself, quote, "He must be a king or of similar rank. This is not a place where I can obtain things as a hired worker. It would certainly be better for me to go to a poor village, a place where I can use my ability and easily obtain clothing and food. If I stay here for very long, I will be seized and put to forced labor." Close quote. Thinking this way, he quickly fled. At that time, the wealthy man, sitting on the lion's seat, realized that he had seen his son, and became extremely happy. He then thought, quote, "Now there is someone to whom I can leave my fortune and treasures. I have been constantly thinking about my son, but had no way to meet him, and now, suddenly, he has come. This is exactly what I wanted. Although I am old, I still yearn for him." Close quote. The man immediately dispatched his attendants to chase his son and bring him back. Then the attendants quickly ran and overtook him. The impoverished son was frightened and cried out in fear, "I did nothing wrong. Why are you seizing me?" The attendants grabbed him more firmly and forced him to return. Then the impoverished son thought, quote, "They have seized me even though I have done nothing wrong. I shall certainly be killed." He was so terrified that he collapsed unconscious on the ground. His father, seeing this from a distance, told the attendants, "I don't need him. Don't force him to come. Pour cold water on his face and bring him to consciousness. Don't say anything more to him." What was the reason for this? The father knew that his son was of lowly aspiration, and that his own wealth and position would cause him problems. Although the father knew without doubt that the man was his son, he used skillful means and did not say to others, "This is my son." The attendant then said to the son, "You are free to go wherever you wish." Then the impoverished son, happy because he had never felt such relief, stood up and went to a poor village to seek for food and clothing. At that time, wanting to get his son back, the wealthy man employed skillful means and secretly dispatched 2 attendants of wretched and humble appearance. He said to them, quote, "Approach the impoverished fellow and gently tell him that there is a place for him to work where he will be paid double. If he gives his assent, then bring him back to work. If he asks you what kind of work there is for him to do, tell him that he will be employed to sweep dung and that both of you will work with him." Then the 2 attendants immediately went in search of the impoverished son. When they found him, they told him this. At that time, he took his pay and immediately went to work sweeping dung. The father, seeing his son, felt pity and wondered what to do. Then one day, while looking through the window, he saw his son in the distance, appearing emaciated and wretched, soiled with dung and dirt. The father took off his necklaces, fine garments, and ornaments, and put on torn, filthy clothes. Covering himself with dirt and taking a dung sweeper in his right hand, he made himself look fearsome. He said to his workers, "Work hard and don't be lazy." Through this kind of skillful means, he was able to approach his son. He spoke to him further, saying, quote, I want you to always work here. Don't go anywhere else, and I will pay you more. There will be no difficulty in getting the things you need, like utensils, rice, noodles, salt, and vinegar. I also have an old servant. If you need him, I'll give him to you. Be at ease. I am just like your father, so don't worry about anything. Why am I doing this? Because I am old and you are still young. Whenever you work, you are never lazy or sullen, and never complain. I never see in you the bad qualities the other workers have. From now on, you will be just like my own son." Then the wealthy man immediately addressed him as his child. At that time, even though the impoverished son rejoiced at being treated this way, he nevertheless still considered himself a humble employee. For this reason, his father let him continue to sweep dung for 20 years. At the end of this period of time, each had come to trust the other. Yet, even though the son had free access to his father's house, he still lived in the same place as before. O Bhagavat, one day the wealthy man became ill and knew he was going to die before long. He said to the impoverished son, quote, "This is what I have been thinking, and I want you to understand my intentions. I now have plenty of gold, silver, and precious treasures filling my storehouses. Get to know exactly how much is being taken in and out of them. Why do I want you to do this? Because you and I are one and the same. Take good care of our fortune and don't let it be lost." Then the impoverished son obeyed his instructions. Although he learned everything about the gold, silver, precious treasure in the storehouses, he never wanted to take even the least amount. Nevertheless, he still lived in the same place as before and was still not able to get rid of his feeling of inferiority. After a short time had passed, the father knew that his son's mind had become composed, that his will had increased, and that he was ashamed of his former feelings. When the father was just on the verge of death, he ordered his son to meet the king, ministers, Kshatriyas, householders, and relatives who had already assembled there. The father then declared, quote, "This is my son, my own progeny. When we were in a certain city, he left me and fled. He wandered around for more than 50 years, undergoing hardships. His original name is such and such, and my name is such and such. Long ago, when I was in that city, I worried and searched for him. At last, and unexpectedly, I met up with him. This is my true son, and I am, in truth, his father. All of the fortune I now possess belongs to my son. He already knows about our finances." O Bhagavat, at that time, the impoverished son, hearing what his father said, became extremely happy at having obtained such an unprecedented experience. Then he thought, quote, "I never even considered receiving this. Nevertheless, this treasure house has come into my possession, though unsought and unawaited." O Bhagavat, this very wealthy man is the Tathāgata, and all of us are the heirs of the Buddha. The Tathāgata has always said that we are his children. Because of the triple sufferings, O Bhagavat, we experienced pain, were confused, ignorant, and attached to inferior teachings in life after life. Today, the Bhagavat has made us think about getting rid of the dung of fallacies regarding the reality of the world, and that, in this respect, we diligently strove to attain the nirvana only as one seeking a salary for a single day's labor. We had already attained it and were extremely happy and satisfied with it. We said to ourselves, quote, "Because we have made diligent efforts to comprehend the Buddha's teaching, we have attained a great deal," close quote. But the Bhagavat had formerly perceived that we were attached to desires and content with lowly aspirations. While letting us be so, he did not explain that we were to have a portion of the treasure house of the Tathāgata's wisdom and insight. through the power of skillful means, the Bhagavat has taught the wisdom of the Tathāgatas. Although we had attained nirvana from the Buddha as our salary for one day's labor, we thought we had attained much and did not seek the Mahayana. Furthermore, we have manifested and explained the wisdom of the Tathāgata for the Bodhisattvas, but we ourselves had no aspirations regarding it. Why is this? The Buddha, knowing that we were content with lowly aspirations, taught us according to what is appropriate through the power of skillful means. But we did not know that we really were the heirs of the Buddha. Now we fully know that the Bhagavat is unstinting in regard to the wisdom of the Buddhas. What is the reason for this? We have actually been the heirs of the Buddha from long ago, even though we only yearned for the inferior teaching. If we had yearned for the superior teaching, then the Buddha would have taught the teachings of the Mahayana to us. Yet, in this sutra, he has taught only the single vehicle. Now, in the past, the Buddha reviled the Sravakas, those who yearned for the inferior teaching, in the presence of the Bodhisattvas. But actually, the Buddha inspired them also with the Mahayana. That is why we say that though we originally had no desire to seek the great treasure of the King of the Dharma, it has now come to us unsought and unawaited. We have all attained what we should attain as the heirs of the Buddha. Thereupon, Mahakasyapa, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. Today we have heard the Buddha's words, and we are joyful and ecstatic at having attained such an unprecedented experience. The Buddha has said that the Sravakas will be able to become Buddhas. The most magnificent jewels have been obtained without being sought or awaited. Suppose there were a young and inexperienced child who left his father and ran away to a distant country. He wandered around for more than 50 years, and his worried father looked for him everywhere. The father, exhausted from searching for him, remained in a city where he had a house built and enjoyed the desires of the 5 senses. His family built up a vast wealth of much gold, silver, mother of pearl, agate, pearls, lapis lazuli, elephants, horses, cows, sheep, floats, carriages, peasants, servants, and other employees. He earned interest through loans and deposits and had buyers and sellers throughout all the other regions. He was surrounded by thousands of myriads of kotis of people who held him in awe, always loved by the king and deeply respected by the subjects and powerful families. There were many people coming and going on different business. He was thus extremely wealthy and very powerful. And yet, as he grew older, he increasingly worried about his son. Day and night he thought, quote, "Soon I will die. My foolish son has abandoned me for over 50 years. What should I do with the various goods in my treasure houses?" At that time, the impoverished son was going from town to town, from one country to another, seeking food and clothing. Sometimes he obtained them, and sometimes he did not. He was emaciated from hunger, and his body was covered with scabies. Through his wanderings, he gradually reached the city where his father lived, and, after having been employed at one place after another, finally ended up at his father's home. At that time, the wealthy man was sitting within the gate on a lion's seat, sheltered by a huge jewel-covered canopy. He was surrounded by his attendants and guarded by his men. Some were counting gold, silver, and jewels, and some were settling the finances, while others were keeping the accounts. The impoverished son saw his father, who was extremely wealthy and dignified. He wondered if this man were a king, or someone of equal rank. He became intimidated and wondered why he had gone there. He thought to himself, "If I stay here for long, I will be harassed and coerced into working." Thinking this, he ran away in search of a poor village where he could find employment. At that time, the wealthy man who was sitting on the lion's seat saw his son in the distance. Though he recognized him, he told no one, but sent his attendants to pursue him and bring him back. The impoverished son was terrified, cried out, and collapsed on the ground in confusion, thinking, quote, "Since this man has seized me, I shall certainly be killed. In vain did I come here in search of food and clothing." The wealthy man knew that his son's thoughts were humble and foolish, and that he would not believe what he said, nor believe that he was his father. Then, using skillful means, he dispatched other men with squint eyes, of small stature and little dignity, saying to them, quote, "Tell him we will employ you to sweep dung at double your wages." When he heard this, the impoverished son was overjoyed and returned to sweep dung and clean houses. The wealthy man constantly watched his son through the window and thought that his son was foolish and willingly did menial things. Then the wealthy man put on torn and filthy clothes and, holding a dung sweeper, went out to his son. He approached his son through this skillful means and said to him, quote, "Work hard. I have already increased your wages and given you more balm for your feet, given you sufficient food and warm, thick mats." He further advised him, saying sternly, "You should work diligently." Then he gently added, "I will treat you like my son." The wealthy man, being wise, gradually gave him freedom of the house, and, after 20 years had passed, let him become involved in the family business. He showed him the gold, silver, pearls, and crystal, and made him learn about all aspects of the finances. Yet the impoverished son still lived in a thatched hut outside the gate, and considered himself poor, thinking that these things were not his own. The father knew that his son was gradually becoming more noble, and, wanting to give him his fortune, he assembled the king, ministers, kshatriyas, householders, and relatives. He informed this great assembly, saying, quote, "This is my son. He left me and stayed away for 50 years. 20 years have already passed since I saw my son return here. Long ago, I lost my son in a certain city, and, after wandering around in search of him, I ended up staying here. I entrust to him all the houses and men that I possess. They are all at his disposal." The son thought, "Long ago I was poor and of lowly aspiration. Now at my father's place I have obtained an immense fortune of such things as precious jewels and houses. I am overjoyed at having obtained such an unprecedented experience." The Buddha is also like this. He knew that we yearned for the inferior teaching, so he never taught us that we should become Buddhas. Yet he did tell us that we had attained the stage of non-corruption, that we had achieved the inferior vehicle, and that we were the disciples of the Sravaka vehicle. The Buddha told us to teach that those who practiced the highest path would be able to become Buddhas. Accepting the Buddha's teaching, we explained the highest path for the great Bodhisattvas, using various explanations and illustrations and many figures of speech. The heirs of the Buddha heard the teachings from us, contemplated day and night, and practiced diligently. The Buddhas instantly made their predictions, saying, quote, "You will all be able to become Buddhas in the future." We have explained the essence of the treasure teaching of the Buddhas only for the sake of the Bodhisattvas, but did not expound it for ourselves. Just as the impoverished son, who, after approaching his father, learned of various things yet did not want them, So, although we explained the treasure house of the teaching of the Buddhas, we never aspired to it. We thought that we ourselves had attained nirvana and considered this enough. We understood only this and did not think there was anything else. Even if we heard about the pure Buddha lands and leading and inspiring sentient beings, we never rejoiced in it. Why is this? Because although we thought thus, quote, every existence is quiescent, neither produced nor extinguished, neither large nor small, incorrupted and unconditioned, close quote, we felt no eagerness. For days and nights, we neither craved for nor were attached to the wisdom of the Buddhas, neither did we aspire to it. Furthermore, we ourselves thought, with regard to the Dharma itself, that this was the ultimate goal. After practicing the teaching of emptiness day and night, we were able to shake off the suffering of the triple world and, bearing our last bodies, abided in the nirvana with residue. We were led and inspired by the Buddhas, so that our attainment of the path was not in vain, and we have already been able to pass on the benefits we received from the Buddha. Although we have expounded the teaching of the Bodhisattvas to the heirs of the Buddha to seek the Buddha path, we never longed for this teaching. Because he knew our minds, the leader turned away from us. At first, he did not arouse our zeal with the explanation that there exists real profit in the teaching. Just as the wealthy man, who, knowing that his son was of lowly aspiration, broadened his son's mind using the power of skillful means, and only then entrusted his entire fortune to him, the Buddha is also exactly like this. He has manifested marvelous things, but perceiving that we were content with lowly aspirations, he brought control to our minds using the power of skillful means, and only then taught us the great wisdom. Thus, today, we have obtained an unprecedented experience. The fact that we have now spontaneously obtained what we had not longed for is just like the impoverished son who obtained innumerable jewels. O Bhagavat, we have now obtained the path and its fruit, and have obtained pure sight into the incorruptible Dharma. For a long while we have maintained the pure conduct of the Buddha. Today, for the first time, we have obtained the results. For a long time we have practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity based on the teaching of the Dharma King. And now we have attained the supreme fruit of non-corruption. We are now real Shravakas and cause everyone to hear the words, quote, Buddha path. We are now real Arhats and shall be revered among the Devas, humans, Maras, and Brahmas in all the worlds. The Bhagavat, the great benefactor, benefits us with marvelous things by his inspiration and compassion. Who can repay him for it, even in immeasurable kotis of kalpas? Even if one were to serve him with one's hands and feet, bow one's head in reverence, and give all kinds of offerings, one could not repay him. Even if one were to bear him on one's head and shoulders out of deep respect for as many kalpas as there are sands in the Ganges River, one could not repay him. Or even if one were to honor him with delicious food, uncountable jeweled garments, beddings, various medicines, famed sandalwood from Mount Oxhead, and various precious jewels, or by building temples, spreading jeweled clothing and other such things, for as many kalpas as there are sands in the Ganges River, one could not repay him. The Buddhas have marvelous, immeasurable, limitless, inconceivable, great transcendent powers. They are the kings of the Dharma. Without depravities and unconditioned, they are patient in all matters, for the sake of the humble ones. They teach the common people who are attached to tangible things according to what is appropriate to them. All of the Buddhas, having attained complete mastery over the Dharma, perceive the various desires and intentions of sentient beings and explain the teachings with innumerable illustrations according to what is appropriate to them. Judging from the roots of good merit that sentient beings have planted in former lives, the Buddhas perceive who are mature and who are not. Considering this in various ways and understanding the distinctions completely, the Buddhas teach the single path, explaining it as three in accordance with what is appropriate. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 5 Herbs. Thereupon, the Bhagavat addressed Mahakasyapa and other great disciples, saying, quote, "Splendid, splendid, O Kasyapa! You have skillfully explained the real merit of the Tathāgata. It is exactly as you have said. The Tathāgata has immeasurable, unlimited, and incalculable merits. Thus, even in a period of immeasurable kotis of kalpas, you will never fully be able to explain all of his merits. O Kasyapa, you should know that the Tathāgata is the king of all the teaching. What he teaches is never false. He explains all the teaching using his wisdom and skillful means, and what he teaches leads everyone to the stage of omniscience. The Tathāgata perceives the goal of all teachings and knows the underlying mental disposition of all sentient beings, perceiving all with no obstructions. He completely understands all teachings and displays omniscience to all sentient beings. O Kasyapa, suppose in the great manifold cosmos there are mountains, rivers, valleys, and plains, where many kinds of grasses, trees, shrubs, and herbs of different names and colors grow. Dense clouds thoroughly cover this great manifold cosmos, and rain falls at the same time everywhere, moistening the small, medium, and large roots, stems, branches, and leaves of all the grasses, trees, shrubs, and herbs. The sizes of all the trees depends on whether their capacities are superior, mediocre, or inferior, and the rain falling from the same cloud makes them grow according to the nature of their various seeds. Flowers blossom in the same place, and fruit ripens in the same place, moistened by the same rain, yet there are differences among these grasses and trees. O Kasyapa, you should know that the Tathāgata is exactly like this. He appears in this world like a great, overspreading cloud. His great voice resounds over the devas, humans, and asuras in the world, just as the great cloud thoroughly covers the great manifold cosmos. He declares to the assembly, quote, "I am the Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well-departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. I set free those who have not been freed. I enlighten those who have not been enlightened, and bring calm to those who have not been calmed. I cause those to obtain nirvana who have not yet obtained it. I am the one who knows the present and future worlds exactly as they are. I am the all-knower, the all-seer, the knower of the path, the one who discloses the path and explains it. All of you devas, humans, and asuras, come and listen to my teachings." At that time, innumerable thousands of myriads of kotis of sentient beings approached the Buddha and listened to his teaching. Then the Tathāgata, perceiving the faculties of sentient beings, whether they are sharp or dull, diligent or idle, explains the teachings according to their capacities in a variety of immeasurable ways, gladdening and benefiting them all. Having heard his teaching, all of these beings are at peace in this world and are born into a good existence in the future. Through this, they will receive peace of mind and be able to hear the teaching. Having already heard the teaching, they will become free from obstructions and be able to gradually enter the path to the Dharma according to their capacities. Just like the great cloud that rains upon all the grasses, trees, shrubs, and herbs, whose seeds are watered and which grow according to their capacities, the Tathāgata teaches the Dharma of one aspect and character, that is to say, the character of liberation, dispassion, and cessation, which ultimately leads to omniscience. Those sentient beings who hear, hold, and recite the teachings of the Tathāgata and practice it accordingly will, nevertheless, not perceive the merit that they have obtained. Why is this? Only the Tathāgata knows the seed, character, disposition, and capacity of sentient beings. Only he knows what they contemplate, think, and practice, how they contemplate, think, and practice, what teachings they contemplate, think, and practice, and what teaching they obtain through what teaching. Only the Tathāgata exactly perceives and knows without obstructions the various states in which sentient beings reside. It is just like the grasses, trees, shrubs, and herbs that do not know their own natures, whether they are superior, mediocre, or inferior. Yet the Tathāgata knows the teachings of one aspect and character, the character of liberation, dispassion, cessation, complete nirvana, and eternal tranquility, which ultimately leads to emptiness. The Buddha knows this and perceives the aspirations of sentient beings. For this reason, in order to protect them, he does not immediately teach omniscience. O Kasyapa, it is a rare thing that all of you know that the Tathāgata teaches according to your capacities, and that you believe and accept it. Why is this? Because the Dharma taught by all the Buddha Bhagavats, according to what is appropriate to sentient beings, is difficult to understand and difficult to know. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. The King of the Dharma, the destroyer of delusive existence, appears in the world and, keeping in mind the aspirations of sentient beings, teaches the Dharma in various ways according to the wishes of sentient beings. The Tathāgata is greatly distinguished, and his wisdom is profound. He has been silent for a long time, and intentionally has not taught the essential in haste. Those who are wise will be well convinced when they hear it. Those who are not wise will have doubts and remain confused for a long time. That is why, O Kasyapa, the Tathāgata teaches according to the capacities of sentient beings and enables them to attain the correct perspective by using various illustrations. O Kasyapa, you should know that it is as if a great cloud arises in the world and covers everything. This beneficent cloud contains moisture, and bright lightning flashes from it. The sound of its thunder shakes the earth afar and gladdens the people. It conceals the sun and cools the earth. The spreading cloud hangs so low as if it could be touched. Everywhere, equal and immeasurable, the rain pours down and moistens the earth. Grasses, herbs, large and small trees, all kinds of crops, seedlings, sugarcane and grapes growing in the depth of the mountains, in rivers, and in precipitous valleys, are all watered and completely nourished by the rain. The dry earth is moistened everywhere, and the herbs and trees grow up thickly. Out of this cloud, the same rain waters these grasses, trees, and shrubs, each according to their capacities. All the trees, small, medium, or large, are able to grow in accordance with their capacities. The luster and colors of the roots, stems, branches, leaves, and flowers are all freshened by the same rain. Each of these, although receiving the same moisture, reaches a greater or lesser size in accordance with their different dispositions, characteristics, and natures. The Buddha is exactly like this. He appears in the world as a great cloud which covers everything universally. Once appearing in this world, he illuminates and explains the essence of the teachings for the sake of beings. The great seer, the Bhagavat, expounds this to the assembly of all the devas and humans. I am the Tathāgata, the best of humans. I appear in the world to nourish sentient beings, just as the great cloud moistens all the withered trees. I cause everyone to be rid of suffering and attain ease of heart, worldly happiness, and the joy of nirvana. So, devas and humans, listen carefully. Come, all of you, and look at the highest one. I am the Bhagavat. No one is equal to me. I appear in this world to bring peace of mind to sentient beings and to teach the Dharma of immortality to the great assembly. This Dharma has a single flavor of liberation and nirvana. I expound its meaning with the same subtle voice, always making the Mahayana the subject of my illustrations. I see everywhere and regard all as equal. I have no feelings of like or dislike. For me there is no this or that, nor do I have either love or hate. I have no attachments and make no distinctions, and so always teach the Dharma equally to all, and teach the same thing to one person as I teach to everyone else. I always teach the Dharma and nothing else. Going or coming, sitting or standing, I never tire of satisfying the world, just like the rain that gives nourishment universally. I tirelessly pour down the rain of the Dharma equally on those who are noble or humble, superior or inferior, who keep or break the precepts, who have good or bad conduct, right or wrong views, sharp or dull faculties. According to their power to understand, all sentient beings who hear my teaching dwell in various stages. Those living among humans, devas, noble emperors, Sakra and Brahma kings are like the small herbs. Those who know the incorruptible Dharma, who are able to attain nirvana, have the 6 transcendent powers, and have attained the 3 sciences. Those who live alone in mountain forests, always practicing meditation, and who attain the enlightenment of the Pratyeka Buddhas, are like the medium-sized herbs. Those who seek the stage of the Bhagavat, thinking that they will become Buddhas, and practice persistence and meditation, are like the large herbs. The heirs of the Buddhas, who concentrate on the path of the Buddha, who always cultivate compassion within themselves and know definitely without a doubt that they will become Buddhas, are like the small trees. Those who are comfortable with transcendent powers, who turn the irreversible wheel of the Dharma and save innumerable hundreds of thousands of kotis of sentient beings, are the Bodhisattvas, who are like the large trees. The Buddha's equal teaching is like the rain of one flavor. The sentient beings accept it according to their different capacities, just as the grasses and trees each differently absorb the rain. The Buddha reveals the single teaching with illustrations using skillful means, and explains it with various explanations, and yet it is just a drop in the ocean compared to the Buddha's wisdom. I pour down the rain of the Dharma, fulfilling the world, and the sentient beings practice the Dharma of one flavor according to their capacities, just as the shrubs, herbs, and trees flourish in accordance with their capacities, reaching either a greater or lesser size. The teaching of the Buddhas is always of one flavor and fulfills the entire world. Anyone who practices it, little by little, obtains the fruit of the path. The Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, living in mountain forests, who, in their last bodies, hear the Dharma and attain its fruit, are just like the flourishing herbs. The Bodhisattvas, who are firm in wisdom, who completely understand the triple world and seek the highest vehicle, are just like the flourishing small trees. Those who abide in meditation, attain transcendent powers, listen to the teaching regarding the emptiness of every existence with great joy, and save sentient beings by emitting innumerable rays of light, are just like the flourishing large trees. In this way, O Kasyapa, the Dharma that the Buddha teaches is just like the great cloud that enriches human flowers with the rain of one flavor, so that each attains its fruits. O Kasyapa, you should know that I reveal the Buddha path using various explanations and illustrations, and that this is my skillful means. All of the Buddhas are just like this. I will now teach the highest truth for your sake. Quote, there are no Sravakas who attain nirvana. What you practice is the Bodhisattva path, and if you practice step by step, you will all become Buddhas. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 6, Prediction. At that time, after the Bhagavat had spoken these verses, he addressed the great assembly, proclaiming, quote, this disciple of mine, Mahakasyapa, in the future will be able to meet 300 myriads of kotis of Buddha Bhagavats, to whom he will pay homage, respect, veneration, and praise. He will extensively expound the immeasurable great teachings of these Buddhas. In his last body, he will become a Buddha called Rashmi Prabhasa, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. His world will be called Avabhasa-prapta, in the Kalpa called Śubhavyūha. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 12 intermediate kalpas. The true Dharma will last in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also last for 20 intermediate kalpas. His world will be adorned, and there will be no dirt, shards, thorns, excrement, or other impurities. The earth will be level, without irregularities, hollows, or hills. The earth will be made of lapis lazuli, with jeweled trees in rows. Golden cords will line the borders of these roads, which will be scattered with precious flowers, and everywhere will be pure. In his world there will be immeasurable thousands of kotis of bodhisattvas, as well as innumerable Sravakas. all malice will be far removed, and even though Mara and his minions will be there, they will all protect the Buddha Dharma. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to explain the meaning of this further, spoke these verses, quote, I tell you, O monks, that I see with the Buddha eye that Kasyapa in the future will become a Buddha after innumerable kalpas have passed. In the future, he will meet and pay homage to 300 myriads of kotis of Buddha Bhagavats and practice the pure path of discipline and integrity, seeking for the wisdom of the Buddhas. Having offered respect to the highest and best of humans, and having completely grasped the ultimate wisdom, he will become a Buddha while in his last body. His land will be pure. The earth will be made of lapis lazuli, and many jeweled trees will be in rows along roads bordered with golden cords, and those who see it will be gladdened. The air will always be filled with a pleasant fragrance, and many beautiful flowers will be strewn about. Various wonderful things will adorn this earth, which will be level, without hills or hollows. There will be an incalculable number of Bodhisattvas there, who will have the power of self-control, be versed in transcendent powers, and who will preserve the sutras of the Mahayana taught by the Buddhas. The multitude of Sravakas, bearing their last bodies, free from corruption, heirs of the Dharma King, will also be unreckonable. Their numbers will be impossible to calculate even with the divine eye. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 12 intermediate kalpas. The true Dharma will last in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also last for 20 intermediate kalpas. Thus will things be with the Bhagavat Rashmi Prabhasa. At that time, Mahamaugalyayana, Subhuti, and Mahakatyayana were all charged with excitement, and with palms pressed together, they attentively gazed at the Bhagavat, never turning their eyes from him. They immediately spoke these verses in unison, quote, O Bhagavat, great hero, O King of the Dharma of the Sakyas, bestow the Buddha's words upon us out of your compassion for us. If, knowing the depths of our hearts, you give us your predictions, it will be like cooling our fevers by sprinkling us with the Dharma of immortality. It is as though someone coming from a country suffering from famine were suddenly to find a great king's feast spread before him, yet is stricken with doubt and does not venture to eat until, being instructed by the king, he dares at last to do so. We are exactly like this. We have been constantly thinking about the faults of the inferior vehicle, and so we had no knowledge of the way to obtain the highest wisdom of the Buddha. Although we hear the Buddha's voice saying that we will become Buddhas, we still have doubts in our minds as if we dare not eat the meal. If we receive the Buddha's prediction, it will immediately put us at ease. The Bhagavat, the great hero, always wants to put the world at ease. And so we entreat you to bestow upon us your predictions, as though to starving people waiting for permission to eat. Then the Bhagavat, knowing what lay in the thoughts of the great disciples, addressed the monks, saying, quote, This Subhuti in the future will meet, respect, venerate, praise, and pay homage to 300 myriads of kotis of nayutas of Buddhas, and he will always practice the pure path of discipline and integrity, and complete the Bodhisattva path. In his last body, he will become a Buddha called Yashasketu, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well-departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. His land will be called Ratnasambhava, in the Kalpa called Ratnavapasa. The land will be even, and the earth will be made of crystal and adorned with jeweled trees. It will be without pits, pebbles, thorns, or the filth of excrement. The earth will be covered with precious flowers and will be everywhere pure. The people in this world will all live in wonderful towers with jeweled terraces. The Sravakas, the disciples there, will be innumerable and limitless, beyond calculation and metaphor, and there will also be innumerable thousands of myriads of kotis of nayutas of bodhisattvas. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 12 intermediate kalpas. The true Dharma will last in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also last for 20 intermediate kalpas. This Buddha will always dwell in the air, teaching the Dharma for the multitude, and he will save incalculable bodhisattvas and Sravakas. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to explain the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. O monks, I shall now make something known to you. You should attentively listen to what I have to say. My great disciple, Subhuti, will become a Buddha called Yashasketu. He will pay homage to innumerable myriads of kotis of Buddhas, and, following the Buddha's practice, he will gradually come to complete the great path. He will attain the 32 marks in his last body, and his form will be fine and beautiful, just like a jeweled mountain. His Buddha world will be ultimately pure. Of the sentient beings who see it, there will be none who do not rejoice. There the Buddha will bring incalculable sentient beings to enlightenment. In the midst of his Dharma, there will be many bodhisattvas with keen faculties who turn the irreversible wheel of the Dharma. This world will always be graced with bodhisattvas. There will also be incalculable numbers of Sravakas. All of them will have perfected the 3 sciences and the 6 transcendent powers, will abide in the 8 liberations, and have great dignity and virtue. The Buddha will expound the Dharma and reveal immeasurable, unthinkable, transcendent powers. All the devas and humans, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, will listen to the Buddha's words with palms pressed together. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 12 intermediate kalpas. The true Dharma will last in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also last for 20 intermediate kalpas. Thereupon, the Bhagavat addressed the monks, saying, quote, I will now tell you that this Mahakatyayana in the future will honor, respect, and pay homage to 8,000 kotis of Buddhas with offerings. After the parinirvanas of these Buddhas, he will erect stupas, each of which will be 1,000 yojanas in height and 500 yojanas in both width and depth. These stupas will all be constructed of the 7 precious treasures: gold, silver, lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, agate, pearls, and rubies. He will pay homage to these stupas with many flowers and necklaces, fragrant ointments, scented powders, burning incense, canopies, flags, and banners. After this, he will also pay homage to 2 myriads of kotis of Buddhas in exactly the same way, and having done so, he will perfect the Bodhisattva path and become a Buddha called Jambunadabhasa, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well-departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. His land will be level. The earth will be made of crystal, and it will be adorned with jeweled trees. The roads will be bordered with golden cords, and beautiful flowers will cover the earth. It will be pure everywhere, and those who see it will rejoice. There will be none of the four troubled states of being, namely the hells, hungry ghosts, animals, and asuras. There will be many devas and humans, and immeasurable myriads of kotis of sravakas and bodhisattvas will grace this world. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 12 intermediate kalpas. The true Dharma will last in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also last for 20 intermediate kalpas. At that time, the Bhagavat, wanting to explain the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. O monks, listen carefully. What I shall say is nothing but the truth. This Katyayana will pay homage to the Buddhas with various wonderful offerings. After the parinirvanas of those Buddhas, he will erect stupas constructed of the 7 precious treasures, and offer respect to their relics with flowers and incense. In his last body, he will attain the wisdom of the Buddha and will achieve complete enlightenment. His world will be pure, and he will save incalculable myriads of kotis of sentient beings. He will be venerated in the 10 directions. There is nothing that surpasses this Buddha's ray of light, so this Buddha will be called Jambunadabhasa. There will be innumerable, uncountable bodhisattvas and sravakas gracing this world, who have shaken free from every state of being. Thereupon, the Bhagavat again addressed the assembly, saying, quote, I will now tell you that this Mahamaugalayana will respect, venerate, and pay homage to 8,000 Buddhas with various offerings, and after the parinirvanas of these Buddhas, he will erect stupas, each of which will be 1,000 yojanas in height and 500 yojanas in both depth and width. These stupas will be constructed with the 7 precious treasures, gold, silver, lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, agate, pearls, and rubies. He will offer them various flowers, necklaces, fragrant ointments, scented powders, burning incense, canopies, flags, and banners. After this, he will pay homage to 200 myriads of kotis of Buddhas in exactly the same way, and will become a Buddha called Tamalapatra Khandana Ganda, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. His world will be called Manobhirama, in the Kalpa called Radiprapurna. The land will be level, the earth will be made of crystal, adorned with jeweled trees and strewn with flowers of pearls. It will be pure everywhere, and those who see it will rejoice. There will be many devas and humans, innumerable bodhisattvas and sravakas. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 24 intermediate kalpas. The true Dharma will last in this world for 40 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also last for 40 intermediate kalpas. Then the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on this meaning, spoke these verses. This disciple of mine, Mahamauga Lalyayana, having abandoned this body, will meet 8,000 and then 200 myriads of kotis of Buddha Bhagavats. For the sake of the Buddha path, he will pay them homage and respect them, and always practice holy conduct of discipline and integrity in the presence of these Buddhas. He will uphold the Buddha Dharma for immeasurable kalpas. After the parinirvanas of these Buddhas, he will erect stupas constructed with the 7 precious treasures, on which gold banners will be long displayed. He will pay homage to these stupas of the Buddhas with flowers, incense, and music. After having mastered the Bodhisattva path step by step in a land called Manobhirama, he will become a Buddha called Tamalapatra Khandana Aganda. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 24 intermediate kalpas. He will always expound the Buddha path for the sake of devas and humans. There will be countless Shravakas, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, who will have perfected the 3 sciences and 6 transcendent powers and have great dignity and virtue. There will be innumerable Bodhisattvas, resolute and persevering, who will never turn away from the wisdom of the Buddhas. After the parinirvana of this Buddha, the true Dharma will last for 40 intermediate kalpas, and the semblance Dharma will also be like this. All of my disciples, 500 in number, who are endowed with dignity and virtue, will also receive my prediction. In the future, they will all become Buddhas. I will now explain the relationships that you and I have formed in past lives. All of you, listen carefully. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 7, The Apparitional City. The Buddha addressed the monks, saying, quote, "Once upon a time, immeasurable, limitless, inconceivable, incalculable kalpas ago, there was a Buddha called Bhaiṣajyarāja Tathāgata, an arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. His land was called Susambhava, in the kalpa called Maharupa. O monks, it has been an extremely long time since this Buddha entered nirvana. Suppose there was a man who ground the earth of the entire great manifold cosmos into powdered ink, and he were to then pass through 1,000 worlds to the east, where he let fall a single particle of ink the size of a speck of dust. After passing through another 1,000 worlds, he let fall another particle, and he continued in this way until he had completely used all the ink. What do you think about this? Do you think that a mathematician or a mathematician's pupil would be able to count those worlds to the last particle, or not? O Bhagavat, no, they could not. O monks, suppose that all the worlds this man passed through, whether letting fall a particle or not, were all ground into dust, and one speck of this dust were equal to 1 kalpa. The time since the parinirvana of this Buddha surpasses this number by immeasurable, limitless, incalculable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas. And through the power of the Tathāgata's wisdom and insight, I can see this distant past as if it were today. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses, quote, I recall that in the past, immeasurable kalpas ago, there was a Buddha, the most honored among 2-legged beings, called Bhaiṣajyarāja. Suppose there was a man who vigorously ground up in its entirety the earth of the great manifold cosmos and turned it all to powdered ink. After passing through 1,000 worlds, he let fall 1 particle of ink, and in this way he continued to let fall particles until he had used up all the ink. If all these worlds, those where he let fall a particle, and those where he did not, were to be ground into specks of dust, and 1 speck of dust were equal to a single kalpa, their number would be surpassed by the number of kalpas that have passed since that Buddha's parinirvana. So incalculable has this number of kalpas been. With the Tathāgata's unobstructed wisdom, I know of these Bodhisattvas and Sravakas and the parinirvana of this Buddha. It is as if I see his parinirvana today. O monks, you should know that with the knowledge of the Buddha, which is pure and subtle, incorrupted and without obstructions, I perceive what happened immeasurable kalpas ago. The Buddha addressed the monks saying, quote, "The lifespan of this Buddha, Mahabhijnanabhibhu, was 540 myriads of kotis of nayutas of kalpas. When that Buddha was seated on the terrace of enlightenment after having defeated Mara's army, he tried to obtain highest complete enlightenment, yet the Dharma of the Buddhas did not appear to him. In this way, even after having sat cross-legged for 1 to 10 intermediate kalpas, undisturbed in body and mind, the Dharma of the Buddhas still did not appear to him. At that time, a group of 33 devas first prepared for that Buddha a lion seat 1 yojana in height under the Bodhi tree, for this Buddha was to attain highest complete enlightenment on that seat. As soon as the Buddha sat on this seat, all the Brahmas rained down various heavenly flowers for 100 yojanas around. Periodically a fragrant breeze would blow away the withered flowers, and they would rain down fresh ones. In this way, they unceasingly paid homage to the Buddha for a full 10 intermediate kalpas, raining down these flowers continuously until his parinirvana. The devas of the 4 quarters constantly struck heavenly drums to honor the Buddha, and in the same way, all the other devas made divine music for a full 10 intermediate kalpas until his parinirvana. O monks, the Dharma of the Buddhas appeared to the Buddha Mahabhijnanabhibhu after 10 intermediate kalpas had passed, and he attained highest complete enlightenment. This Buddha had 16 children before he renounced household life. The eldest child was called Jnanakara. Each child had various kinds of rare toys. After hearing about their father's attainment of highest complete enlightenment, they all put aside their toys and set out for where the Buddha was. Weeping sad tears, their mothers saw them off. Their grandfather, the wheel-turning sage king, went with them, along with 100 ministers and hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of people. When they arrived at the terrace of enlightenment, they all wanted to approach the Tathāgata Mahabhijnanabhibhu and pay homage and respect, honor and praise him. They came up to him and bowed until their foreheads touched his feet, and then circled around him. Attentively, with palms pressed together, they gazed at the Bhagavat and spoke these verses. The Bhagavat of great virtuous dignity, in order to bring sentient beings to the path, after immeasurable kotis of kalpas and perfecting all the vows, finally became a Buddha. How wonderful! There is nothing more auspicious. The Bhagavat is truly extraordinary. He sat tranquil for 10 intermediate kalpas, with his body and limbs immobile. His mind was always calm and never distracted. He has attained ultimate eternal tranquility and is firmly established in the incorruptible Dharma. Now, seeing the Bhagavat, who has serenely attained the Buddha path, we receive benefit and celebrate with great joy. Sentient beings, ever suffering, are blind and without a teacher. They are unaware of the path that leads to the extinction of suffering, ignorant of the way to seek liberation. From one blind state to the next, those in the troubled states of being daily increase, while the devas decrease. They never hear the Buddha's name, Now the Buddha has attained the highest, serene, and incorruptible Dharma. Thus, we and the devas and humans shall obtain the greatest benefit. Therefore, we all bow and pay homage to the highest Lord. At that time, the 16 princes, having praised the Buddha in verse, requested that the Bhagavat turn the wheel of the Dharma, saying, quote, "O Bhagavat, teach the Dharma. Put all the devas and people at ease and benefit them through your compassion." They spoke further in verse, saying, "O hero of the world, the one who has no equal, who is adorned with 100 merits and has attained the highest wisdom, we entreat you to teach for the sake of the world and bring us and all the other sentient beings to the path. Illuminate and reveal this wisdom so that we may attain it. If we can become Buddhas, so can the other sentient beings." The Bhagavat knows the deep-seated intentions of sentient beings and the paths they practice, as well as the power of their wisdom. May the Bhagavat, being wholly aware of their positive intentions, accumulated merits, and past deeds, turn the highest wheel of the Dharma. The Buddha addressed the monks, saying, quote, "When the Buddha Mahabhijnanabhibhu attained highest, complete enlightenment, 500 myriads of kotis of Buddha worlds in each of the 10 directions quaked in 6 ways. The dark places between the worlds, where the rays of the sun and moon had been unable to penetrate, were brightly illuminated. The sentient beings there were able to see each other and said, quote, 'How is it possible that sentient beings have suddenly appeared here?' Moreover, those worlds from the heavenly palaces up to the palaces of the Brahmas also quaked in 6 ways. The great ray of light shone everywhere, filling the worlds with a radiance that surpassed the light of the devas. At that time, the palaces of Brahmas in the 500 myriads of kotis of worlds in the east were illuminated twice as brightly as usual. The great Brahmas each thought, quote, 'The palaces are illuminated now as never before. What has caused this phenomenon?' At that time, all of the great Brahmas approached each other to discuss this matter. In that assembly, there was a great Brahma called Sarvasattvatratar, who spoke to the assembly of Brahmas in verse, saying, quote, 'This illumination of our palaces has never occurred before. Let us find out the reason for this. This great ray of light has illuminated the 10 directions. Has a deva of great merit been born, or has a Buddha appeared in the world?' Then the great Brahmas of the 100 myriads of kotis of worlds went toward the west with their palaces to inquire about this phenomenon, carrying heavenly flowers in their robes. They saw the Tathāgata Mahabhijnanabhibhu on the terrace of enlightenment, sitting on the lion's seat under the Bodhi tree. He was respectfully surrounded by humans and such non-humans as devas, Naga kings, Gandharvas, Kimnaras, and Maharagas. They also saw the 16 princes requesting the Buddha to turn the wheel of the Dharma. Then the great Brahmas bowed until their foreheads touched the Buddha's feet, and then circled around him 100,000 times. They scattered heavenly flowers on the Buddha, and the flowers they scattered were piled high as Mount Sumeru. They also paid homage to the Buddha's Bodhi tree, which was 10 yojanas in height. Having reverently offered him flowers, they presented their palaces to the Buddha, saying, quote, "Please accept the palaces we now offer you and benefit us through your compassion." Then the great Brahma spoke these verses wholeheartedly and in unison before the Buddha, quote, "The Bhagavat, who is truly extraordinary, is extremely difficult to meet. He is endowed with immeasurable qualities and seeks to protect all. The great teacher of devas and humans feels compassion for the world and causes all sentient beings in the 10 directions to be universally benefited. All of us, who have come from 500 myriads of kotis of worlds, have given up the pleasure of deep meditation in order to pay homage to the Buddha. To the Bhagavat, we now present our palaces, which the merits of our previous lives have caused to be completely adorned. Please accept them through your compassion. Thereupon, having praised the Buddha in verse, the great Brahmas each said this, quote, O Bhagavat, we entreat you to turn the wheel of the Dharma, open the path to nirvana, and guide sentient beings to it. Then the great Brahmas attentively spoke these verses in unison. O hero of the world, the most honored among two-legged beings, we entreat you to expound the Dharma and bring the suffering beings to the path through the power of your great compassion. Then the Tathāgata Mahabhijnānabhibhu silently consented. Furthermore, O monks, the great Brahmas in the 500 myriads of kotis of worlds in the southeast saw their palaces illuminated with a ray of light that had never occurred before. Joyful and ecstatic, they were struck with wonder. They assembled to discuss the matter. At that time, there was a great Brahma called Adhimatrakarunaka. He spoke to the assembly of Brahmas in verse, saying, quote, What is the reason that this phenomenon has appeared? Even since the olden times, this illumination of all our palaces is without precedent. Has a diva of great merit been born, or has a Buddha appeared in the world? Since we have never seen such a phenomenon, we should seek thoroughly for its source. Even if we have to pass through thousands of myriads of kotis of worlds, we should seek together for the source of this light. Possibly a Buddha has appeared in the world to save suffering sentient beings. Thereupon, 500 myriads of kotis of great Brahmas went toward the northwest with their palaces, carrying heavenly flowers in their robes, to inquire about this phenomenon. They saw the Tathāgata Mahabhijnānabhibhu on the terrace of enlightenment, sitting on the lion's seat under the Bodhi tree. He was respectfully surrounded by humans and such non-humans as devas, naga kings, gandharvas, kimnaras, and maharagas. They also saw the 16 princes requesting the Buddha to turn the wheel of the Dharma. Then all the Brahmas bowed until their foreheads touched the Buddha's feet, and then circled around him 100,000 times. They scattered heavenly flowers on the Buddha, and the flowers they scattered were piled up high as Mount Sumeru. They also paid homage to the Buddha's Bodhi tree. Having reverently offered the Buddha flowers, they presented their palaces to him, saying, quote, Please accept the palaces we now offer you, and benefit us through your compassion. Then the great Brahmas spoke these verses wholeheartedly and in unison before the Buddha, quote, O great sage, diva of divas, we now bow to the one whose voice is as beautiful as the Kalavinka birds, and who has compassion for sentient beings. The Bhagavat is truly extraordinary, and can only be seen once in an extremely long time. 180 kalpas have passed away fruitlessly, and no Buddhas have appeared during this time. The worlds have been filled with people in the 3 troubled states of being, and the devas have decreased. The Buddha has now appeared in the world to be the eyes of sentient beings. He will be the refuge of the world and will seek to protect all. As the Father of sentient beings, He is the compassionate benefactor. Because of our past merits, we now have the good fortune to be able to meet the Bhagavat. Thereupon, having praised the Buddha in verse, the great Brahmas said this, quote, O Bhagavat, we entreat you to turn the wheel of the Dharma out of your compassion for all and save sentient beings. Then the great Brahmas spoke these verses wholeheartedly and in unison, quote, O great sage, make us very happy. Turn the wheel of the Dharma. Reveal the character of all Dharmas. Save the suffering beings. If sentient beings hear this Dharma, they will attain the path and be born as devas. The beings in the troubled states of being will decrease, while those who persevere in the good will increase. Then the Tathāgata Bhaiṣajyarāja silently consented. Furthermore, O monks, the great Brahmas in the 500s of thousands of kotis of lands in the south each saw their palaces illuminated as they had never been before. Joyful and ecstatic, they were struck with wonder. They immediately assembled to discuss this matter together, asking, Why have our palaces been illuminated? At that time, there was a great Brahma called Saddharma. He spoke to the assembly of Brahmas in verse, saying, quote, Our palaces are illuminated with brilliant light. There must be a reason for this, and we should seek its source. We have not seen such a phenomenon during the past hundreds of thousands of kalpas. Has a diva of great merit been born? Or has a Buddha appeared in the world? Thereupon, 500 myriads of kotis of great Brahmas went toward the north with their palaces to inquire about this phenomenon, carrying heavenly flowers in their robes. They saw the Tathāgata Bhaiṣajyarāja on the terrace of enlightenment, sitting on the lion seat under the Bodhi tree. He was respectfully surrounded by humans and such non-humans as devas, naga kings, Gandharvas, Kimnaras, and Maharagas. They also saw the 16 princes requesting the Buddha to turn the wheel of the Dharma. Then all the great Brahmas bowed until their foreheads touched the Buddha's feet, and then circled around him 100,000 times. They scattered heavenly flowers on the Buddha, and the flowers they scattered piled up as high as Mount Sumeru. They also paid homage to the Buddha's Bodhi tree. Having revered the Buddha with flowers, they offered their palaces to him, saying, quote, Please accept the palaces we now offer you and benefit us through your compassion. Then the great Brahmas spoke these verses wholeheartedly and in unison before the Buddha. O destroyer of afflictions, it is extremely difficult to meet a Bhagavat. We are now meeting the Buddha for the first time since 130 kalpas have passed away. Please satisfy sentient beings who are suffering from hunger and thirst by pouring down the rain of the Dharma. O one possessed of immeasurable wisdom, whom we have never met before, today we have encountered the one who appears as rarely as the Udambara flower blooms. Our palaces are beautifully adorned by this ray of light. We entreat you to accept them out of your great compassion. Thereupon, having praised the Buddha in verse, the great Brahma said this, quote, O Bhagavat, we request that you turn the wheel of the Dharma, thus causing the Devamaras, Brahmas, Shrammanas, and Brahmins to be at ease and saving them all. Then the great Brahma spoke these verses wholeheartedly and in unison, quote, We entreat you, O best of devas and humans, to turn the wheel of the highest Dharma, beat the drum of the great Dharma, blow the conch of the great Dharma, rain the rain of the great Dharma everywhere, and save incalculable sentient beings. We have all come to request that you expound it with your profound voice. Then the Tathāgata Bhaiṣajyarāja silently consented. The very same thing happened in the worlds from the southwestern to the lower regions, as well as those in other directions. Then all the great Brahmas in the 500 myriads of kotis of lands in the upper region saw their palaces illuminated with a light that had never existed before. Joyful and ecstatic, they were struck with wonder. They immediately assembled to discuss this matter together, asking, quote, "Why have our palaces been illuminated?" There was a great Brahma in that assembly called Sikhin. He spoke to the assembly of Brahmas in verse, saying, quote, "Why have all our palaces been brilliantly illuminated with this light of virtuous dignity and adorned in this unprecedented way? We have never seen such a wonderful phenomenon. Has a diva of great merit been born? Or has a Buddha appeared in the world?" And thereupon 500 myriads of kotis of great Brahmas went into the lower regions with their palaces to inquire about this phenomenon, carrying heavenly flowers in their robes. They saw the Tathāgata Bhaiṣajyarāja on the terrace of enlightenment, sitting on the lion's seat under the Bodhi tree. He was respectfully surrounded by humans and such non-humans as Devas, Naga kings, Gandharvas, Kimnaras, and Mahoragas. They also saw the 16 princes requesting the Buddha to turn the wheel of the Dharma. Then all the great Brahmas bowed until their foreheads touched the Buddha's feet, and then circumambulated him 100,000 times. They scattered heavenly flowers on the Buddha, and the flowers they scattered were piled up as high as Mount Sumeru. They also paid homage to the Buddha's Bodhi tree. Having reverently offered him flowers, they presented their palaces to the Buddha, saying, quote, "Please accept the palaces we now offer you, and benefit us through your compassion." Then all the great Brahmas spoke these verses wholeheartedly and in unison before the Buddha. How splendid it is to meet the Buddhas, the great sages who deliver the world, who diligently work to get sentient beings out of the hell of the triple world. The best of devas and humans, who has universal wisdom, out of compassion for everyone, opens the gate to immortality and extensively saves all. Since olden times, immeasurable kalpas have passed away in vain without the presence of the Buddha. In the time before the Bhagavad appears, the 10 directions are in constant darkness. Those in the 3 troubled states of being increase, and the asuras also flourish. The devas decrease all the more, and when they die, many of them fall into those troubled states. Having never heard the teaching from the Buddha, all of them always behave badly, and their physical power and wisdom decreases. Because of their erring deeds, they lose happiness or any notion of it. Abiding in the teaching of false views, they know nothing of good conduct. Deprived of the Buddha's inspiration, they always fall into the troubled states of being. After a very long time, the Buddha has now appeared as the eye of the world. It is out of compassion for sentient beings that the Buddha appears in the world. Transcending everything, the Buddha has attained complete enlightenment. We are all extremely happy, and all the other beings joyfully acclaim this unprecedented experience. All our palaces are beautifully adorned by this ray of light. We now offer them to the Bhagavat. Please accept them out of your compassion. By the universal transference of this merit, may we and all other beings together attain the Buddha path. Thereupon, the 500 myriads of kotis of great Brahmas, having praised the Buddha in verse, each spoke to him, saying, quote, "O Bhagavat, we strongly entreat you to turn the wheel of the Dharma, give ease to many, and enable them to attain the path." Then all the great Brahmas spoke these verses, quote, "O Bhagavat, turn the wheel of the Dharma, beat the drum of the Dharma of immortality, save the suffering sentient beings, and reveal the path to nirvana. We strongly entreat you to accept our request, and out of your compassion and with your wonderful voice, expound the Dharma that you have perfected over immeasurable kalpas. And then the Tathāgata Mahabhijnanabhibhu acceded to the request made by all the great Brahmas from the 10 directions and the 16 princes. He then immediately turned 3 times the Dharma wheel of 12 spokes that no Shrammanas, Brahmins, Devamaras, Brahmas, or any other being in the world could turn. He taught, quote, "This is suffering. This is the origination of suffering. This is the cessation of suffering. This is the path that leads to the cessation of suffering, i.e., the 4 Noble Truths." He also extensively taught the Dharma of the 12-linked chain of dependent origination, saying, quote, "Conditioned states are dependent on ignorance. Consciousness is dependent on conditioned states. Name and form are dependent on consciousness. The 6 sense fields are dependent on name and form. Contact is dependent on the 6 sense fields. Feelings are dependent on contact. Craving is dependent on feelings. Grasping is dependent on craving. Becoming is dependent on grasping. Birth is dependent on becoming. And old age, sickness, death, anxiety, sorrow, suffering, and distress are dependent on birth. When ignorance ceases, then conditioned states cease. When conditioned states cease, then consciousness ceases. When consciousness ceases, then name and form cease. When name and form cease, then the 6 sense fields cease. When the 6 sense fields cease, then contact ceases. When contact ceases, the feelings cease. When feelings cease, then craving ceases. When craving ceases, then grasping ceases. When grasping ceases, then becoming ceases. When becoming ceases, then birth ceases. When birth ceases, then old age, sickness, death, anxiety, sorrow, suffering, and distress cease. When the Buddha explained this Dharma to the great assembly of the devas and humans, at that time 600 myriads of kotis of nayutas of people, because they were not attached to any existent thing, became free of all corruption. All of them perfected profound meditations, the 3 sciences, the 6 transcendent powers, and were endowed with the 8 liberations. When he taught the Dharma for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th time, thousands of myriads of kotis of nayutas of sentient beings, equal to the sands of the Ganges River, who were not attached to any existent thing, became free of all corruption. Innumerable, immeasurable, incalculable Shravakas followed in their turn. At that time, the 16 princes, who were still young, renounced household life and became Shramanaras. All their faculties were sharp, and their wisdom was penetrating. They had paid homage to hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas, practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity, and sought highest, complete enlightenment. They all spoke to the Buddha, saying, quote, "O Bhagavat, all of these immeasurable thousands of myriads of kotis of Shravakas of great merit have all attained perfection. O Bhagavat, you should also expound the teaching of highest complete enlightenment to us. Hearing it, we shall all practice it. O Bhagavat, we aspire for the wisdom and insight of the Tathāgata. The Buddha himself knows what is deep in our minds. At that time, 8 myriads of kotis of people in the assembly who served the noble emperor saw the 16 princes renounce household life and appealed to the emperor to allow their own renunciation. The emperor immediately gave his permission. Then the Buddha accepted the request of the Shramaneras. After 20,000 kalpas had passed, he taught to the fourfold assembly this Mahayana Sutra called the Lotus Sutra, the instruction for Bodhisattvas and treasured lore of the Buddhas. After the Buddha taught this sutra, all the 16 Shramaneras preserved, recited, and understood it in order to achieve highest complete enlightenment. When the Buddha taught this sutra, all the 16 Shramaneras, the Bodhisattvas, completely accepted it. There were also some among the Shravakas who believed it, but all the other thousands of myriads of kotis of sentient beings became confused. The Buddha continuously taught this sutra for 8,000 kalpas without stopping. After teaching this sutra, he immediately entered a quiet place and abided in meditation for 84,000 kalpas. At that time, each of the 16 Shramaneras, the Bodhisattvas, knowing that the Buddha had entered the quiet place and was abiding tranquilly in meditation, ascended the Dharma seat and extensively taught and explained the Lotus Sutra to the fourfold assembly for 84,000 kalpas. Each of them saved 600 myriads of kotis of nayutas of sentient beings, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. By revealing and teaching it, they gladdened these sentient beings and awoke in them the thought of highest complete enlightenment. Having arisen from Samadhi after 84,000 kalpas had passed, the Buddha Bhaiṣajyarāja approached the Dharma seat and sat down with complete mindfulness. He addressed everyone in the assembly, saying, quote, "These 16 Shramaneras, Bodhisattvas, are extraordinary. All their faculties are sharp, and their wisdom is penetrating. In times past, they have paid homage to immeasurable thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas and have constantly practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity under them. They preserved the wisdom of the Buddhas and revealed it to sentient beings, causing them to enter into it. All of you should approach and pay them homage again and again. Why is this? If there are any Shravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas who are able to believe and preserve the teaching in this sutra expounded by these 16 Bodhisattvas and not disparage it, they will all attain the wisdom of the Tathāgata, highest complete enlightenment." The Buddha addressed the monks, saying, quote, "These 16 Bodhisattvas always willingly taught this Lotus Sutra. Each Bodhisattva has inspired 600 myriads of kotis of nayutas of sentient beings equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. In life after life, they remained with these Bodhisattvas, and, hearing this teaching from them, they believed and understood. For this reason, they were able to meet 4 myriads of kotis of Buddha Bhagavats during a period uninterrupted up to the present. O monks, I shall now tell you that these 16 Shramaneras, disciples of that Buddha Mahabhijñāna, have now attained highest complete enlightenment and presently teach the Dharma in the lands of the 10 directions. There are immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of Bodhisattvas and Shravakas who have become their attendants. 2 of these Shramaneras became Buddhas in the East. One is called Aksobhaya in the land called Abhirati, and the other is called Merakuta. In the southeast there are 2 Buddhas. One is called Simhaghosa, and the other is called Simhadvaja. In the south there are 2 Buddhas called Akasapratisthita and Nityaparinirvirta. There are also 2 Buddhas in the southwest. One is called Indradavacha, and the other is called Brahmadavacha. In the west there are 2 Buddhas called Amitayus and Sarvalokadatu Padra Vodvega Prati Utirna. There are 2 Buddhas in the northwest. One is called Tamalapatra Anaganda Bijna. The other is called Merukalpa. In the north there are 2 Buddhas. One is called Meghasvaradipa, and the other is called Meghasvararaja. In the northeast there is a Buddha called Sarva Loka Bhaya Achambitat Vavid Vama Sanakara. And the 16th one is myself, Buddha Sakyamuni, who in this Saha world achieved highest, complete enlightenment. O monks, when we were Shramaneras, each of us inspired immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of sentient beings equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. Those sentient beings who heard the teaching from me attained highest complete enlightenment. There are sentient beings who still abide in the stage of Sravaka and whom I will inspire to attain highest complete enlightenment. By means of this teaching, they will gradually enter the Buddha path. Why is this? The wisdom of the Tathāgatas is hard to believe and hard to understand. Those incalculable sentient beings equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River who were inspired at that time were you, O monks, and those disciples who will be Shravakas in the future after my parinirvana. After my parinirvana, there will be disciples who will not hear this sutra and will neither know nor understand the Bodhisattva practice. Yet, through the merit they have acquired, the thought of extinction will awaken in them, and they will enter parinirvana. I will become a Buddha in another land with a different name. Although the idea of extinction has awoken in these disciples, and they have entered parinirvana, in that land they will still seek the wisdom of the Buddhas and will then be able to hear this sutra. They can obtain parinirvana only through the Buddha vehicle. There are no other vehicles except the one taught through the skillful means of the Tathāgata. O monks, when the Tathāgata realizes that the time of his parinirvana is approaching, knowing that the assembly is pure, firm in belief and understanding, has penetrated the teaching of emptiness, and has deeply entered meditation, he will then gather the assembly of Bodhisattvas and Sravakas together and teach this sutra to them. In this world there is no second vehicle through which one can attain parinirvana. Only through the single Buddha vehicle can one attain it. You should know, O monks, that the Tathāgata, through skillful means, deeply penetrates the dispositions of sentient beings. Knowing their inclination toward the inferior teachings, and that they are deeply attached to the desires of the 5 senses, he teaches nirvana for their sake. If they listen, they will accept it. Suppose in a desolate, fearful place there were a dangerous road 500 yojanas long. There is a large group that wants to travel along this road to reach a place where there is great treasure. They have a leader who is wise and penetrating, and who knows the passable and impassable parts of this dangerous road very well. Although he wants to guide these people past the danger, they become exhausted along the way. Addressing the leader, they say, quote, "We are extremely tired and frightened. We cannot go any further. We are still far away from our destination, and we want to turn back." The leader, knowing many skillful means, thinks, quote, "These people are to be pitied. How could they want to turn back and abandon the great treasure?" After thinking this, the leader, through his skillful means, magically creates a city 300 yojanas away along the dangerous road. He addresses the people saying, quote, "Do not be frightened. Do not turn back. You may now stay in this great city and be at your leisure. If you enter this city, you can be comfortable and at ease. Once you are able to go on and reach the treasure site, then you can depart once more." Then the exhausted people rejoice greatly and praise this unprecedented experience, saying, quote, "We are now free of this evil road and will be comfortable and at ease." Then they proceed to the apparitional city and enter it. They believe that their hardships are over and feel at ease. Then the leader realizes that they are rested and their fatigue has gone. He immediately makes the apparitional city vanish and says to the people, quote, "All of you, come along. The treasure site is near. I made that great apparitional city only in order to let you rest." O monks, the Tathāgata is exactly like this. Now, for your sake, he has become a great leader who knows the long, dangerous, and evil road of birth, death, and desire's confusion. You should leave it and be saved. If sentient beings hear only about the single Buddha vehicle, they will then want neither to see nor approach a Buddha. They will think that the Buddha path is long and attainable only after enduring severe and protracted suffering. The Buddha, knowing their minds, knowing that they are weak-willed and of lowly aspiration, teaches them the two nirvanas through skillful means in order to let them rest halfway to the goal. If there are sentient beings who abide in either of these two stages, the Tathāgata immediately teaches, quote, "What you have accomplished is not complete. The stage you abide in is close to the wisdom of the Buddhas. You should observe and consider that the nirvana you have obtained is not the true one. It is only through the power of the Tathāgata's skillful means that the single Buddha vehicle is explained as three." The Buddha is just like that leader who conjured a great apparitional city to let the people rest. Knowing that they were rested, he addressed them, saying, quote, "The treasure site is near. This city is not real. It is only my invention." Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. The Buddha, Mahabhijnanabhibhu, sat on the terrace of enlightenment for 10 kalpas, but still the Dharma of the Buddhas did not appear to him, and he did not attain the Buddha path. The Devas, Naga kings, Asuras, and others constantly rain down heavenly flowers in order to pay homage to that Buddha. The Devas beat heavenly drums and played various kinds of music. The fragrant winds blew the withered flowers away, and then they rained down fresh, beautiful ones. After 10 intermediate kalpas had passed, he then attained the Buddha path, and all the devas and humans became joyful and ecstatic. The 16 princes of that Buddha, surrounded by thousands of myriads of kotis of attendants, came to the place where the Buddha was. Having bowed until their foreheads touched his feet, they requested him to turn the wheel of the Dharma, saying, quote, "O noble lion, fill us and everyone else with the rain of the Dharma. It is extremely difficult to meet a Bhagavat, since he appears only once in a very long time." To get the attention of the beings, the Buddha shook the entire world. The palaces of the Brahmas in the 500 myriads of kotis of lands in the east were illuminated as never before. All of the Brahmas, seeing this phenomenon, came to the place where the Buddha was. They reverently scattered flowers and offered him their palaces. Requesting the Buddha turn the wheel of the Dharma, they praised him in verse. The Buddha knew that the right time had not yet arrived, and although he had been asked, he sat in silence. The other 3 directions, the 4 remaining quarters, and the upper and lower regions were all like this. All the Brahmas scattered flowers, offered their palaces, and requested the Buddha to turn the wheel of the Dharma, saying, quote, "It is extremely difficult to meet a Bhagavat. We entreat you to open wide the gate to immortality and turn the wheel of the highest Dharma through your great compassion." The Bhagavat, having immeasurable wisdom, accepted their request and expounded various teachings, such as the 4 Noble Truths and the 12 linked chain of dependent origination, saying, quote, "Beginning with ignorance and ending with old age and death, all these derive from birth. You should know about such miseries." When the Buddha expounded this teaching, 600 myriads of kotis of trillions of people attained the complete extinction of all suffering and became arhats. At the time of the second teaching, thousands of myriads of people, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River, unattached to any existent thing, also attained arhatship. After that, an incalculable number of beings attained the path. Even if one were to count for myriads of kotis of kalpas, one could not finish counting their number. Then the 16 princes renounced household life and became Shramanaras. They all asked the Buddha to expound the teaching of the Mahayana, saying, quote, "Let us and all of our attendants attain the Buddha path. We entreat you to let us obtain the Bhagavat's eye of wisdom, supreme in purity." The Buddha, knowing the minds of his children and their past conduct, taught the 6 perfections and various transcendent powers through incalculably numerous explanations and various illustrations. Explaining the true teaching and the path to be practiced by the Bodhisattvas, he taught this Lotus Sutra in verses equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. After the Buddha taught this sutra, he entered meditation in a quiet place and sat with complete concentration in the same spot for 84,000 kalpas. Those Shramanaras, knowing that the Buddha had not arisen from meditation, taught the highest wisdom of the Buddhas to immeasurable kotis of beings. Each sat on the Dharma seat and explained this Mahayana Sutra. After the great parinirvana of that Buddha, they propagated the Dharma and inspired others. Each Shramanara saved 600 myriads of kotis of sentient beings, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. Those who heard the teaching after the Buddha's parinirvana were always born together with their teachers in various other Buddha lands. These 16 Shramanaras completely cultivated the Buddha path, and now, in the 10 directions, they have attained highest complete enlightenment. Then those who heard the Dharma in the presence of each of these Buddhas, and those who are in the Shravaka stage, will gradually be taught the Buddha path. I am one of the 16. I have also taught you in the past. Therefore, through skillful means, I will now also lead you to the goal, which is the wisdom of the Buddhas. Through these former causes and conditions, I will now teach the Lotus Sutra in order to let you enter the Buddha path. Do not be worried or frightened. Suppose there were a dangerous road in a deserted wasteland far away, where there are many harmful beasts. There is neither water nor grass. It is a fearful place for human beings. Innumerable thousands of myriads of beings wish to pass along this dangerous way. But that road is very long, some 500 yojanas. Then there is a leader, endowed with deep wisdom and knowledge, discerning and resolute, who saves the people from various calamities when they meet with danger. The people all get tired and address the leader, saying, quote, "We are now totally exhausted. We want to turn back from here." The leader thinks, quote, "These people are really to be pitied. How could they possibly want to return and lose the great treasure?" He immediately thinks of skillful means and how he should now use his transcendent powers. And he makes a great apparitional city, with houses adorned and surrounded with gardens, moats, and ponds. There are fortified gates and tall towers, and it is full of men and women. When the apparition is complete, he immediately consoles the people, saying, quote, "Do not be afraid. When you enter the city, you can each do as you please." All the people enter the city. They are very happy and feel at ease, thinking they have been saved. When the leader knows they are arrested, he gathers them together and addresses them, saying, quote, "You should now proceed, for this is just an apparitional city. Seeing that you were extremely fatigued and that you wanted to turn back after coming halfway, I made this apparitional city through skillful means. You should now strive to reach the treasure site together. I am exactly like this. I am the leader of all. Perceiving that those seeking the way have become timid, have stopped halfway, and are unable to walk to the end of the dangerous road of birth, death, and desire's confusion, I use skillful means and teach nirvana so that they may rest, saying, quote, "You have extinguished suffering, and you have completed what must be done." Knowing that they have reached nirvana and attained arhatship, the Buddha immediately gathers the great assembly together and teaches the true Dharma. All the Buddhas explain and teach the three vehicles through skillful means. Although there is only the single Buddha vehicle, they teach two in order to provide a place of rest. For your benefit, I now teach the truth. Quote, "What you have attained is not the ultimate goal. You must call forth great efforts in order to obtain the omniscience of a Buddha. If you attain omniscience and the qualities of the Buddha, such things as the 10 powers, and become endowed with the 32 marks, then you will have attained the ultimate goal." The Buddhas, the leaders, teach nirvana in order to let beings rest in comfort. When they know that they have rested, they lead them to the wisdom of the Buddhas. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 8, The 500 Disciples Receive Their Predictions. At that time, Purna, the son of Maitrayani, after hearing the Buddha teach the Dharma according to what is appropriate to sentient beings through the wisdom of skillful means, and bestow the prediction of highest complete enlightenment on all the great disciples, and then, hearing stories about past causes and conditions, and that all the Buddhas have obtained perfect mastery of transcendent powers, obtained an unprecedented experience, and became pure in mind and joyful. He immediately rose from his seat, went into the presence of the Buddha, bowed until his forehead touched the Buddha's feet, and then stood to one side, gazing unwaveringly at the Buddha, and thought this, quote, "The Bhagavat is truly marvelous. His actions are rare, He teaches the Dharma according to the natural capacities of the beings in the world through skillful means, wisdom, and insight. He leads sentient beings away from their various attachments. We have no words to describe the Buddha's qualities. Only the Buddha, the Bhagavat, is able to know our deep intentions and original vow. Then the Buddha addressed the monks, saying, quote, "Do you see Purna, the son of Maitrayani? I always praise him as the foremost among the teachers of the Dharma. I also always praise his various qualities. He diligently maintains and propagates my teachings and is able to gladden and benefit the fourfold assembly. He interprets the true Dharma of the Buddhas perfectly and greatly benefits those who practice the pure path of discipline and integrity together with him. With the exception of the Tathāgata, no one else explains the doctrine more eloquently. You must not think that Purna is only now able to protect and propagate my teaching. He also protected and propagated the true Dharma of the Buddhas in the presence of 90 kotis of Buddhas in the past, when he was always the foremost among the teachers of the Dharma. Moreover, he was completely versed in the teaching of emptiness that the Buddhas taught, and attained the fourfold unobstructed wisdom. He has always been able to teach the Dharma clearly and purely. He never had any doubts, and was endowed with the transcendent powers of the Bodhisattvas. Throughout each life, he always practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity. The people who lived in the same Buddha world all thought he really was a Śubhavyūha, yet Purna benefited immeasurable hundreds of thousands of sentient beings through this skillful means, and also led and inspired immeasurable, incalculable numbers of beings and caused them to attain highest complete enlightenment. In order to purify the Buddha land, he always did what the Buddhas have done, and led and inspired sentient beings. O monks, Purna also was able to become the foremost among the teachers of the Dharma under the past 7 Buddhas, and he is also the foremost of those who preach the Dharma under me. He will also be the foremost among the teachers of the Dharma under the future Buddhas in this auspicious Kalpa. He will protect and propagate the Buddha Dharma, and also in the future he will protect and propagate the Dharma of incalculable limitless Buddhas. He will lead, inspire, and benefit incalculable sentient beings and cause them to attain highest, complete enlightenment. In order to purify the Buddha lands, he will always be diligent and persevering, leading and inspiring sentient beings. He will gradually perfect the Bodhisattva path, and, after immeasurable, incalculable kalpas, he will attain highest complete enlightenment in this land. He will be called Dharma Prabhasa, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. That Buddha's land will consist of all the worlds in the great manifold cosmos, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. The earth will be made of the 7 treasures, and it will be level, just like the palm of one's hand. There will be no mountains, valleys, or hollow places. This land will be filled with towers of the 7 treasures. The heavenly palaces will be in the sky, close at hand, and the humans and devas will come and go between them, so that they will be able to see each other. There will be no troubled states of being, nor any women. All the sentient beings will be born there spontaneously, without any sexual desires. They will attain great transcendent powers, emit rays of light from their bodies, and fly freely through the air. These beings will be firm in recollection, persevering, and wise. They will all be of golden hue and adorned with the 32 marks. The sentient beings in that land will always eat 2 meals, one being the meal of delight in the Dharma, and the other the meal of pleasure in meditation. There will be immeasurable, incalculable thousands of myriads of kotis of nayutas of bodhisattvas who have attained great transcendent powers and the fourfold unobstructed wisdom. They will be able skillfully to lead and inspire sentient beings. The number of Shravakas there will be impossible to calculate. They will all perfect the 6 transcendent powers, the 3 sciences, and the 8 liberations. Such will be the immeasurable merits of this Buddha's land, being perfect in adornment. The Kalpa will be called Ratnavabhasa, and his land will be called Suvisuddha. This Buddha's lifespan will last for immeasurable, incalculable kalpas, and the Dharma will abide for a very long time. After the parinirvana of that Buddha, stupas of the 7 treasures will be erected everywhere throughout the land. Then the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. O monks, listen carefully. The path that the heir of the Buddhas has practiced by learning skillful means cannot be conceived. Because the Bodhisattvas know that sentient beings long for inferior teachings and are afraid of great knowledge, they make themselves either Shravakas or Pratyeka Buddhas. They inspire those sentient beings using innumerable skillful means, saying, quote, "We are Shravakas and still very far away from attaining the Buddha path." They save immeasurable sentient beings, all of whom they cause to attain perfection, and they even cause those who are lazy or who have lowly intentions gradually to become Buddhas. These beings secretly carry out the Bodhisattva practice while outwardly calling themselves Shravakas. Having little desire, their thoughts fixed on birth and death, they in fact purify the Buddha lands. These bodhisattvas show sentient beings that they have the 3 poisons, and further, they reveal the mark of false views. In this way, my disciples save sentient beings through skillful means. If I fully disclosed that they had taken on various forms, the sentient beings hearing this would immediately become doubtful. This Purna has now practiced the path under thousands of kotis of Buddhas in the past, and he has propagated and protected the teaching of these Buddhas. Seeking the highest wisdom under all these Buddhas, he showed that he was the foremost among the disciples, and that he was knowledgeable and wise. Fearless in his teaching, he was able to gladden the people. He never tired in performing the actions of a Buddha. He has already attained the great transcendent powers and is endowed with the fourfold unobstructed wisdom. Knowing whether the faculties of sentient beings are sharp or dull, he always teaches the pure Dharma. Expounding such doctrines as these, he has taught thousands of kotis of beings, and, by making them abide in the Mahayana teaching, he himself has purified his Buddha land. In the future, he will also pay homage to incalculable innumerable Buddhas, protect and propagate the true Dharma, and also purify his Buddha land. He will always fearlessly teach the Dharma, using his skillful means, save incalculable sentient beings, and enable them to achieve omniscience. Paying homage to all the Tathāgatas and preserving the treasure house of the Dharma, he will eventually become the Buddha called Dharma Prabhasa. His land will be called Suvisuddha, which will consist of the 7 treasures. His kalpa will be called Ratnavabhasa. There will be a large number of Bodhisattvas there, numbering immeasurable kotis. His Buddha land will be filled with Bodhisattvas who have attained great transcendent powers and are endowed with dignity. There will also be innumerable Shravakas who have perfected the 3 sciences, the 8 liberations, and the 4-fold unobstructed wisdom. Such beings as these will form the Sangha. The sentient beings in his land will have already cut themselves off from sexual desires. Everyone there will thus be pure and born spontaneously, with bodies adorned with the 32 marks. They will feast on delight in the Dharma and pleasure in meditation, never thinking of eating anything else. There will neither be women nor troubled states of existence. The qualities of the monk Purna will be completely perfected, and there will be many wise people in this pure land. I am now only briefly explaining these immeasurable things. Thereupon, there were 1,200 arhats who had attained complete mental discipline, who thought this, quote, "We have joyfully attained an unprecedented experience. If the Bhagavat would give each of us a prediction like those he has given the other great disciples, we would be overjoyed." The Buddha, knowing their minds, addressed Mahakasyapa, saying, quote, "I shall now bestow the prediction of highest complete enlightenment one by one on these 1,200 arhats who are in my presence. My great disciple, the monk Ajnatakaudinya, who is in this assembly, will pay homage to 62,000 of kotis of Buddhas. He will thereafter become the Buddha called Samantabhadra, a Tathāgata, arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. The 500 arhats, beginning with Uruvillva Kasyapa, Gaya Kasyapa, Nadi Kasyapa, Kalodayan, Udayan, Aniruddha, Revata, Kaphina, Bakula, Chunda, Svagata, and the others will all attain highest complete enlightenment. They will all have the same name, that of Samantabhadra. Then the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. The monk Kaudinya will meet immeasurable Buddhas, and after incalculable kalpas have passed, he will attain perfect enlightenment. He will always emit a great ray of light and will be endowed with transcendent powers. His fame will spread universally throughout the 10 directions. He will be honored by all beings and will always teach the highest path. He will therefore be called Samantabhadra. His land will be pure, and the Bodhisattvas there will all be of great vigor. They will all ascend marvelous towers and roam in the lands of the 10 directions. They will present the most excellent offerings to all of the Buddhas. After having shown their reverence in this way, they will be full of great joy and immediately return to their own lands. Such will be their transcendent powers. The lifespan of this Buddha will be 60,000 kalpas, and the true Dharma will last twice as long as his lifespan. The semblance Dharma will last twice as long as this. When the Dharma disappears, the devas and humans will grieve. Those 500 monks will become Buddhas, each in their turn, all having the same name, Samantabhadra. They will give predictions, one after the other, saying, quote, "After my parinirvana, so-and-so will become a Buddha. The world he inspires will be exactly like mine today. The embellishments of their lands, all the transcendent powers, the assembly of Bodhisattvas and Shravakas, the true and semblance Dharma, the lifespan and duration of the Kalpa will be just as I explained before. O Kasyapa, you now know that the 500 Arhats whose minds are free, and the remaining Shravakas will also be exactly like this. You should teach those who are not in this assembly. Thereupon, the 500 Arhats, having obtained their predictions from the Buddha, were joyful and ecstatic. They rose from their seats, approached the Buddha, bowed until their foreheads touched his feet, repented of their faults, and reproached themselves, saying, quote, O Bhagavat, we have always thought we had attained complete nirvana. We now realize that we were ignorant. Why is this? We should have attained the wisdom of the Tathāgatas, yet we were satisfied with little wisdom. O Bhagavat, suppose there were a man who came to the house of a close friend and went to sleep after becoming intoxicated with wine. The intimate friend, having to go out on official business, sews a priceless jewel into the inside of his friend's garment and, giving it to him, leaves. But the man, who was drunk and asleep, is totally unaware of this. After getting up, he leaves and roams around until he arrives in another country. Although he diligently seeks for food and clothing, they are very difficult to obtain. He is satisfied if he just obtains a very meager amount. Later on, the intimate friend happens to meet this man. Seeing him, he says, quote, O poor fellow, how have you come to this state through lack of food and clothing? Once, on such and such a day, in such and such a month and year, I sewed a priceless jewel into the inside of your garment, wanting to make things easier for you and to let you enjoy the desires of the 5 senses as much as you wished. It is still there, although you aren't aware of it, and you seek your livelihood with great effort and hardship. You have been very foolish. Sell this jewel and use it to buy what you need. From now on, you will know neither poverty nor want, and can live as you wish. The Buddha is exactly like this. When he was a bodhisattva, he aroused in us the aspiration for omniscience. Nevertheless, we forgot. We did not know or understand. We attained the path of the Arhats and considered that we had attained nirvana. It was very hard for us to support ourselves, and we were satisfied with little. But we never fully lost our wish for all knowledge. Now, the Bhagavat, perceiving our minds, has said this, quote, O monks, what you have attained is not the complete nirvana. For a long time, I have made you plant the various roots of good merit of a Buddha, and shown you the marks of nirvana through skillful means. That is why you consider yourselves to have actually attained nirvana. O Bhagavat, we now know that we are actually bodhisattvas, and will obtain a prediction of highest, complete enlightenment. For this reason, we are extremely happy at having obtained such an unprecedented experience. At that time, Ajnatakaudinya and the others, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses, quote, We have heard his voice, giving the prediction of utmost ease. Rejoicing in this unprecedented experience, we bow to the Buddha, whose wisdom is immeasurable. We now repent of our faults in the presence of the Bhagavat. Although we had attained only a small measure of nirvana, out of the immeasurable treasures of the Buddha, we were self-satisfied, just like ignorant fools. Suppose there were a poor man who went to the house of a close friend whose family was very wealthy. He was entertained with a feast and had a priceless jewel sewn to the inside of his garment. The wealthy friend made him this gift without saying anything and went away. The poor man had fallen asleep and did not know of this. Shortly afterward, this man gets up, and after wandering around, arrives in another country. He manages to seek out enough food and clothing to live, but has great difficulty in supporting himself. Yet he is satisfied to obtain a little and does not desire any better. He is still unaware of the priceless jewel sewn inside his garment. The intimate friend who gave him the jewel meets this poor man later and bitterly reproaches him, showing him the jewel that had been sewn into his garment. The poor man, seeing this jewel, rejoices greatly, and with this rich treasure he enjoys to his satisfaction the desires of the five senses. We are exactly like this. For a long time the Bhagavat has led and inspired us through his compassion, and planted in us the highest aspiration. But we were ignorant. We neither noticed nor knew. We were satisfied with attaining only a small measure of nirvana and did not seek for the rest. Now the Buddha has enlightened us, saying, quote, "This is not the real nirvana. Attaining the highest wisdom of the Buddhas is indeed the only real nirvana." Now, having heard the predictions from the Buddha and of the adorned lands and the subsequent predictions, we universally rejoice in body and mind. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 9, The Predictions for those who still have more to learn and for those who do not. At that time, Ananda and Rahula thought this, quote, "The delight we would feel if we were to receive our predictions is constantly before our minds." Then, arising from their seats and going into the presence of the Buddha, they bowed until their foreheads touched his feet and spoke to him in unison, saying, quote, "O Bhagavat, we should also be qualified to receive our predictions. Both of us take refuge only in the Tathāgata. Moreover, we are well known by the devas, humans, and asuras throughout the entire world. Ananda has always attended the Tathāgata, preserving the treasure house of the Dharma, and Rahula is the son of the Buddha. If the Buddha would bestow upon us the prediction of highest complete enlightenment, then our vows would be fulfilled and our wishes also realized." Then 2,000 disciples, Shravakas, some of whom still had more to learn, and some who did not, all arose from their seats and with their right shoulders bared went into the presence of the Buddha. Attentively, with palms pressed together, they gazed at the Bhagavat, all having the same wish as Ananda and Rahula, and stood to one side. Then the Buddha addressed Ananda, saying, quote, "In the future world, you will become a Buddha called Sagaradhara Buddhi Vikiriditara Jabhijna, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. You will pay homage to 62 kotis of Buddhas, preserve the treasure house of the Dharma, and ultimately attain highest complete enlightenment. Further, you will inspire 20,000s of myriads of kotis of Bodhisattvas, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River, causing them to attain highest complete enlightenment. Your land will be called Avanamita Avijñāta. It will be pure, and the earth will be made of lapis lazuli. The kalpa will be called Manojna Sabda Bigarijita. The lifespan of this Buddha will be for immeasurable, incalculable thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas. Their number would be incalculable, even if one were to count for immeasurable, innumerable thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas. The true Dharma will abide in the world twice as long as his lifespan, and the semblance Dharma will abide in the world twice as long as the true Dharma. O Ananda, the virtues of this Buddha, Sagaradhara Buddhi Vikiriditara Jabhijna, will be praised by immeasurable thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddha Tathāgatas in the 10 directions, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. Thereupon, the Tathāgata, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. I now tell the assembly that Ananda, the preserver of the Dharma, will pay homage to the Buddhas and ultimately attain complete enlightenment. He will be called the Buddha Sagaradhara Buddhi Vikiriditara Jabhijna. His land will be pure and called Avanamita Avajanyata. He will lead and inspire Bodhisattvas in numbers equal to the sands of the Ganges River. This Buddha will be endowed with great virtue and dignity, and his fame will fill the 10 directions. His lifespan will be immeasurable due to his compassion for sentient beings. The true Dharma will abide twice as long as his lifespan, and the semblance Dharma will abide twice as long as the true Dharma. Countless sentient beings within the Dharma of this Buddha, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River, will plant the seed of the Buddha path. At that time, the 8,000 Bodhisattvas in the assembly, in whom the thought of enlightenment had recently awakened, all thought this, quote, Since we have never heard the great Bodhisattvas receive predictions like this, why should the Shravakas now obtain it? Then the Bhagavat, knowing what the Bodhisattvas were thinking, spoke to them, saying, quote, O sons of a virtuous family, the thought of highest complete enlightenment once awoke simultaneously in Ananda and myself in the presence of the Buddha Dharma Gaganya Bhaiṣajyarāja. Ananda always wanted to hear a great deal about the Dharma, and I always made diligent efforts. For this reason, I was shortly able to attain highest complete enlightenment, whereas Ananda preserves my teaching and in the future will uphold the treasure house of the Dharma of all the Buddhas. He will lead, inspire, and perfect the Bodhisattvas. Since this was his original vow, he has obtained this prediction. Ananda, while facing the Buddha in the audience, heard his own prediction and about the adornments of his land. His vow fulfilled, he rejoiced greatly at attaining such an unprecedented experience. With his unobstructed penetration, he immediately remembered the treasure house of the Dharma of the past immeasurable thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas as if he had just heard of it today. And he also became aware of his original vow. Thereupon, Ananda spoke these verses, quote, The Bhagavat is truly extraordinary. He has enabled me to recollect the Dharma of incalculable numbers of Buddhas of the past, just as if I had first heard of the matter today. I now have no further doubts. I am established in the Buddha path. I have become an attendant of the Tathāgata, and, as an attendant, I will preserve the Dharma of all the Buddhas using skillful means. Then the Buddha addressed Rahula, saying, quote, In the future, you will become a Buddha called Saptaratna Padma Vikrama, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. You will pay homage to the Buddha Tathāgatas, whose number is equal to that of the grains of dust in the 10 worlds, and you will always become the eldest son of all the Buddhas, just as you are my eldest son now. The adornments of the land, the number of disciples led and inspired, the duration of the true and semblance Dharma of this Buddha, Saptaratna Padma Vikrama, will be just like those of the Buddha, Sagaradhara Buddhi Vikiriditara Jabhijna, without the slightest difference. You will also become the eldest son of this Buddha, and after that attain highest complete enlightenment. At that time, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses, quote, "When I was a prince, Rahula was my eldest son, and now that I have perfected the Buddha path, he accepts my teaching as the heir of the Dharma. In the future, he will meet immeasurable kotis of Buddhas. Becoming the eldest son of all these Buddhas, he will wholeheartedly seek the Buddha path. Only I am able to discern Rahula's unseen practice. But now that he has become my eldest son, he reveals it to the sentient beings. His thousands of myriads of kotis of merits are uncountable and incalculable. He will become established in the Buddha Dharma and seek the highest path." Then the Bhagavat perceived that the minds of those 2,000 people, some of whom had more to learn and some of whom did not, were sincere, mild, and receptive. They were all attentively gazing at the Buddha. The Buddha said to Ananda, quote, "Do you not see these 2,000 people, some of whom have more to learn and some of whom do not?" Ananda replied, "Yes, I see them." The Buddha said, quote, "O Ananda, all of these people will pay homage to the Buddha Tathāgatas, whose number is equal to that of the grains of dust in 50 worlds. They will respect, honor, and preserve the treasure house of the Dharma, and will later all become Buddhas simultaneously in the worlds in the 10 directions. They will all have the same name, Ratnaketuraja, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. Their lifespans will last 1 kalpa. The adornments of their lands, the number of Sravakas and Bodhisattvas, and the duration of the true and semblance Dharma will be the same for all." Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses, quote, "Now in my presence, these 2,000 Sravakas have all received their predictions. In the future, they will all become Buddhas. The Buddhas they will revere will be equal to the number of grains of dust, just as mentioned above. Preserving this treasure house of the Dharma, they will later attain complete enlightenment. They will all have the same name and dwell in the lands of the 10 directions, all sitting at the exact same time on the terrace of enlightenment. They will attain the highest wisdom. All of them will be called Ratnaketuraja. Their lands, the number of disciples, duration of the true and semblance Dharma, will all be the same without any difference. Moreover, through their transcendent powers, they will save sentient beings throughout the 10 directions. Their fame will spread universally, and they will gradually enter nirvana." Then the 2,000 people, some of whom had more to learn and some of whom did not, having heard their predictions from the Buddha, rejoiced ecstatically and spoke in verse, quote, "O Bhagavat, the light of wisdom, we have just heard you give us our predictions, and our minds are full of joy, just as if we had been sprinkled with the Dharma of immortality. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 10, the Expounder of the Dharma. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, by addressing Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja, or Medicine King, through him addressed 80,000 Mahasattvas, saying, quote, O Bhaiṣajyarāja, in this assembly do you see innumerable humans and non-humans, such as Devas, Naga kings, Yaksas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kimnaras, Mahoragas, monks, nuns, laymen and laywomen, those seeking the Sravaka vehicle, the Pratyeka vehicle, and the Buddha path? If, in the presence of the Buddha, any beings such as these hear a single verse or line of the Lotus Sutra, and thereupon have even one thought of rejoicing in it, I will bestow upon them my prediction that they will attain highest complete enlightenment. The Buddha addressed Bhaiṣajyarāja, saying, quote, If, after the parinirvana of the Tathāgata, any being hears even a single verse or line of the Lotus Sutra, and thereupon has even one thought of rejoicing in it, I will bestow upon them the prediction that they will attain highest, complete enlightenment. If there is anyone who preserves, recites, explains, or copies even a single verse of the Lotus Sutra, or who respects this sutra as if it were a Buddha, or who reverently offers it various flowers, perfumes, necklaces, fragrant ointments, scented powders, burning incense, canopies, flags, banners, clothing, or music, or who simply honors it with his palms pressed together, know, O Bhaiṣajyarāja, that this person has already paid homage to tens of myriads of kotis of Buddhas of the past. Such people have completed their great vow in the presence of all the Buddhas, and yet they have been born as humans out of their compassion for sentient beings. O Bhaiṣajyarāja, if anyone should ask you what kind of sentient being will become a Buddha in the future, you should inform them that it is those of this kind who will definitely become Buddhas in the future. Why is this? If there are any sons or daughters of a virtuous family who preserve, recite, explain, and copy even a single line of the Lotus Sutra, or who pay homage to this sutra with various offerings of flowers, perfumes, necklaces, scented powders and ointments, burning incense, canopies, flags, banners, clothing, or music, or who honor it with their palms pressed together, such people should be respected by the entire world. They should be revered in the same way as the Tathāgata is revered. Know that these people are great Bodhisattvas who are to attain highest complete enlightenment. Out of their compassion for sentient beings, they wish to be born among them in order to expound and explain the Lotus Sutra far and wide. How much more to be honored are those who completely preserve the entire sutra and pay homage to it with various offerings. O Bhaiṣajyarāja, you should know that after my parinirvana, these people will set aside the rewards of their pure karma and be born in the troubled world out of their compassion for sentient beings, and in order to expound this sutra far and wide. After my parinirvana, if there are any sons and daughters of a virtuous family who expound even a single line of the Lotus Sutra in private to even a single person, they should be acknowledged as the ambassadors of the Tathāgata. They have been dispatched by the Tathāgata and carry out the Tathāgata's work. As for those who extensively teach among the common people, know that they are yet greater ambassadors. O Bhaiṣajyarāja, if there are erring people during a kalpa, those with troubled thoughts who always disparage the Buddha in his presence, their fault is none the less slight. Yet if there are those who disparage the laity or ordained people who recite the Lotus Sutra, even with a single evil word, their fault is extremely grave. O Bhaiṣajyarāja, know that those who recite this Lotus Sutra adorn themselves with the adornments of a Buddha. This means that they will carry the Tathāgata on their shoulders and pay him homage wherever they go. They should be respected, revered, honored, and praised wholeheartedly with palms pressed together through offerings of flowers, perfumes, necklaces, scented powders, ointments, burning incense, canopies, flags, banners, clothing, delicious food, music, and the best offerings that people can make. They should have heavenly jewels scattered upon them and offered to them. Why is this? Because these people joyfully expound the Dharma, and those who hear it, even for an instant, will fully attain highest, complete enlightenment. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate upon the meaning of this further, spoke these verses, quote, "Those who want to abide in the Buddha path and perfect the wisdom of the self-generated one should always diligently pay homage to those who preserve the Lotus Sutra. Those who want to quickly attain omniscience should hold to this sutra and pay homage to those who preserve it. Know that anyone who preserves the Lotus Sutra is an ambassador of the Buddha who feels compassion for sentient beings. Those who preserve the Lotus Sutra were born here in this world, withholding themselves from the Pure Land out of their compassion for sentient beings. Know that such people are born where and when they will. They are born in this troubled world to extensively expound the highest Dharma. Such expounders of the Dharma should be revered with offerings of divine flowers, perfumes, heavenly jeweled clothing, and exquisite celestial jewels. Those who preserve this sutra in the troubled world after my parinirvana should be paid homage with palms pressed together, just as one pays homage to the Bhagavat. These heirs of the Buddhas should be revered with delicious food, various delicacies, and a variety of clothing, in the hope of hearing the teaching even for an instant. If in the future there is anyone who preserves this sutra, I will dispatch him to the world of humans to carry out the Tathāgata's task. If throughout one entire kalpa there is anyone with erring thoughts who always disparages the Buddha with an angry countenance, the consequences of his grave errors will be incalculable. If there is anyone who speaks a hostile word even for an instant about those who recite and preserve this Lotus Sutra, his fault will be even greater. If, throughout one entire kalpa, there are people seeking for the Buddha path who praise the Buddha in my presence with incalculable numbers of verses and with palms pressed together, the merits they attain will be immeasurable because of praising this Buddha. If there are people who praise those who preserve the sutra, their merit will be even greater. You must pay tribute to those who preserve this sutra throughout 80 kotis of kalpas with the best objects, sounds, fragrances, flavors, and materials. If you are able to hear the teaching for even a moment, after having paid tribute in this way, you will then become delighted, thinking, quote, I have now attained great benefits. O Bhaiṣajyarāja, I now tell you that I have taught many sutras. Among these sutras, however, the Lotus Sutra is the utmost and best. Then the Buddha spoke further to Bodhisattva Mahasattva Bhaiṣajyarāja, saying, quote, "There are innumerable thousands of myriads of kotis of sutras I have taught in the past, which I teach now, and which I will teach in the future. Among them, however, this Lotus Sutra is the most difficult to accept and to understand. O Bhaiṣajyarāja, this sutra is the treasure house of the hidden essence of all the Buddhas. It must not be distributed or heedlessly bestowed upon the people. Since times long past, all the Buddha Bhagavats have protected it and have never openly taught it. Moreover, people show great hostility to this sutra, even in the presence of the Tathāgata. How much more so after the parinirvana of the Tathāgata? O Bhaiṣajyarāja, you should know that after the parinirvana of the Tathāgata, those who copy, preserve, recite, and revere this sutra and expound it for the sake of others will be clothed with the Tathāgata's garments and treasured by the present Buddhas of the other directions. Such people will have the power of great faith, the power of aspiration, as well as the power of the roots of good merit. You should know that these people have dwelled together with the Tathāgata, and his hand has caressed their heads. O Bhaiṣajyarāja, wherever this sutra is taught, read, recited, copied, or wherever it is to be found, one should build a 7-jeweled stupa of great height and width and richly ornamented. There is no need to put a relic inside. Why is this? Because the Tathāgata is already in it. This stupa should be respected, honored, praised, and rendered homage with offerings of all kinds of flowers, perfumes, necklaces, canopies, flags, banners, music, and songs. If there is anyone able to see this stupa and to pay it homage and honor it, know that such a one is nearing highest complete enlightenment. O Bhaiṣajyarāja, among the many people, either among the laity or the ordained, who practice the Bodhisattva path, if they are unable to see, hear, recite, copy, preserve, and pay homage to this Lotus Sutra, know that they are people who are not yet properly practicing the Bodhisattva path. If anyone is able to hear this sutra, such a one is skillfully practicing the Bodhisattva path. Among sentient beings seeking the Buddha path, if there are those who see or hear this Lotus Sutra, and, after hearing it, are drawn to it and preserve it, know that they are those who are approaching highest complete enlightenment. O Bhaiṣajyarāja, suppose there were a thirsty man seeking water. He drills in search of water on a high plain, yet he sees only dry earth, and thus realizes that water is still far away. But he does not cease his efforts until he turns up moist earth and gradually reaches mud. Now he is sure that water must be near. The Bodhisattvas are exactly like this. If they have not yet heard, understood, or been able to practice this Lotus Sutra, they should be known as people who are still far away from the highest complete enlightenment. If they hear, understand, contemplate, and are able to practice it, they realize that they are certainly nearing highest complete enlightenment. Why is this? Because the highest complete enlightenment of all the Bodhisattvas is within this sutra. This sutra opens the gate of skillful means and reveals the marks of the truth. The treasure house of this Lotus Sutra is deep and remote. No one is able to discover its depths. That is why the Buddha now reveals it, inspiring and perfecting the Bodhisattvas. O Bhaiṣajyarāja, If there are Bodhisattvas who hear this Lotus Sutra and are confused and frightened, know that they are Bodhisattvas in whom the thought of enlightenment has only recently awakened. If there are Shravakas who hear this sutra and are confused and frightened, know that they are people who have excessive pride. O Bhaiṣajyarāja, if there are any sons and daughters of a virtuous family who, after the parinirvana of the Tathāgata, want to teach this Lotus Sutra to the fourfold assembly, how should they teach it? These sons and daughters of a virtuous family, after entering the abode of the Tathāgata, wearing the Tathāgata's garments, and sitting on his seat, should then extensively teach this sutra to the fourfold assembly. The Tathāgata's chamber is nothing but the great compassion toward all sentient beings. The Tathāgata's garments are the thoughts of gentleness and perseverance, and the Tathāgata's seat is the very emptiness of all existing things. After settling among them, one should tirelessly and extensively expound this Lotus Sutra for the sake of the Bodhisattvas and the fourfold assembly. O Bhaiṣajyarāja, I will dispatch transformed beings to other worlds who will gather the people together to hear the teaching. I will also dispatch transformed monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen to hear this teaching. All these transformed beings will hear the Dharma, believe and accept it, and not reject it. If an expounder of the Dharma resides in a secluded place, I will then dispatch many devas, nagas, yaksas, gandharvas, and asuras to hear this teaching. Although I will be in a different land, I will periodically let the expounders of the Dharma see me. If they forget a line of this sutra, I will explain it again, enabling them to master it. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. If you wish to rid yourself of idleness, you should listen to this sutra. This sutra is rarely heard, and it is also difficult to accept. Suppose there were a thirsty man seeking for water by drilling into the earth on a high plain. He sees only dry earth and knows that water is still far away. He gradually sees the moist earth turn into mud and knows with certainty that water is near. O Bhaiṣajyarāja, you should know that those people who do not hear the Lotus Sutra are very far away from the Buddha's wisdom. If they hear this profound sutra, which brings resolution to the Shravakas, and if they hear this king of sutras and attentively contemplate it, know that these people are close to the Buddha's wisdom. If people want to expound this sutra, they should enter the Tathāgata's chamber, put on the Tathāgata's garments, and sit on the Tathāgata's seat. They then should face the people without fear, so that they may extensively illuminate and explain it to the assembly. The Tathāgata's chamber is great compassion. His garments are gentleness and perseverance, and his seat is the emptiness of all existent things. After settling among them, they should expound the Dharma, even if when they expound this sutra people disparage them with evil words or attack them with swords, sticks, tiles, or stones. Being mindful of the Buddha, they should persevere. I will manifest my pure and solid form in thousands of myriads of kotis of lands and teach the Dharma to sentient beings for immeasurable kotis of kalpas. If, after my parinirvana, there is someone who is able to teach this sutra, I will dispatch a transformed fourfold assembly of monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen to pay homage to this expounder of the Dharma. I will leave the sentient beings and gather them together to let them hear the teaching. If anyone wishes to do ill to them with swords, sticks, tiles, or stones, then I will dispatch those transformed ones in order to guard them. If there is any expounder of the Dharma who recites this sutra in a secluded, tranquil place, where there is no sound of human beings, I will then manifest my body of pure light. If they forget a chapter or verse, I will teach it to them, enabling them to master it. If anyone perfects these qualities, if he teaches the fourfold assembly, or in a solitary place recites this sutra, such a person will be able to see me. If anyone abides in a secluded place, I will dispatch devas, naga kings, yaksas, and rakshasas to be an audience to their teaching. Such people will teach the Dharma willingly and explain it without obstruction. Because all the Buddhas protect them, they gladden the great community of people. Anyone who closely attends an expounder of the Dharma will immediately attain the Bodhisattva path. Anyone who follows this expounder's instructions will be able to meet Buddhas equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 11, The Appearance of a Jeweled Stupa. At that time, there appeared before the Buddha a 7-jeweled stupa, 500 yojanas in height, and 250 yojanas both in length and width, which emerged from the ground and hovered in the air. It was adorned with various jewels, had 5,000 railings, and thousands of myriads of chambers. It was decorated with innumerable flags and banners and hanging jeweled necklaces, and myriads of kotis of jeweled bells hung from the top. The fragrance of tamala leaves and sandalwood trees exuded from all sides of the stupa, covering the world. The banners and umbrellas were composed of the 7 jewels, such as gold, silver, lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, agate, pearl, and ruby, and they rose as high as the palaces of the world protectors of the 4 quarters. The 33 devas rained down heavenly mandarava flowers in homage to the jeweled stupa. The other thousands of myriads of kotis of humans and such non-humans as devas, nagas, yaksas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kimnaras, and Maharagas also respected, honored, revered, and praised the precious stupa by offering all kinds of flowers, perfumes, necklaces, flags, banners, and music. Then a tremendous voice issued forth in praise from the jeweled stupa, saying, "Splendid, splendid, O Sakyamuni! The Bhagavat teaches the Lotus Sutra to the Great Assembly, the instruction for Bodhisattvas and treasured lore of the Buddhas, which is the wisdom attainable by every sentient being. Just so, O Sakyamuni Bhagavat, what you teach is true." Thereupon, the fourfold assembly saw the great jeweled stupa hovering in the air, and also heard the voice that issued forth from the stupa. They were all pleased with the teaching, and marveled at this unprecedented experience. They stood up from their seats, honored Sakyamuni with their palms pressed together, and withdrew to one side. At that time, there was a Bodhisattva Mahasattva called Mahapratipana, who, realizing that the devas, humans, and asuras of the entire world were puzzled, addressed the Buddha saying, "O Bhagavat, why has this jeweled stupa emerged from the earth, and why has this voice come forth from it?" Then the Buddha told Bodhisattva Mahapratipana, "Tathāgata is in this jeweled stupa. In the remote past, immeasurable, incalculable thousands of myriads of kotis of worlds away in the east, there was a land called Ratna Visuddha. In that land, there was a Buddha called Prabhutaratna. When this Buddha was practicing the Bodhisattva path in his previous lives, he made a great vow, saying, quote, "If I become a Buddha, after my parinirvana, if the Lotus Sutra is being taught anywhere in all the lands of the 10 directions, my stupa shall appear there, so that this sutra may be heard, and in order that I might bear testimony to it, and praise it with the word splendid." After the Buddha had perfected the path, and immediately before his parinirvana, he addressed the monks among the great assembly of devas and humans, saying, quote, "After my parinirvana, anyone who wishes to pay me homage should build a great stupa." If there is anyone teaching the Lotus Sutra anywhere in the world of the 10 directions, this Buddha makes a jeweled stupa emerge out of the ground in that place through his transcendent powers and the power of his vow. He is in the stupa, giving praise with the words, "Splendid, splendid." O Mahapradibhana, the Tathāgata Prabhutaratma has now emerged from the earth, within his stupa, so that he may hear the Lotus Sutra and give praise with the words, "Splendid, splendid." At that time, Bodhisattva Mahapradibhana spoke to the Buddha through the Tathāgata's transcendent powers, saying, quote, "O Bhagavat, we all want to see this Buddha's form." The Buddha answered Bodhisattva Mahasattva Mahapradibhana, saying, quote, "This Buddha Prabhutaratna made a great vow, saying, quote, whenever my jeweled stupa appears in the presence of a Buddha, in order to hear the Lotus Sutra, if that Buddha wants to show my form to the fourfold assembly, he should gather into one place all his magically created forms that are teaching the Dharma in the worlds of the 10 directions. After that, my form will appear. O Mahapradibhana, I shall now gather all my magical created forms who are teaching the Dharma in the worlds of the 10 directions." Mahapradibhana spoke to the Buddha, saying, "O Bhagavat, we also strongly wish to see the Bhagavat's magically created forms, to honor and pay homage to them." Then the Buddha emitted a ray of light from the tuft of white hair between his eyebrows, and they immediately saw the Buddhas in 500 myriads of kotis of nayutas of land in the eastern direction, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. In these lands the soil was of crystal, and adorned with treasure trees and jeweled garments. And these lands were full of innumerable thousands of myriads of kotis of bodhisattvas. Jeweled drapes were hung everywhere, and were covered with jeweled nets. All the Buddhas in these lands were teaching the Dharma in most harmonious voices. They also saw immeasurable thousands of myriads of kotis of bodhisattvas, filling all the lands and teaching the Dharma to sentient beings. The other directions, to the south, north, and west, the 4 intermediary directions, and the upper and lower regions, were also illuminated by the ray of light emitted from the tuft of white hair between the Buddha's eyebrows. And they were also exactly like this. Then all the Buddhas in the 10 directions each addressed the assembly of bodhisattvas, saying, quote, "O sons of a virtuous family, we will now go to the place where Sakyamuni is in the Saha world, and pay homage to the jeweled stupa of the Tathāgata Prabhutaratna." At that time, the Saha world was immediately purified. The earth was of lapis lazuli, adorned with jeweled trees, its road laid out like a chessboard, and bordered with golden cords. And there were no villages, towns, cities, oceans, rivers, mountains, streams, forests, or groves. Very precious incense was burning. Mandarava flowers were spread everywhere on the earth, and it was covered with jeweled nets and drapes from which jeweled bells hung. With the exception of this assembly, the devas and human beings were all moved to other lands. Then the Buddhas each took one great bodhisattva as an attendant, and arrived under a jeweled tree in the Saha world. Each jeweled tree was 500 yojanas in height and adorned with branches, leaves, blossoms, and fruits in their proper turn. Under all these jeweled trees were lion seats, 5 yojanas in height, that were adorned with great jewels. The Buddhas each sat cross-legged on these seats. They sat one after another in this way, filling the great manifold cosmos. Yet the separate forms of Sakyamuni Buddha of even one direction had not all arrived yet. At that time, Sakyamuni Buddha, wanting to be able to receive all of his magically created forms, transformed and purified 200 myriads of kotis of nayutas of lands in each of the world systems in the 8 directions. There were no hells, hungry ghosts, animals, or asuras, and all the devas and humans were moved to other lands. In these transformed lands the earth was made of lapis lazuli and adorned with jeweled trees. These trees were 500 yojanas in height and were adorned with branches, leaves, blossoms, and fruits in their proper turn. Under every tree was a jeweled lion seat, 5 yojanas in height, which was adorned with various jewels. There were no oceans, rivers, or great mountain kings, such as Mount Musalinda, Mount Mahamusalinda, Mount Kakravada, Mount Mahakakravada, or Mount Sumeru. The lands were all made into one Buddha world throughout. The jeweled earth was level and covered everywhere with jewel-studded drapes. Banners and umbrellas were set up, precious incense was burning, and heavenly jeweled flowers covered the ground everywhere. Then Sakyamuni Buddha again transformed and purified 200 myriads of kotis of nayutas of lands in each of the 8 directions, so that the Buddhas could come and sit. There were no hells, hungry ghosts, animals, or asuras, and the devas and humans were moved to other lands. In the transformed lands, the earth was of lapis lazuli and adorned with jeweled trees. The trees were 500 yojanas in height and were adorned with branches, leaves, blossoms, and fruits in their proper turn. Under these trees were jeweled lion seats that were 5 yojanas in height and decorated with great jewels. There were no oceans, rivers, or great mountain kings, such as Mount Musalinda, Mount Maha Musalinda, Mount Kakravada, Mount Mahakakravada, or Mount Sumeru. The lands were all made into one Buddha world throughout. The jeweled earth was level and covered everywhere with jewel-studded drapes. Banners and umbrellas were set up, precious incense was burning, and heavenly jeweled flowers covered the ground everywhere. Then the magically created forms of Sakyamuni Buddha, which had been teaching the Dharma in the hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of nayutas of lands in the east, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River, gathered here. In this way, all the Buddhas in the 10 directions gradually came until all were assembled, sitting in the 8 directions. At that time, these Buddha Tathāgatas filled 400 myriads of kotis of nayutas of lands in each direction. Then, sitting on the lion seats under the jewel trees, the Buddhas each dispatched their attendants with hands full of jeweled flowers to inquire after Buddha Sakyamuni, saying, "O son of a virtuous family, you should approach the Buddha Sakyamuni on Mount Gridhakuta and give him a greeting, saying, quote, 'Are you without illness and pain, and are you full of vigor and at ease? And are the assemblies of Bodhisattvas and Shravakas all at ease or not?' Then, having paid homage to the Buddha by scattering him with these jewel flowers, say this to him: "The Buddha so-and-so wishes you to open this jeweled stupa." All the other Buddhas dispatched their messengers like this. Then the Buddha Sakyamuni saw that his magically created forms had already gathered and were each sitting on a lion's seat. And he heard that all the Buddhas also wanted him to open the treasured stupa. Immediately rising, he hovered in the air, and the entire fourfold assembly rose and gazed attentively at the Buddha with their palms pressed together. Thereupon, Sakyamuni Buddha opened the entrance to the seven-jeweled stupa with his right finger. There was a tremendous sound, as if the bar and lock to the gateway of a large city were being pushed aside. Then immediately the entire gathering saw the Tathāgata Prabhutaratna in the jeweled stupa, sitting on a lion's seat as if he were in meditation, his body whole and undecomposed. They heard him say, "Splendid, splendid. The Buddha Sakyamuni is teaching the Lotus Sutra, and I have come in order to hear it." At that time, the fourfold assembly saw the Buddha, who had entered parinirvana immeasurable thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas ago, speaking those words. They praised this unprecedented experience and scattered heavenly jeweled flowers upon the Buddhas Prabhutaratna and Sakyamuni. Then, from within the stupa, the Buddha Prabhutaratna offered half of his seat to the Buddha Sakyamuni, saying, "O Sakyamuni Buddha, please take a seat here." The Buddha Sakyamuni immediately entered the stupa and sat cross-legged on half of the seat. Thereupon, the great assembly saw the two Tathāgatas sitting cross-legged on the lion's seat in the seven-jeweled stupa, and they each thought thus, quote, "The Buddhas are seated far away. O Tathāgata, we entreat you to use your transcendent powers so that we may be in the air together with you." The Buddha Sakyamuni immediately moved the entire fourfold assembly into the air through his transcendent powers and addressed them with a great voice, saying, quote, "Who in the Saha world is able to extensively teach the Lotus Sutra? It is now the right time. The Tathāgata will enter parinirvana before long, and the Buddha wants to transmit this Lotus Sutra to you." Thereupon, the Buddha, wanting to further elaborate upon the meaning of this, spoke these verses. Although the great sage, the Bhagavat, entered parinirvana long ago, he has been abiding in a jeweled stupa, and he has now come for the sake of the Dharma. Why is it that people do not strive for the Dharma? Although this Buddha entered parinirvana incalculable kalpas ago, because it is difficult to encounter, he listens to the Dharma wherever it is taught. The original vow of this Buddha was, quote, "After my parinirvana, I will always listen to the Dharma, wherever it may be." My magically created forms, incalculable as the sands of the Ganges River, have come to hear the Dharma and see the Tathāgata Prabhutaratna who has entered nirvana. Each Buddha form, having abandoned his beautiful land, disciples, devas, humans, nagas, and ritual tributes, has come here so that the Dharma may abide forever. In order to seat all these Buddhas, I transferred immeasurable beings and purified the lands through my transcendent powers. And each of these Buddhas settled under a jewel tree, as lotus blossoms adorn a limpid, cool pond. Under every jewel tree was a lion's seat on which the Buddhas sat, radiating light, as a great bonfire blazes in the dark of the night. They emitted a subtle fragrance from their bodies, which filled the lands of the 10 directions. Sentient beings who smelled this fragrance were overcome with unsurpassed joy, like branches of a small tree being blown by a great wind. Through this skillful means, I enabled the Dharma to abide forever. I tell the great assembly that after my nirvana, whoever can preserve and recite this sutra should now individually make a declaration in the presence of the Buddhas. Although the Buddha Prabhutarātana entered parinirvana long ago, through his great vow he has roared the lion's roar. The Tathāgata Prabhutarātana, I myself, and all the magically created forms who have gathered here should know this intention. O heirs of the Buddhas, whoever is able to preserve the Dharma should make a great vow so that it may abide forever. Whoever is able to preserve the teaching of this sutra will thus honor me and Prabhutarātana. The Buddha Prabhutarātana always roams the 10 directions in a jeweled stupa in order to hear this sutra. He also honors all the transformed Buddhas who have come here and who adorn all the worlds with light. Whoever teaches this sutra will see me, the Tathāgata Prabhutarātana, and the transformed Buddhas. O sons of a virtuous family, each of you must carefully consider this. This is indeed a difficult matter. Make a great vow accordingly. It is not really difficult to teach all of the other sutras, the number of which is equal to the sands of the Ganges River. It is not difficult to take Mount Sumeru and throw it to another quarter, over innumerable Buddha worlds. It is also not difficult to shake free the manifold cosmos with one toe and throw it far into another distant world. It is not difficult to stand on the highest summit of the world and teach the other innumerable sutras for the sake of sentient beings. However, it will indeed be difficult to teach this sutra in the troubled world after the Buddha's nirvana. It is not difficult for anyone to grasp empty space and wander around with it, but it will certainly be difficult to copy and preserve this sutra and cause others to copy it after my nirvana. It is not really difficult to put the great earth on a toenail and ascend with it to the world of the Brahmas. However, it will indeed be difficult to recite this sutra even for a moment in the troubled world after the Buddha's nirvana. It is not really difficult to enter into the conflagration at the time of the close of a kalpa, carrying hay on your back and yet not be burned. It certainly will be difficult to preserve this sutra and teach it to even a single person after my nirvana. It is indeed not really difficult for anyone to preserve the 84,000 treasure houses of the Dharma and the 12-fold scriptures and teach them so that the listeners can attain the 6 transcendent powers. It will indeed be difficult for anyone to hear and accept this sutra and to ask about its meaning after my nirvana. It is not really difficult for people to do such beneficial things as teaching the Dharma and making thousands of myriads of kotis of immeasurable and incalculable sentient beings, numbering as many as the sands of the Ganges River, attain arhatship and perfect the 6 transcendent powers. It will certainly be difficult to preserve such a sutra as this after my nirvana. I have extensively taught many sutras in incalculable lands, from the beginning until now, for the sake of the Buddha path. And yet among them, this sutra is the best. If anyone preserves it, he preserves the form of the Buddha. O sons of a virtuous family, those who preserve and recite this Lotus Sutra after my nirvana must now individually make a declaration in the presence of the Buddhas. It is hard to preserve this sutra. If anyone preserves it, even for a single moment, I shall truly rejoice. All of the other Buddhas will do so also. Such people as these are praised by the Buddhas. They are courageous. They are persevering. They are known as those who follow the rules of good conduct and carry out ascetic practices. Subsequently, they quickly attain the highest Buddha path. Those in the future who recite and preserve this sutra are the true heirs of the Buddha and abide in the stage of purity. Those who can understand its meaning after the Buddha's nirvana will become the eyes of the world for devas and humans. Those who teach it, even for a moment, in the fearful world, will be revered by all the devas and humans. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 12, Devadatta. The Buddha then addressed the assembly of Bodhisattvas, and also the devas, humans, and the fourfold assembly, saying, quote, "In the past, immeasurable kalpas ago, I tirelessly sought the Lotus Sutra. Throughout many kalpas, I always became a king and made a vow to seek highest enlightenment. My mind became irreversible. Wanting to fulfill the 6 perfections, I diligently carried out practices, unstintingly giving elephants, horses, the 7 precious treasures, countries and cities, wives and children, male and female servants, my head, eyes, marrow and brains, the flesh of my body, hands and feet, without stinginess, not even hesitating to give my own life. At that time, the lifespan of the people in the world was immeasurable. In order to seek the Dharma, I abandoned my kingdom and abdicated my throne to the crown prince. Beating a drum, I proclaimed to the 4 directions that I was seeking the Dharma, saying, quote, "I will be as a servant for the rest of my life to whosoever can teach me the Mahayana." At that time, there was a sage who came to this king and said, quote, "I possess the Mahayana teaching called the Lotus Sutra. If you faithfully obey me, I will expound it to you." Having heard the sage, the king became joyful and ecstatic, and, accompanying the sage, he did everything he was asked. He gathered fruits, drew water, collected firewood, and provided meals. He even provided his own body as a bed for the sage. Yet he never tired in either body or mind, and in this way served the sage for 1,000 years. For the sake of the Dharma, he served him diligently, making certain the sage never lacked for anything. At that time, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses, quote, "I remember that in the past, many kalpas ago, although I became king of the world, in order to seek the great Dharma, I was never attached to the desires of the 5 senses. Striking a bell, I declared this to the 4 directions, quote, If anyone possesses the great Dharma and explains it to me, I will become his servant." At that time, there was a sage called Asita, who came to the great king and said, quote, "I possess a subtle and true Dharma that is rare in the world. If you are able to practice it, I will explain it to you." On hearing what the sage said, the king became overjoyed. He immediately accompanied the sage and performed whatever he was asked. He gathered firewood and various fruits, and respectfully offered them whenever requested. Because he longed for the true Dharma, he never tired in body or mind. For the sake of sentient beings, he diligently sought everywhere the great Dharma. He never sought it for his own sake, nor for the desires of the 5 senses. For this reason, although a great king, he diligently sought and attained this Dharma, ultimately becoming a Buddha. That is why I now tell you this. The Buddha addressed the monks, saying, quote, "The king at that time was I myself, and the sage was he who is now Devadatta. Through the virtuous friendship of Devadatta, I was able to become endowed with the 6 perfections: benevolence, compassion, sympathetic joy, generosity, the 32 marks, the 80 excellent characteristics, reddish gold skin, the 10 powers, the 4 kinds of fearlessness, the 4 methods of gaining trust, the 18 excellent qualities, the transcendent powers, and the power of the path. It is all due to the good and virtuous friendship of Devadatta that I attained complete enlightenment and extensively saved innumerable sentient beings. The Buddha addressed the fourfold assembly, saying, quote, "After immeasurable kalpas have passed, Devadatta will then become a Buddha called Devaraja, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. His world will be called Devasopahana. At that time, the Buddha Devaraja will abide in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas and extensively teach the true Dharma to sentient beings. Sentient beings equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River will attain arhatship. The thought of a Pratyeka Buddha has awakened in incalculable numbers of sentient beings. The thought of the highest path will awaken in sentient beings equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River, and they will become convinced of the non-arising of all dharmas and reside in the stage of non-retrogression. Then, after the parinirvana of the Buddha Devaraja, the true Dharma will abide in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas. A 7-jeweled stupa, 60 yojanas in height and 40 yojanas in both length and width, will be built for all his relics, and all the devas and humans will honor and revere this beautiful 7-jeweled stupa with various flowers, scented powders, burning incense, fragrant ointments, clothing, necklaces, banners, flags, jeweled canopies, music, and songs. Incalculable sentient beings will attain arhatship. Innumerable sentient beings will be enlightened as Pratyeka Buddhas, and the thought of enlightenment will awaken in an inconceivable number of sentient beings, and they will reach the stage of non-retrogression. The Buddha addressed the monks, saying, quote, "If, in the future, there are sons and daughters of a virtuous family who, upon hearing the Devadatta chapter of the Lotus Sutra, accept it with pure minds and without doubt, they shall not fall into the realms of hell, or to the states of hungry ghosts, or of animals, but will be born in the presence of the Buddhas in the 10 directions. Wherever they may be, they will always hear this sutra. If they are born among humans or devas, they will enjoy a supreme and delightful contentment. And if in the presence of a Buddha, they will be born spontaneously in a lotus flower." At that time, in the lower region, there was a Bodhisattva called Prajnakuta, who was accompanying the Bhagavat Prabhutaratna. He urged the Buddha Prabhutaratna to return to their original land. The Buddha Sakyamuni addressed Prajnakuta, saying, quote, "O son of a virtuous family, wait for a moment. There is a Bodhisattva called Manjusri. Let us meet him together and discuss the true Dharma. After that you can return to your original land." At that time, Manjusri, sitting on a 1,000-petaled lotus flower as large as a carriage wheel, together with attendant bodhisattvas also seated on jeweled lotus flowers, emerged spontaneously out of the ocean from the palace of the Naga king Sagara and floated in mid-air. Arriving at Mount Gridhrakuta, they descended from the lotus flowers and went into the presence of the Buddhas, where they bowed until their foreheads touched the feet of both Bhagavats. Having honored them, Manjushri approached Prajnakuta. They greeted each other and withdrew to sit at one side. Then Bodhisattva Prajnakuta asked Manjushri, saying, "Your Eminence, how many sentient beings did you lead and inspire at the palace of the Naga king?" Manjushri answered, "The number is immeasurable and incalculable. It is not possible to express it in words, nor is it possible to calculate it with one's mind. Wait a moment, and you will have proof." Before he had finished speaking, innumerable bodhisattvas emerged from the ocean, seated on jeweled lotus flowers. Arriving at Mount Gridrakruta, they floated in mid-air. All of these were bodhisattvas who had been led and inspired by Manjushri. Those who had perfected the bodhisattva practices discussed the 6 perfections together. Those who were originally Shravakas explained the Sravaka practices in the air, and now they all practice to understand the meaning of emptiness of the Mahayana. Manjushri said to Prajnakuta, "Thus did I lead and inspire people in the ocean." Thereupon, Bodhisattva Prajnakuta spoke these verses in praise, quote, "O one of great wisdom, virtue, and courage, this assembly and I have now all witnessed that you have led and inspired incalculable numbers of sentient beings. You have expounded the essential nature of dharmas and revealed the teaching of the single vehicle. You have extensively led many sentient beings, causing them to quickly attain enlightenment." Manjushri said, quote, "In the ocean, I always expounded only the Lotus Sutra." Then Prajnakuta questioned Manjushri, saying, quote, "This sutra is profound and subtle. It is a jewel among sutras and rare in the world. If sentient beings diligently strive to practice this sutra, will they immediately become Buddhas or not?" Manjushri answered, "Yes, they will. There is the daughter of the Naga king Sagara, who is only 8 years old. She is wise, her faculties are sharp, and she also well knows all the faculties and deeds of sentient beings. She has attained the power of recollection. She preserves all the profound secret treasures taught by the Buddhas, enters deep meditation, and is well capable of discerning all dharmas. She instantly produced the thought of enlightenment and attained the stage of non-retrogression. She has unhindered eloquence and thinks of sentient beings with as much compassion as if they were her own children. Her virtues are perfect. Her thoughts and explanations are subtle and extensive, merciful and compassionate. She has a harmonious mind and has attained enlightenment." Bodhisattva Prajnakuta said, quote, "I see the Tathāgata Sakyamuni, who has been incessantly carrying out difficult and severe practices for immeasurable kalpas, accumulating merit and virtue while seeking the Bodhisattva path. Looking into the great manifold cosmos, there is not a single place, even the size of a mustard seed, where this Bodhisattva has not abandoned his life for the sake of sentient beings. He attained the path to enlightenment only after this. It is hard to believe that this girl will instantly attain complete enlightenment." Before he had finished speaking, the daughter of the Naga king suddenly appeared in their presence. Bowing until her forehead touched their feet, she withdrew to one side and spoke these verses in praise, quote, "The Buddha is deeply versed in the characteristics of good and evil, and he completely illuminates the 10 directions. His subtle and pure Dharma body is endowed with the 32 marks. With the 80 good characteristics is his Dharma body adorned. He is adored by devas and humans and honored by nagas. There is no sentient being who does not pay him homage. Moreover, that I will attain enlightenment upon hearing him can only be known by a Buddha. I will reveal the teaching of the Mahayana and save suffering sentient beings." At that time, Sariputra spoke to the daughter of the Naga king, saying, quote, "You say that you will soon attain the highest path. This is difficult to believe. Why is this? The female body is polluted. It is not a vessel for the Dharma. How can you attain highest enlightenment? The Buddha path is long. One can only attain it after diligently carrying out severe practices and completely practicing the perfections over immeasurable kalpas. Moreover, the female body has 5 obstructions. The first is the inability to become a great Brahma. The second is the inability to become Sakra. The third is the inability to become Mara. And the fourth is the inability to become a universal monarch. The fifth is the inability to become a Buddha. How can you, with your female body, quickly become a Buddha? Then the daughter of the Naga king presented to the Buddha a jewel worth the great manifold cosmos, and the Buddha accepted it. The daughter of the Naga king spoke to Bodhisattva Prajnakuta and the noble Sariputra, saying, quote, I offered a jewel and the Bhagavat accepted it. Was that done quickly or not? They answered, saying, quote, It was done extremely quickly. The daughter said, Through your transcendent powers, watch me become a Buddha even more quickly than that. Then the assembly there all saw the daughter of the Naga king instantly transform into a man, perfect the Bodhisattva practices, go to the Vimala world in the south, sit on a jeweled lotus flower, and attain highest, complete enlightenment, become endowed with the 32 marks and 80 excellent characteristics, and expound the true Dharma universally for the sake of all sentient beings in the 10 directions. Then the Bodhisattvas, Shravakas, 8 kinds of Devas, Nagas, and so on, humans and non-humans of the Saha world, all saw in the distance that the daughter of the Naga king had become a Buddha and was universally teaching the Dharma for the sake of the humans and Devas in that assembly. They rejoiced greatly and honored her from afar. On hearing the Dharma, incalculable numbers of sentient beings became enlightened and attained the stage of non-retrogression. Incalculable numbers of sentient beings received their predictions to the path, and the Vimala world quaked in 6 ways. In the Saha world, 3,000 sentient beings attained the stage of non-retrogression, and 3,000 sentient beings in whom the thought of enlightenment had awakened received their predictions. The Bodhisattva Prajnakuta, Sariputra, and the entire assembly accepted and believed in silence. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 13, Perseverance. At that time, Bodhisattva Mahasattva Bhaiṣajyarāja and Bodhisattva Mahasattva Mahapratibhana made this declaration in the presence of the Buddha, together with 2,000 Bodhisattvas, quote, O Bhagavat, we entreat you not to be concerned, since, after the Buddha's parinirvana, we will preserve, recite, and teach this Lotus Sutra. In the troubled world to come, sentient beings will have hardly any roots of good merit, but will have excessive pride and will be greedy to receive offerings. They will increase their roots of bad merit, and thus will be far away from liberation. It will be difficult to lead and inspire them. Therefore, we will produce the power of great patience and recite, preserve, teach, and copy this sutra, as well as pay it homage in various ways, even willingly giving up our bodies and lives, close quote. Then, in the assembly, 500 arhats who had received their predictions addressed the Buddha, saying, quote, O Bhagavat, we also declare that in other lands we will extensively teach this sutra. Moreover, 8,000 of those who had received their predictions, including those who had more to learn and those who did not, rose from their seats and with their palms pressed together, faced the Buddha and made this declaration, quote, "O Bhagavat, we also will extensively teach this sutra in other lands. Why is this? Because in the Saha world there are many erring people with excessive pride and superficial virtue, those who are quick to anger, deceitful, and untrue." Close quote. Thereupon, the Buddha's aunt, the nun Mahaprajapati Gautami, with 6,000 nuns, some of whom had more to learn and some of whom did not, rose from their seats and with their palms pressed together, gazed attentively at the Buddha, never turning their eyes away. Then the Bhagavat spoke to Mahaprajapati Gautami, saying, "Why are you anxiously staring at the Tathāgata? Are you thinking that I have not given you your prediction of highest complete enlightenment? O Mahaprajapati Gautami, I have previously said that all of the Sravakas would receive their predictions. Now, if you wish to know your prediction, I will tell you that in the future you will become a great expounder of the Dharma, taught by 68,000 kotis of Buddhas. These 6,000 nuns, some of whom have more to learn and some who do not, will all become expounders of the Dharma together. In this way, you will gradually be able to complete the Bodhisattva path and become a Buddha called Sarvaryupasam Darsana, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. O Mahaprajapati Gautami, this Buddha Sarvaryupasama will give predictions of highest complete enlightenment one by one to Bodhisattvas totaling 6,000 in number." Close quote. Then the nun Yasodhara, the mother of Rahula, thought this, quote, "While giving the predictions, the only name the Bhagavat did not mention was mine." The Buddha addressed Yasodhara, saying, quote, "In the future, you will cultivate the Bodhisattva practice of the teachings of hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas. You will become a great expounder of the Dharma and gradually complete the Buddha path. In a land called Bhadra, you will become a Buddha called Rasmi Sata Sahara Paripurna Advaja, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. This Buddha's lifespan will be for immeasurable, incalculable kalpas." At that time, the nun Mahaprajapati Gautami and the nun Yasodhara, together with their attendants, all rejoiced greatly at having attained such an unprecedented experience. In the presence of the Buddha, they immediately spoke in verse, saying, "O Bhagavat, as a great leader, you bring ease to devas and humans. Having heard our predictions, our minds are at peace, and we are content." Having spoken this verse, all the nuns addressed the Buddha, saying, quote, "O Bhagavat, we also will extensively expound this sutra in other lands." Then the Bhagavat saw 80 myriads of kotis of Nayutas of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, all of whom were at the stage of non-retrogression. They had turned the irreversible wheel of the Dharma and attained the power of recollection. Arising from their seats, they went before the Buddha with their palms pressed together and with this wholehearted thought, quote, If the Bhagavat commands us to preserve and teach this sutra, then we will extensively expound this Dharma exactly as the Buddha has taught. They also thought, quote, "The Buddha now keeps silent and does not command us. What should we do?" Then all of the Bodhisattvas, respecting the Buddha's intention and also wanting to fulfill their original vow, uttered a lion's roar in the presence of the Buddha and declared, quote, "O Bhagavat, after the Tathāgata's parinirvana, we will roam throughout the world of the 10 directions, enabling sentient beings to copy, preserve, and recite this Lotus Sutra, and to explain its meaning, practice it according to the Dharma, and remember it correctly. This will all be due to the Buddha's majestic power. O Bhagavat, we entreat you to protect us from afar, while we are in other quarters." Immediately after that, all of the Bodhisattvas spoke these verses in unison. "We entreat you not to be concerned, because we will extensively teach in the fearful, troubled world after the Buddha's parinirvana. We will be patient with those who are ignorant, those who disparage others with evil words, or who attack us with sticks and swords. Monks in this troubled world will have false wisdom and be deceitful. They will think that they have attained what they have not, and their minds will be full of conceit. Then there will be those who dwell in tranquil forests wearing rags, with the thought that they alone practice the true path, and who look down on those who lead worldly lives. There will be those who teach the Dharma to lay people only out of greed for offerings, yet they will be respected in the world as if they were arhats endowed with the 6 transcendent powers. The minds of such people are in error. They are always thinking about worldly matters, and they enjoy pointing out our faults, playing the role of the forest dwellers. Thus they will say things such as, quote, "All of these monks here teach heretical doctrines because they are greedy for profit. They have fabricated this sutra to deceive the people of the world, and they explain this sutra out of desire for fame," close quote. They always want to slander us in the great assembly. They slander us to the kings, ministers, Brahmins, householders, and to other monks, saying that we are evil. They say, quote, "These are people of false views who teach heretical doctrines," close quote. Since we revere the Buddha, we will be patient with their wickedness. They will mockingly address us, saying, quote, "All you Buddhas," close quote. We will be patient with these scornful words. In the troubled world of the age of the decadent Dharma, there are many fearful things. People possessed by evil spirits will scorn and slander us, but we shall wear the armor of patience because we trust and revere the Buddha. And we will persevere under these difficulties in order to teach this sutra. We will not be attached to our bodies or lives. We only desire the highest path. In the future, we will preserve what the Buddha has entrusted us with. The Bhagavat himself must know that the erring monks in the troubled world will not understand the Dharma taught by the Buddha through skillful means, according to what is appropriate to sentient beings. They will utter evil words with angry countenances, and they will repeatedly expel us and keep us away from the monasteries and stupas. There will be many evils such as this. We will all endure in these matters because we remember the Buddha's decree. If there are any people seeking this Dharma in villages or cities, we will all go there and teach the Dharma entrusted to us by the Buddha. Because we are the Bhagavat's ambassadors, wherever we go we have nothing to fear. We will skillfully teach the Dharma. We entreat you, O Buddha, to be at ease. In the presence of the Bhagavat and all of the Buddhas who have come from the 10 directions, we make this declaration. O Buddha, you know our intentions. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 14, Ease in Practice. Thereupon, the Prince of the Dharma, Bodhisattva Mahasattva Manjushri, addressed the Buddha, saying, quote, O Bhagavat, these Bodhisattvas are very rare. In respectful obedience to the Buddha, they have made this great vow, quote, in the troubled world to come, we will preserve, recite, and teach this Lotus Sutra. O Bhagavat, how can these Bodhisattva Mahasattvas teach this sutra in the troubled world to come? The Buddha addressed Manjushri, saying, if the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas want to teach this sutra in the troubled world to come, they should abide in the 4 kinds of practices. The first is to establish the sphere of their Bodhisattva practice and the sphere of their relationships, and thereupon expound this sutra for the sake of sentient beings. O Manjushri, what is the sphere of the practice of the Bodhisattva Mahasattva? If a Bodhisattva Mahasattva abides in the stage of perseverance, is gentle, tranquil, non-violent, and unafraid, and furthermore, if he remains unmoved with regard to existent things, and perceives them in their true aspect, and neither acts nor discriminates, this is called the sphere of the practice of the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. What is the sphere of the relationships of the Bodhisattva Mahasattva? The Bodhisattva Mahasattva should not consort with kings, princes, ministers, and chief officials. He should not consort with heretics, Brahmins, Jains, and others, or with worldly writers, critics of poetry, materialists, or extreme materialists. Nor should he become acquainted with pranksters, boxers, wrestlers, clowns, and various jugglers, nor with outcasts and people who raise boars, sheep, chickens, and dogs, nor with hunters, fishermen, and those with evil conduct. A bodhisattva should teach such people the Dharma if they come to him, but expect nothing. Nor should a bodhisattva consort with monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen who seek the Sravaka vehicle. Nor should he greet them. The bodhisattva should avoid their company in chambers, on roads, or while in lecture halls, and not remain with them. If they come, teach them the Dharma according to their capacities, but expect nothing. Moreover, O Manjushri, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva should expound the teaching without any thought of desire for or wish to see a woman's body. If a Bodhisattva enters someone else's home, he should not talk to young girls, maidens, and widows. A Bodhisattva should also not approach the 5 kinds of impotent men, nor be intimate with them. He should not enter someone else's home alone, and if for any reason he should enter it alone, a Bodhisattva should do nothing but single-mindedly contemplate the Buddha. If he should teach the Dharma to women, he should not show his teeth when smiling, nor reveal his chest. A bodhisattva should not be intimate with them, even for the sake of the Dharma, how much less so for other things. A bodhisattva should take no pleasure in keeping young disciples, shramaneras, or young boys, nor should he take pleasure in having the same teacher as them. He should always take pleasure in meditation, and, in a quiet place, practice to control his mind. O Manjushri, this is what is known as the first sphere of relationships. Furthermore, the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas perceive the emptiness of all dharmas in their true aspect. All things are unerring, unmoving, non-returning, irreversible, and like empty space which lacks substance. They are beyond all language. They are not produced, nor do they emerge, nor do they arise. They do not have any name or mark. In reality, they have no substance. They are immeasurable, limitless, without obstacles or obstructions. They exist only through dependent origination, arising through error. That is why I teach the permanent joy of perceiving the aspects of all existent things in this way. This is what is known as the second sphere of relationships of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. At that time, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate upon the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. If, in the troubled world to come, a Bodhisattva with a fearless mind wants to teach this sutra, he should enter the sphere of the Bodhisattva practice and the sphere of relationships. He should always stay away from kings, princes, ministers, chief officials, dangerous pranksters, outcasts, heretics, and Brahmins. He should not consort with excessively proud scholars who are attached to scriptures of the inferior vehicle contained in the 3 baskets, or Tripitaka, nor with monks who violate the precepts, with those who call themselves arhats, or with nuns who like to joke and laugh. He should not become acquainted with laywomen who are attached to the desires of the 5 senses and seek nirvana in their present lives. If these people come to the Bodhisattva with good intentions in order to hear about the Buddha path, the Bodhisattva should then fearlessly teach them the Dharma without any expectations. A Bodhisattva should not become intimately acquainted with widows, maidens, or impotent men, nor should he consort with slaughterers, butchers, hunters, or fishermen who kill for profit. He should not consort with people such as those who make a living from selling meat or from pandering prostitutes. He should never become acquainted with dangerous wrestlers or the varieties of jugglers or courtesans. He should not teach the Dharma to a woman alone in a quiet place. When he teaches the Dharma, he should not joke or laugh. If he enters a village to beg for food, he should be accompanied by a monk. If there is no monk, he should single-mindedly contemplate the Buddha. This is what is known as the sphere of Bodhisattva practice and the sphere of relationships. Within these 2 spheres, he can teach at ease. He should not practice the superior, mediocre, or inferior teachings, the conditioned and the unconditioned, or the teaching of the real and the unreal. Nor should he discriminate between men and women. He should not acquire, comprehend, or perceive any phenomenon. This is what is known as the sphere of the Bodhisattva practice. All dharmas are empty and without substance, impermanent, without origination or cessation. This is known as the sphere of the relationships of the wise. Through the error of discrimination, one sees all existent things as existing or non-existing, real or unreal, produced or unproduced. Being in a quiet place, the Bodhisattva carries out practices to control his mind and remains as firm and unmoved as Mount Sumeru. He should regard all dharmas as being without substance, like empty space which has no firmness. All dharmas are neither produced nor do they emerge. They are immovable, non-returning, and always remain in their single character. This is known as the sphere of relationships. Any monk, after my parinirvana, who enters the sphere of practice and the sphere of relationships will not be disheartened when he teaches this sutra. A bodhisattva, at proper times, should enter a quiet chamber and contemplate all dharmas with correct thoughts, according to the meaning. Arising from meditation, he should reveal and expound this sutra to kings, princes, ministers, and Brahmins. Then his mind will be at ease and unafraid. O Manjushri, this is the Bodhisattva who firmly abides in the Dharma from the beginning, and in the world to come will be able to teach the Lotus Sutra. Furthermore, O Manjushri, after the Tathāgata's parinirvana, anyone who wants to teach this sutra in the age of the decadent Dharma should abide in ease of practice. When he expounds or recites this sutra, he should not take pleasure in talking about the faults of people or of the sutra, nor should he slander other expounders of the Dharma, or talk of the good and bad, strong and weak points of others. As for the Shravakas, a bodhisattva should not name them and point out their faults, nor name them and praise their virtues. Moreover, he should not feel any hatred, because if he skillfully practices ease of mind in this way, those who listen to him will not oppose his intentions. If he is asked difficult questions, he should not answer using the teaching of the inferior vehicle. He should take his explanation only from the Mahayana, which will enable them to attain omniscience. At that time, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. The Bodhisattva should always willingly teach the Dharma at ease, establishing his seat in a pure place. He should anoint his body with oil to cleanse himself of dirt, and put on new clean clothing. Both his outer garments and undergarments being pure, sitting comfortably on the Dharma seat, he should teach according to the questions. If there are any monks, nuns, laymen and laywomen, or kings, princes, subjects, officials and commoners, using subtle ideas, he should teach them with a composed countenance. If they have difficult questions, he should answer in accordance with the meaning, expounding and illuminating it with various explanations and illustrations. Through these skillful means, he should awaken the thought of enlightenment in them all, gradually benefiting them and causing them to enter the Buddha path. Ridding them of idle minds and lazy thoughts, as well as anxieties, he should compassionately teach the Dharma. He should continuously expound the teaching of the highest path, both day and night, using various explanations and incalculable illustrations. Revealing this to sentient beings, he will cause them all to rejoice. He should not expect to receive any clothing, bedding, food and drink, or medicine. He should only single-mindedly think of teaching the Dharma, gain mastery of the Buddha path, and enable sentient beings also to attain it. It is exactly this kind of offering that brings great benefit and ease. After my parinirvana, if there is any monk who is able to explain the Lotus Sutra, his mind will be free from the obstructions of jealousy, anger, and anxiety. He will also be without sorrows, and no one will slander him. He will not be afraid of being attacked with swords and sticks, and he will not be expelled from the Sangha because he abides in perseverance. The wise skillfully compose their minds in this way and can abide in ease, as I have described above. One would not be able to fully describe the qualities of such a person through calculations and illustrations, though they lasted for thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas. Furthermore, O Manjushri, in the future, when the Dharma becomes extinct, any Bodhisattva Mahasattva who preserves and recites this sutra will not feel jealous or be deceitful, nor will he insult those who study the Buddha path by pointing out their good qualities or their deficiencies. If there are any monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen who are seeking the Sravaka vehicle, the Pratyeka vehicle, or the Bodhisattva path, a Bodhisattva will not worry them, causing them to have doubts by saying, quote, "You are very far away from the path and will never be able to attain omniscience. Why is this? Because you are negligent and idle in the path. Moreover, a bodhisattva also should not devise hollow sophistries concerning the teachings and argue about them. In him the thought of great compassion for all sentient beings should awaken, together with the thought that all Tathāgatas are compassionate fathers and that all bodhisattvas are great teachers. He should always deeply respect and pay homage to all of the great bodhisattvas in the 10 directions. He should teach the Dharma equally to all sentient beings in accordance with the Dharma, explaining neither too much nor too little. Nor should he teach too much even to those who are deeply enthusiastic about hearing the Dharma. O Manjushri, in the future world, when the Dharma is to be extinguished, this Bodhisattva Mahasattva, having perfected the 3rd sphere of ease in practice, will not be perplexed when he teaches this Dharma. He will become acquainted with good fellow students who will recite this sutra together. He will also acquire a great following who come to hear his teaching, preserve it after hearing it, recite it after preserving it, teach it after reciting it, copy it after teaching it, and enable others to copy, respect, honor, praise, and pay homage to the Lotus Sutra. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses, quote, "If anyone wants to teach this sutra, he should get rid of jealousy, anger, pride, flattery, deceitfulness, and falsity. He should always practice honest conduct. He should not slander others or make up fallacies about the Dharma. Nor should he cause others to be doubtful by saying, quote, 'You will not become a Buddha,' close quote. This heir of the Buddha who teaches the Dharma should always be gentle, patient, and compassionate to all. He should never have lazy thoughts. He should respect the great bodhisattvas in the 10 directions who practice the path out of their compassion for sentient beings and think that they are his great teachers. He should think that all the Buddha Bhagavats are the most excellent fathers. Destroying arrogance, he should teach the Dharma without obstructions. The 3rd sphere of the teaching of ease in practice is like this. The wise should preserve it. Those who practice wholeheartedly and at ease will be honored by innumerable sentient beings. Furthermore, O Manjushri, in the future world, when the Dharma is to be extinguished, any Bodhisattva Mahasattva who preserves this Lotus Sutra will awaken the thought of great kindness toward lay Buddhists and renunciants, and also awaken the thought of great compassion toward non-Bodhisattvas. He should think, quote, "People like these have really missed the Tathāgata's teaching of the Dharma according to their capacities through skillful means. They do not hear, know, or realize it. They do not ask, believe, or understand. Those people do not even ask questions about this sutra, believe it, or understand it. When I attain highest complete enlightenment, wherever I am, I will lead them and enable them to abide in this teaching through my transcendent powers and power of wisdom." O Manjushri, after the Tathāgata's parinirvana, this Bodhisattva Mahasattva, who has perfected the 4th sphere of the teaching of ease in practice, will be faultless when he teaches this Dharma. He will always be paid homage to, respected, honored, and praised by monks, nuns, laymen, laywomen, kings, princes, ministers, commoners, Brahmins, and householders. The devas in the sky will always accompany him in order to hear the Dharma. If he is in a village, city, secluded spot, or forest, and the people want to come and ask difficult questions, the devas will protect him both day and night, always for the sake of the Dharma, and he will cause all of those who listen to him to rejoice. Why is this? Because this sutra is preserved through the transcendent powers of all the Buddhas of the past, present, and future. O Manjushri, even the title of this Lotus Sutra cannot be heard in incalculable lands. How much more is it unable to be seen, accepted, preserved, and recited? O Manjushri, suppose a very powerful noble emperor wanted to subdue other countries with his might, but the lesser kings would not obey his command. In such a case, the noble emperor gathers an army together to overcome them. He recognizes the soldiers who have committed brave deeds in war, and, greatly rejoicing, he bestows boons according to their merit, such as estates, villages, cities, garments, ornaments, various treasures, gold, silver, lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, agate, coral, amber, elephants, horses, chariots, servants, and subjects, but he never gives them the precious jewel in his top knot. Why is this? Because only the noble emperor has this precious jewel in his top knot. If the emperor gives it away, his attendants would certainly be very surprised and mistrustful. O Manjushri, the Tathāgata is exactly like this. He has attained the land of the Dharma through his powers of concentration and wisdom. Thus, he has become the king of the triple world. Since the Mara kings will not obey him, the wise and noble generals of the Tathāgata come to do battle with them. The Tathāgata rejoices at the meritorious ones and teaches various sutras to the fourfold assembly, gladdening them. He bestows upon them the property of all the teachings about concentrations, liberations, faculties without corruption, and powers. He also bestows upon them the city of Nirvana. Saying that they have attained Nirvana, he leads their minds onward and gladdens them all. And yet he does not teach them the Lotus Sutra. O Manjushri, it is just as if the noble emperor finally gives the jewel that has been long concealed in his top knot. Although he perceived the great merit of those soldiers and was deeply pleased, he did not rashly give them the marvelous jewel. The Tathāgata is also exactly like this. Since he is the great king of the Dharma in the triple world, he inspires all the sentient beings through the Dharma. When he sees the wise and noble soldiers who have done battle with the Mara of the five aggregates, the Mara of desires, and the Mara of death, who have great merit in battle, and have extinguished the three poisons, left the triple world, and broken out of Mara's net, he then rejoices greatly. He now teaches the Lotus Sutra, which is treated with hostility by the entire world and is difficult to believe in, and which he has never taught before, and enables sentient beings to attain omniscience. O Manjushri, this Lotus Sutra is the ultimate teaching of all the Tathāgatas, the most profound among all the teachings, and conferred at the very end. It was in the same way that the very powerful and noble emperor gave the jewel after having preserved it for a long time. O Manjushri, this Lotus Sutra is the secret treasure house of all the Buddha Tathāgatas and the foremost among all the sutras. The Buddha has preserved it for a long time, and he has not taught it indiscriminately. Now, for the first time, he teaches it. At that time, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. Always practice patience and be compassionate toward all, since only then can one expound a sutra praised by the Buddha. In the future, those who preserve this sutra should be compassionate and kind toward lay Buddhists, renunciants, and non-bodhisattvas, saying, quote, those who have not heard this sutra, or who do not believe in it, have consequently lost a great opportunity. When I attain the Buddha path, I will expound this teaching through various skillful means and enable them to abide in it." Close quote. Suppose there was a powerful noble emperor who bestows upon those soldiers meritorious in battle various gifts of elephants, horses, chariots, conveyances, ornaments, estates, villages, cities, garments, various treasures, servants, and wealth. He gives these gifts with joy. If there is anyone who has been brave and has performed difficult deeds, the noble emperor gives the precious jewel in his top knot. The Tathāgata is exactly like this. He is the emperor of all the teachings. Out of his great compassion, and through his treasury of wisdom and great power of patience, he inspires the world according to the Dharma. Seeing all the sentient beings suffering, seeking liberation and doing battle with the Maras, he explains various teachings for the beings and teaches various sutras with his great skillful means. Knowing that the sentient beings have finally attained the power to understand, he teaches the Lotus Sutra only at the very end, just like the noble emperor who gave the jewel in his top knot. This sutra is the utmost, superior to all the sutras. I have constantly preserved it and have not revealed it indiscriminately. Now is the right time to teach it to you. After my parinirvana, those seeking the Buddha path who want to attain ease and expound this sutra should become familiar with these 4 spheres of the teaching concerning ease in practice. Those who recite this sutra will always be free from anxiety and illness, and will have a noble countenance. They will not be born into poverty, lowliness, or ugliness. Sentient beings will want to meet them, just as they long to meet a wise seer, and all of the Devaputras will serve them. Sticks and swords cannot hurt them, and poison cannot harm them. If people slander them, those slanderers' mouths will be sealed up. They will travel fearlessly like a lion king, and the light of their wisdom will illuminate just like the sun. If they dream, they see only subtle things. They see the Tathāgatas seated on lion seats, teaching the Dharma to the assembly of monks surrounding them. They see Nagas and Asuras, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, honoring the Tathāgatas with their palms pressed together. Revealing themselves, they teach the Dharma to these beings. They also see the Buddhas with golden bodies, emitting immeasurable rays of light, which illuminate universally, and expounding various teachings with beautiful voices like Brahmas. To the fourfold assembly, the Buddha teaches the highest Dharma. Revealing themselves among them, they praise the Buddha with palms pressed together. Hearing the Dharma, they rejoice and pay homage to the Buddha. They attain the power of recollection and achieve the wisdom of non-retrogression. The Buddha, knowing their minds and that they have deeply entered the Buddha path, gives them a prediction of the highest complete enlightenment, saying, quote, "O son of a virtuous family, in the future you will attain immeasurable wisdom and the great path of the Buddha. Your land will be pure and vast beyond all comparison. The fourfold assembly will also be there, listening to the Dharma with their palms pressed together." Close quote. They who recite this sutra also see themselves in mountain forests, practicing excellent teachings, experiencing the real aspect, deeply entering into concentration, and looking at the Buddhas in the 10 directions, all of whom have golden bodies adorned with 100 auspicious marks. They will always have such pleasant dreams, and, hearing the Dharma taught, they will teach it to others. They will also dream about becoming the king of a realm who abandons his palace and retinue and the highly pleasing desires of the 5 senses, approaches the terrace of enlightenment, sits on the lion's seat under the Bodhi tree, attains the wisdom of all the Buddhas after seeking the path for 7 days, and who, arising, turns the wheel of the Dharma after having attained the highest path. They will teach the Dharma to the fourfold assembly for thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas. Explaining the true and incorruptible Dharma, they will save innumerable sentient beings. Later, they will enter nirvana, just as smoke dies away when the flame of a candle is extinguished. If anyone in the troubled world to come teaches this highest Dharma, they will attain great benefits, like the merits mentioned above. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 15, Bodhisattvas Emerging from the Earth. At that time, the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas who had arrived from other lands, and whose numbers exceeded that of the sands of 8 Ganges rivers, stood up in the great assembly, bowed with their palms pressed together, and then spoke to the Buddha, saying, quote, "O Bhagavat, if you give us permission to diligently strive to preserve, recite, copy, and pay homage to this Lotus Sutra after the parinirvana of the Buddha in this Saha world, then we will extensively teach it in this land." Then the Buddha addressed the assembly of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, saying, "Enough, O sons of a virtuous family, there is no need for you to preserve this sutra. Why is this? In my Saha world there are Bodhisattva Mahasattvas equal to the sands of 60,000 Ganges rivers in number, and each of these Bodhisattvas, in turn, has a retinue equal to the sands of 60,000 Ganges rivers. After my parinirvana, they can preserve, recite, and extensively teach this sutra." When the Buddha said this, all the lands of the great manifold cosmos in the Saha world quaked, and the earth split. From out of this crevice there simultaneously appeared incalculable thousands of myriads of kotis of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas. All of these Bodhisattvas had golden bodies endowed with the 32 marks and radiating immeasurable rays of light. They had all previously been living in the space under the earth of the Saha world. Having heard the sound of Sakyamuni's teaching, all of these Bodhisattvas emerged from below. Each of those Bodhisattvas presided over a great assembly, and each led a retinue equal to the sands of 60,000 Ganges rivers in number. How much more numerous were the Bodhisattvas who emerged, leading retinues equal in number to the sands of 50,000, 40,000, 30,000, 20,000, or 10,000 Ganges rivers. How much more numerous were the Bodhisattvas who emerged, leading retinues even equal to the sands of 1 Ganges river, half a Ganges river, a quarter of a Ganges river, or even just 1,000th of a myriad of a koti of a nayuta of the sands of a Ganges river. How many more retinues were there numbering thousands of myriads of kotis of nayutas? How many more retinues were there numbering myriads of kotis? How many more were there numbering 10 million, 1 million, or even 10,000? How many more were there numbering 1,000, 100, or even 10? How much more numerous were Bodhisattvas leading disciples numbering 5, 4, 3, 2, or even 1? And how many more Bodhisattvas were there who had eagerly practiced alone and far from the worldly life? The number of such Bodhisattvas as these is incalculable and limitless, beyond all calculation and metaphor. Having emerged from the earth, each of these Bodhisattvas approached the Tathāgatas, Prabhutarātma, and Sakyamuni, still seated in the beautiful 7-jeweled stupa in the air. Going up to them, they bowed until their foreheads touched the feet of both Bhagavats. Then, having bowed to the other Buddhas, each sitting on a lion's seat under the jewel trees, they circumambulated them to the right 3 times, honoring them with their palms pressed together. Having praised them with various bodhisattva eulogies, they withdrew to one side and joyfully gazed at the 2 Bhagavats. All these bodhisattva mahasattvas, having emerged from the earth, praised the Buddhas with various bodhisattva eulogies. While they did, 50 intermediate kalpas passed. During this time, the Buddha Sakyamuni sat in silence, and the fourfold assemblies were also silent while the 50 intermediate kalpas passed. Because of the Buddha's transcendent powers, the great assemblies believed that the time that had passed was only half a day. Then, through the transcendent powers of the Buddha, the fourfold assemblies also saw the bodhisattvas filling the air throughout the immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of lands. There were 4 leaders among these bodhisattvas gathered there. They were called Visistākarita, Anantakarita, Visuddhakarita, and Supratisthita Karitra. These 4 bodhisattvas were the foremost leaders in the assembly. At the head of the great assembly, they each pressed their palms together, gazed at Sakyamuni Buddha, and inquired of him, saying, "O Bhagavat, are you without illness or pain? Are you at ease in practice or not? Do those who should be saved accept your teaching easily or not? Do they not make you weary, O Bhagavat?" Thereupon, the 4 great bodhisattvas spoke these verses, quote, "O Bhagavat, are you at ease? Are you without illness or pain? Are you fatigued with leading and inspiring sentient beings? Do the sentient beings accept your guidance easily or not? Do they not tire the Bhagavat?" At that time, the Bhagavat spoke to the great assembly of bodhisattvas, saying, quote, "It is exactly like this, O sons of a virtuous family. It is exactly so. The Tathāgata is at ease and without illness or pain. It is easy to save sentient beings, and I am not fatigued. Why is this? Because sentient beings have continually received my guidance throughout many lives, and they have also planted roots of good merit by revering and honoring the Buddhas of the past. When these sentient beings first saw me and heard my teaching, all, except for those who had previously practiced and studied the inferior vehicle, immediately believed and accepted it, and entered the Tathāgata's wisdom. Now I enable even such people as these to listen to this sutra and enter the Buddha's wisdom." Then the great bodhisattvas spoke these verses, quote, "Splendid, splendid, O Bhagavat, great hero, all the sentient beings can easily be brought to the path. They can ask about the profound wisdom of the Buddhas. Hearing about it, they trust and accept it. We rejoice about this." At that time, the Bhagavat praised the foremost of the great bodhisattvas, saying, quote, "Splendid, splendid, O sons of virtuous families, thoughts of joy regarding the Tathāgata have awakened in you." Then the Bodhisattva Maitreya and the assembly of bodhisattvas equal in number to the sands of 8,000 Ganges rivers thought this, quote, "Looking far into the past, we have never seen or heard of such an assembly of great bodhisattva mahasattvas who have now emerged from the earth and are standing before the Bhagavat with their palms pressed together in reverence, asking the Tathāgata questions." Then Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya, knowing the minds of the bodhisattvas, whose number was equal to the sands of 8,000 Ganges rivers, and wanting to clear up their confusion, faced the Buddha with the palms of his hands pressed together, and addressed him in verse, saying, quote, We have never seen such a great assembly of incalculable thousands of myriads of kotis of bodhisattvas before. We entreat you, O best of humans, to explain it to us. Where have they come from? For what reason have they gathered here? They look magnificent and have great transcendent powers. Their wisdom is beyond our comprehension. They are firm in their resolve, have the power of great perseverance, and an appearance that sentient beings desire to see. Where have they come from? Each of these bodhisattvas is leading a retinue whose number is incalculable, like the sands of the Ganges River. Some great bodhisattvas are leading retinues equal in number to the sands of 60,000 Ganges rivers. Great are the assemblies, single-mindedly seeking the Buddha path. These great leaders, equal in number to the sands of 60,000 Ganges rivers, have come all together to pay homage to the Buddha and preserve this sutra. The number of bodhisattvas leading retinues equal in number to the sands of 50,000 Ganges rivers is even greater. And the number of bodhisattvas who lead retinues equal in number to the sands of 40,000, 30,000, 20,000, 10,000, 1,000, 100, even 1/1/2, 1/3, 1/4, 1/myriadth of a koti of the sands of a Ganges river exceeds even these. There are disciples who number thousands of myriads of nayutas, myriads of kotis, or even half a koti. Their numbers also exceed that mentioned above. There are also disciples in retinues of 1,000,000, 10,000, 1,000, 100, 50, 10, even 3, 2, or 1 in number. There are also great bodhisattvas who have come without retinues, desiring to be in solitude. The number of those who have come before the Buddha is far beyond any calculation. If anyone counted the number of such a great assembly with bamboo counting sticks, he would not finish even after exhausting kalpas greater in number than the sands of the Ganges River. Who has taught the Dharma to this assembly of bodhisattvas, endowed with great dignity and perseverance? Who has inspired and perfected them? Under whom did the thought of enlightenment first awaken in them? Which Buddha Dharma do they praise? Whose sutra have they preserved and practiced? And which Buddha path have they followed? Such bodhisattvas as these, endowed with transcendent powers and the power of great wisdom, have all emerged out of the earth, which quaked in the 4 directions and split asunder. O Bhagavat, we have never seen such a thing before. We entreat you to tell us the name of the land from where they have come. We have been constantly traveling in various regions. Nevertheless, we have never seen such a thing before. We do not know even a single person in this assembly. All of a sudden, they have emerged from the earth. We entreat you to explain the reason why. All of the immeasurable hundreds of thousands of kotis of bodhisattvas in this great assembly now wish to know about this matter. There must be underlying causes for this to explain all of these bodhisattvas. O Bhagavat, he of immeasurable qualities, we entreat you to clear up the confusion of the assembly. Thereupon the Buddhas, who were the magically created forms of Sakyamuni Buddha, arrived from other incalculable thousands of myriads of kotis of lands, and sat cross-legged on lion seats under the jewel trees in the 8 directions. Each attendant of these Buddhas had seen the great assembly of bodhisattvas as they emerged from out of the earth and floated in midair in the 4 directions of the great manifold cosmos. Each of them addressed his Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, where has this great assembly of immeasurable, limitless, incalculable bodhisattvas come from? Then the Buddhas answered their attendants, saying, O sons of a virtuous family, wait a moment. There is a Bodhisattva Mahasattva called Maitreya, who has received a prediction from the Buddha Sakyamuni that he will become a Buddha after Sakyamuni in the future. Since he has already asked about this, the Buddha will now answer him. You shall be able to hear the reason yourselves." Then the Buddha Sakyamuni addressed Bodhisattva Maitreya, saying, "Splendid, splendid, O Ajita! You have asked the Buddha an important question. You should all single-mindedly don the armor of perseverance and be of firm will. The Tathāgata now wants to reveal the wisdom of the Buddhas, the inherent transcendent powers of the Buddhas, the lion-like dignified power of the Buddhas, the majestic and mighty power of the Buddhas." Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses, quote, "You should be persistent and wholeheartedly attentive, for I want to explain it to you. Do not have any doubts, for the wisdom of the Buddha is difficult to comprehend. You should now awaken to the power of faith, and with perseverance abide in the good. Now you will all be able to hear what you have never heard before. I will now put you at ease. Have no doubts or fear. The Buddha never speaks false words. His wisdom is immeasurable. The foremost Dharma that he has attained is profound and difficult to explain. I will now expound this difficult teaching, so you should listen wholeheartedly." Then the Bhagavat, after speaking these verses, addressed Bodhisattva Maitreya, saying, quote, "I will now proclaim it to all of you in this assembly. O Ajita, all of you have never seen these immeasurable, innumerable, incalculable great Bodhisattva Mahasattvas who have emerged from out of the earth. Having attained highest complete enlightenment in this Saha world, I led, inspired, and instructed these Bodhisattvas, restrained their thoughts, and caused the thought of the path to awaken in them. When these Bodhisattvas lived in the space under the earth of this Saha world, they recited various sutras, became well versed in them, and contemplated, analyzed, and correctly remembered them. O Ajita, all these sons of a virtuous family did not wish to be among the multitude where there is always much discussion. They always wanted to be in quiet places. They diligently strove without resting or relying upon devas or humans. They always desired the profound wisdom without obstructions. They always wanted the Dharma of the Buddhas. They strove wholeheartedly in seeking the highest wisdom. At that time, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses, quote, O Ajita, you should know that all of these great Bodhisattvas have practiced the wisdom of the Buddha for innumerable kalpas. They have all been inspired by me, and the thought of the great path has awakened in them. They are my heirs. Abiding in this world, they always cultivated ascetic practices, wishing to be in quiet places. Rejecting the clamor of the multitude, they did not want to have much discussion. All my heirs, such as these, constantly practicing my teaching with vigor day and night. In order to seek the Buddha path, they lived in the space under the earth of this Saha world. They were firm in recollection, and they always diligently sought wisdom. Explaining various subtle teachings, their minds were free from fear. Sitting under the Bodhi tree in the city of Gaya, I attained the highest complete enlightenment and turned the wheel of the highest Dharma. I then led and inspired them so that the thought of the path awakened in them for the first time. All of them are now at the stage of non-retrogression and will certainly become Buddhas with no residue. I now teach the truth. You should wholeheartedly believe that from long, long ago I have been leading and inspiring all these Bodhisattvas. Then Bodhisattva Maitreya and the innumerable other Bodhisattvas became doubtful and confused concerning this unprecedented experience. They thought this, quote, "How is it possible in such a short time for the Bhagavat to have inspired such an immeasurable, limitless, incalculable number of great Bodhisattvas, enabling them to abide in highest complete enlightenment?" Immediately they addressed the Buddha, saying, quote, "O Bhagavat, when the Tathāgata was a prince, he left the palace of the Sakyas, sat on the terrace of enlightenment, which is not far from the city of Gaya, and attained highest complete enlightenment. Since then, more than 40 years have passed. How is it possible, O Bhagavat, for you to have done such great Buddha acts in such a short period of time? Is it through the might of the Buddha and through the Buddha's qualities that you have inspired such an assembly of incalculable great Bodhisattvas to achieve highest complete enlightenment? O Bhagavat, even if someone counted the number of the great Bodhisattvas for thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas, they would not be able to finish. There would be no end. From long ago, these Bodhisattvas have been planting roots of good merit in the presence of immeasurable, limitless Buddhas. They have perfected the Bodhisattva path and have always practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity. It is, O Bhagavat, difficult to believe such things in this world. Suppose a handsome man with dark hair, 25 years of age, were to point to a 100-year-old man and say, quote, "He is my son." And the 100-year-old man points to the young fellow and says, quote, "He is my father, and he raised me." This would be difficult to believe, and what the Buddha has now taught is exactly like this. It has not, in fact, been so long since the Buddha attained the path. Yet for the sake of the Buddha path, this great assembly of Bodhisattvas has been diligently striving for innumerable thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas. They have skillfully entered, abided in, and emerged from immeasurable thousands of myriads of kotis of samadhis. They have attained great transcendent powers and practiced the pure path of discipline and integrity for a long time. They have gradually and ably practiced wholesome teachings and are skilled at discussions. They are jewels among humans and a great rarity in the entire world. Today, the Bhagavat has correctly said that after he attained the path of the Buddha, he caused the thought of enlightenment to awaken in the Bodhisattvas for the first time. He then led, inspired, and instructed them to approach highest complete enlightenment. O Bhagavat, although it has not been so long since you attained Buddhahood, yet you have really done these great meritorious acts. We believe the Buddha's words, spoken according to our capacities, and that what he says is never false. We are all well versed in the Buddha's knowledge. However, if the Bodhisattvas in whom the thought of enlightenment has recently awakened hear this after the Buddha's parinirvana, they will not accept it, and this will bring about conditions for erring deeds that destroy the Dharma. That is why, O Bhagavat, we entreat you to explain it to us and remove our doubts. Moreover, in the future, when the sons of a virtuous family hear this, they will also be free from doubt. Thereupon, Bodhisattva Maitreya, wanting to elaborate upon the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. Long ago, the Buddha left the household of the Sakya clan and approached Gaya, where he sat under the Bodhi tree. It has not been so long since that time. The number of the Buddha's heirs is incalculable. From long ago, they have practiced the Buddha path and attained transcendent powers and the power of wisdom. They have thoroughly studied the Bodhisattva path and are as undefiled by worldly affairs as the lotus blossom in the water. They have emerged from out of the earth, and all stood respectfully before the Bhagavats. It is difficult to comprehend this matter. How can we possibly believe it? The Buddha attained the path only a short time ago, yet he has accomplished so much. We entreat you to remove our doubts and give a detailed explanation according to the truth. Suppose there were a young man just 25 years of age who pointed to a 100-year-old man who was wrinkled and had white hair, saying, "This is my offspring." The old man also says, "This is my father." The father is young and the son is old. No one in the world would believe it. The Bhagavat's teaching is exactly like this. He attained the path only a very short time ago, yet these Bodhisattvas are firm in resolution and without weak will. They have been practicing the Bodhisattva path for immeasurable kalpas. They are skilled at difficult discussions, and their minds are free from fear. They are resolute and persevering. They are handsome and dignified, praised by the Buddhas in the 10 directions. They are good at detailed explanations. They did not want to be among the multitudes, for they always liked being in meditation, and so they lived in the space under the earth in order to seek the Buddha path. Since we heard about this from the Buddha, we have no doubts about it. But we still entreat you, O Buddha, to expound it and make it clear for the future. Anyone in whom doubts awaken and who does not believe in this sutra will certainly fall into the troubled states of being. That is why we now entreat you to explain how, in such a short time, you have led and inspired these innumerable bodhisattvas so that the thought of enlightenment has awakened in them, and they abide in the stage of non-retrogression. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 16, The Lifespan of the Tathāgata. Thereupon, the Buddha addressed the Bodhisattvas and the entire great assembly, saying, quote, "O sons of a virtuous family, you should believe the true words of the Tathāgata." He addressed the great assembly again, saying, quote, "You should believe in the Tathāgata's true words." He repeated this to them, saying, quote, "You should believe the Tathāgata's true words." Then the great assembly of Bodhisattvas, headed by Maitreya, addressed the Buddha with their palms pressed together, saying, quote, "O Bhagavat, we entreat you to explain it. We will accept the Buddha's words." After they had spoken in this way 3 times, they again said, quote, "We entreat you to explain it. We will accept the Buddha's words." Then the Bhagavat, realizing that the Bodhisattvas continued to entreat him after those 3 times, addressed them, saying, "Listen carefully to the Tathāgata's secret and transcendent powers. The devas, humans, and asuras in all the worlds all think that the present Buddha, Sakyamuni, left the palace of the Sakyas, sat on the terrace of enlightenment not far from the city of Gaya, and attained the highest complete enlightenment. However, O sons of a virtuous family, immeasurable, limitless hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of nayutas of kalpas have passed since I actually attained Buddhahood. Suppose there were a man who ground 500s of thousands, myriads of kotis of nayutas of incalculable great manifold cosmos into particles. While passing through 500,000s of myriads of kotis of nayutas of incalculable lands to the east, he dropped just a single particle, and in this way He continued to drop the particles as he went toward the east until they were all gone. O sons of a virtuous family, what do you think about this? Can all of these worlds be calculated or not? Can one imagine all of these worlds, calculate, and know their number or not? Bodhisattva Maitreya and the others together addressed the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, these worlds are immeasurable, limitless, incalculable, and beyond our powers of conception. Even all the Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, with their knowledge free from corruption, are not able to comprehend them or know their number. Although we abide in the stage of non-retrogression, we cannot understand it. O Bhagavat, such worlds as these are incalculable and limitless. Then the Buddha addressed the assembly of the great Bodhisattvas, saying, quote, O sons of a virtuous family, I will now explain it clearly to you. Suppose all these worlds, whether or not a particle was left in them, were reduced to particles, and each particle represented a kalpa. The period of time since I became a Buddha would exceed this by hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of nayutas of incalculable kalpas. Since then, I have constantly been residing in the Saha world, teaching the Dharma and inspiring sentient beings. I have also been leading and benefiting sentient beings in incalculable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of nayutas of other worlds. O sons of a virtuous family, during this interim I explained about the Buddha Dipamkara and others. Furthermore, I also said that they had entered parinirvana. I have explained such things through skillful means. O sons of a virtuous family, if any sentient being comes to me, I perceive the dullness or sharpness of his faith and other faculties with my Buddha eye. According to the way I should bring them to the path, I, myself, proclaim different names and lifespans in various places. In each case, I have also clearly stated that I would enter parinirvana. Through various skillful means, I have explained subtle teachings and have made the sentient beings rejoice. O sons of a virtuous family, to those beings whom the Tathāgata perceives as taking pleasure in the inferior teachings, who have few qualities and grave defilements, he teaches that the Buddha attained highest complete enlightenment after he renounced household life in his young age. However, it has been a very long time indeed since I attained Buddhahood. I give such an explanation only to lead and inspire the sentient beings to enter the Buddha path through skillful means. O sons of a virtuous family, the sutras that the Tathāgata has expounded are all to save the sentient beings. Whether the Tathāgata teaches about himself or others, whether he reveals his form or that of others, whether he shows his acts or those of others, everything he says is true, never false. Why is this? Because the Tathāgata perceives all the marks of the triple world as they really are, that there is no birth and death, coming or going, that there is also no existence or extinction in the world, truth or falsehood, sameness or difference. The Tathāgata does not view the triple world as sentient beings in the triple world see it. The Tathāgata perceives such things clearly and without mistakes. Since sentient beings have various natures, desires, behaviors, thoughts, and distinctions, the Tathāgata, wanting to cause them to plant roots of good merit, has explained various teachings through a variety of examples, explanations, and illustrations. He has not desisted from doing Buddha acts even for a single moment, and in this way it has been an extremely long time since I attained Buddhahood. My lifetime is immeasurable and incalculable. I abide forever without entering parinirvana. O sons of a virtuous family, The lifespan that I first attained through practicing the Bodhisattva path has not yet expired. It is twice as great as the number previously mentioned. Although I do not actually enter parinirvana, I proclaim that I do. It is through this skillful means that the Tathāgata leads and inspires sentient beings. Why is this? Because if the Buddha abides a long time in this world, those who have few qualities do not plant roots of good merit, acquire poor and superficial characters, are attached to the desires of the five senses, and enter into the web of illusions and false views. If they see the Tathāgata always existing without extinction, they then become proud, self-willed, and negligent. The thought that the Buddha is difficult to meet and that he is to be respected cannot awaken in them. That is why the Tathāgata teaches through skillful means, saying, quote, "O monks, you should know that the appearance of the Buddhas in the world is very difficult to encounter." Why is this? Because some of those with little merit may not see the Buddha during the passage of immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas. For this reason I say, quote, "O monks, it is difficult to meet the Tathāgata." Hearing such words, the thought that it is very difficult to meet the Tathāgata will certainly awaken in these sentient beings. Longing and yearning for the Buddha, they will plant roots of good merit. For this reason, although the Tathāgata does not really pass into extinction, he nevertheless says he does. Furthermore, O sons of a virtuous family, the teaching of all the Buddha Tathāgatas is exactly like this. It is entirely true, never false, all for the sake of saving sentient beings. Suppose there were an excellent doctor. He is wise, knowledgeable, his prescriptions are effective, and he has skillfully cured a variety of diseases. This man has many sons, say 10, 20, or even 100 in number. For some reason, he has to go far off to another country, and, while he is away, his children, whom he has left behind, drink some poison. The poison starts to take effect, and they roll on the ground in agony. At this moment their father returns home. Some of the children who have taken the poison are delirious, while others are not. Seeing their father in the distance, they all rejoice greatly, and kneeling respectfully address him, saying, quote, "It is good that you have returned safely. In our ignorance, we took this poison by mistake. We entreat you to cure and save us, and restore us to life." Seeing his children suffering in this way, the father searches for beneficial herbs possessed of good color, aroma, and flavor, according to the medical manual. Blending them together after grinding and sifting, he gives the mixture to the children and says, quote, "This is an extremely beneficial medicine with good color, aroma, and flavor. All of you take it. It will quickly remove your pain, and you will never be afflicted again." Then the children, who have not become delirious, see this beneficial medicine of good color and aroma, and immediately take it. The affliction is completely removed, and they are cured. The remaining children, those who are delirious, seeing their father coming to them, rejoice and ask him to seek a cure for their illness. Although he offers them the medicine, they will not take it. Why is this? The poison has so deeply penetrated them that they have become delirious. They do not think that the medicine with good color and aroma is good. The father thinks, quote, "These children are to be pitied. The poison has completely warped their minds. Although they rejoiced upon seeing me and sought a cure, they will not take this beneficial medicine. I will now cause them to take this medicine through skillful means." He then says to them, quote, "You should know that I am now old and feeble, close to death. I will now leave this beneficial medicine here. You should take it. Do not worry about recovering." Having left these instructions, he goes to another country and sends a messenger back home to tell them, quote, "Your father has already died." Upon hearing that their father is dead, the children become very distressed and think, quote, "If our father had lived, he would have taken pity on us and protected us. But now, abandoning us, he has died in a distant country." They now consider themselves orphans, having no one to rely upon. Through constant grieving, their minds become clear, and only then do they realize that the medicine has fine color, aroma, and flavor. They immediately take it, and the poison is completely driven out. The father, hearing that all his children have completely recovered, immediately returns and makes his appearance. The Buddha then asked the Bodhisattvas, quote, "O sons of a virtuous family, do you think there is anyone who would say that this good doctor is guilty of lying?" The Bodhisattvas replied, "No, we do not, O Bhagavat." The Buddha said, "I am just like this. Since I became a Buddha, immeasurable, limitless hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis, of nayutas, of incalculable kalpas have passed. Though for the sake of sentient beings I use skillful means and say that I will enter parinirvana, there is no one who could rightly say that I am guilty of falsehood." Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. "Since I attained Buddhahood, immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of incalculable kalpas have passed. I have been constantly teaching the Dharma through these immeasurable kalpas, leading and inspiring innumerable kotis of sentient beings and enabling them to enter the Buddha path. Using skillful means, I have manifested the state of nirvana to bring sentient beings to this path. Yet I have not actually entered nirvana, but continually abide here, expounding the Dharma. Although I am always among these erring beings, with my transcendent powers I prevent them from seeing me. The sentient beings, seeing me enter perfect extinction, earnestly revere my relics, and, filled with longing, yearn for me. When the sentient beings become sincere, mild, and receptive, and, wanting wholeheartedly to meet the Buddha, are willing to give unsparingly of their bodies and lives, then I, together with the Sangha, will appear on Mount Gridhrakuta. I will declare this to the sentient beings, quote, "Although I am always here without extinction, through the power of skillful means I manifest extinction and non-extinction. If there are any sentient beings in other worlds who respect and believe in me, I will also teach them the highest Dharma. Not knowing this, you only think that I have entered parinirvana. I see all sentient beings submerged in the ocean of suffering. That is why, by not manifesting my form, I cause them to yearn for me. Then, after awakening this longing, I appear and expound the Dharma. Such are my transcendent powers. For innumerable kalpas, I have constantly resided on Mount Gridhrakuta and elsewhere. When sentient beings see themselves amidst a conflagration at the end of a kalpa, it is in fact my tranquil land, always full of devas and humans. All the gardens and palaces are adorned with various gems. The jewel trees abound with flowers and fruits, and the sentient beings are joyful among them. The devas beat heavenly drums, making constant and varied music. They rain down mandarava flowers upon the Buddha and the great assembly. Although my pure land never decays, the sentient beings see it as ravaged by fire and torn with anxiety and distress. They believe it is filled with these things. Because of their misdeeds, these erring sentient beings do not hear the name of the three treasures for incalculable kalpas. But all who cultivate merit and are receptive and honest will see me residing here, expounding the Dharma. For the sake of these sentient beings, I teach that the lifespan of the Buddha is immeasurable. To those who, after a long time, finally see the Buddha, I teach that it is difficult to meet him. Such is the power of my wisdom. The light of my wisdom illuminates immeasurably, and my lifespan is of innumerable kalpas. This has been achieved through long practice. You wise ones, do not give in to doubt. Banish all doubt forever. The Buddha's words are true, never false. It is like the physician who proclaimed his own death, although it was untrue. He did this to cure his delirious sons through excellent skillful means, so no one could say he really spoke falsehood. I, also, being the Father of the world, cure those who suffer. To the deluded and unenlightened, I say that I have entered nirvana, although in fact I am really here. For if they were to see me, they would become lazy and arrogant. Attached to the desires of the five senses, they would fall into the troubled states of being. Always aware of which sentient beings practice the path and which do not, I teach the Dharma in various ways, according to their ability to be saved. I am always thinking, quote, by what means can I cause sentient beings to be able to enter the highest path and quickly attain the Dharma? The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 17, Description of Merits. Thereupon, when the great assembly heard the Buddha explain that his lifespan was of such a great number of kalpas, an immeasurable, limitless, incalculable number of sentient beings were greatly benefited. Then the Bhagavat addressed Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya, saying, O Ajita, when I explained the great length of this Tathāgata's lifespan, sentient beings equal to the sands of 680 myriads of kotis of Nayutas of Ganges rivers in number, gained understanding of the truth of the non-origination of all dharmas. Furthermore, 1,000 times this number of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas attain the power of recollecting what they hear. And Bodhisattva Mahasattvas equal to the number of particles in one world attained unhindered eloquence. Moreover, there were Bodhisattva Mahasattvas equal to the particles in one world who attained the power of tenacious memory, which revolves hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of immeasurable times. There were also Bodhisattva Mahasattvas equal to the number of particles in the great manifold cosmos who turned the irreversible wheel of the Dharma, and Bodhisattva Mahasattvas equal to the number of particles in two medium-sized manifold cosmos who turned the purified wheel of the Dharma. Furthermore, there were Bodhisattva Mahasattvas equal to the number of particles in one small-sized cosmos who will be able to attain highest complete enlightenment after 8 births. Bodhisattva Mahasattvas equal to the number of particles in the fourfold continents who will attain highest complete enlightenment after 4 births. Bodhisattva Mahasattvas equal to the number of particles in the fourfold continents who will attain highest complete enlightenment after 3 births. Bodhisattva Mahasattvas equal to the number of particles in the twofold 4 continents who will attain highest complete enlightenment after 2 births. And Bodhisattva Mahasattvas equal to the number of particles in the 4 continents who will attain highest complete enlightenment after 1 birth. Moreover, there were sentient beings equal to the number of particles in the 8-fold great manifold cosmos, in all of whom the thought of highest complete enlightenment had awakened. When the Buddha explained that these Bodhisattva Mahasattvas had attained deep insight into the Dharma, Mandarava and great Mandarava flowers rained down from the sky, scattering over the Buddhas who were seated on lion seats under immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of jewel trees. And they scattered over Sakyamuni Buddha and the Tathāgata Prabhutaratna, who had attained parinirvana long ago, both of whom were sitting on the lion seat in a 7-jeweled stupa. They also scattered over all of the great Bodhisattvas and the fourfold assembly. Finely powdered sandalwood and aloes wood incense also rained down, and heavenly drums resounded in the sky with a deep and beautiful sound. 1,000 kinds of heavenly garments, draped with strings of pearls, jewels, and wish-fulfilling gems, rained down, filling the 9 directions. Priceless incense burned in various jeweled incense holders, and its fragrance spread spontaneously throughout the great assembly as an offering. Above each Buddha there were Bodhisattvas holding banners and umbrellas that extended upward to the Brahma world. These Bodhisattvas praised the Buddhas by singing immeasurable verses with beautiful voices. Then Bodhisattva Maitreya rose from his seat, leaving his right shoulder bared, faced the Buddha with the palms of his hands pressed together, and spoke these verses. The Buddha has taught this marvelous Dharma that we have never heard before. The Bhagavat has great powers, and his lifespan is immeasurable. Innumerable heirs of the Buddha attained to the benefit of the Dharma after hearing the Bhagavat's explanation and became completely filled with joy. Some attained the stage of non-retrogression, and others the power of recollection. Some attained unhindered eloquence, and others the power of tenacious memory, which revolves many kotis of times. There were also bodhisattvas equal to the number of particles in the great cosmos, who each turned the irreversible wheel of the Dharma. There were also bodhisattvas equal to the number of particles in a medium cosmos, who each turned the purified wheel of the Dharma. There were also bodhisattvas equal to the number of particles in a small cosmos, who, after 8 births, will complete the Buddha path. There were also bodhisattvas equal to 4 times, 3 times, and 2 times the number of particles in the 4 continents, who, after 4, 3, and 2 births, will attain Buddhahood. There were also bodhisattvas equal to the number of particles in the 4 continents, who will obtain omniscience after 1 birth. And sentient beings, having heard about the great length of the Buddha's lifespan, attained immeasurable results that were pure and without corruption. There were also sentient beings equal to the number of particles in the 8 worlds, in whom, having heard about the lifespan of the Buddha, the thought of highest enlightenment awakened. The Bhagavat has taught the Dharma that is immeasurable and inconceivable, and from which come benefits as limitless as space. Heavenly Mandarava and great Mandarava flowers rained down, and Sakras and Brahmas came from innumerable Buddha lands, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. Sandalwood and aloes wood powder scattered like birds in the sky, flying in all directions, and rained down over the Buddhas. Heavenly drums resounded spontaneously and beautifully in the air, and thousands of myriads of kotis of heavenly garments floated whirling down. Precious incense was burned in various jeweled incense holders, its fragrance naturally penetrating everywhere in homage to the Bhagavats. The great assembly of these bodhisattvas held myriads of kotis of tall and beautiful 7-jeweled banners and umbrellas, which extended gradually to the Brahma world. They hung jeweled flags and excellent banners in the presence of each of these Buddhas, and chanted thousands of myriads of verses in praise of the Tathāgatas. Such things had never been experienced before. Hearing of the Buddha's immeasurable lifespan, all rejoiced. And, the Buddha's name being heard throughout the 10 directions, sentient beings were greatly benefited. Everyone became endowed with the roots of good merit, and the thought of highest, complete enlightenment awakened in them. At that time, the Buddha addressed Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya, saying, O Ajita, those sentient beings who hear about the great length of the Buddha's lifespan and can awaken even a single thought of willing acceptance will all obtain immeasurable merit. If there are sons and daughters of a good family who, for the sake of highest complete enlightenment, practice the 5 perfections of giving, good conduct, perseverance, effort, and meditation, with the exception of the perfection of wisdom, for 80 myriads of kotis of nayutas of kalpas, their merit is not even 100th, 1,000th, 100,000th of a myriad of a koti of the former person's merit. It is so small that it cannot be conceived of through calculation or illustration. If there are sons and daughters of a virtuous family who possess such merit as the former, they will never revert from highest complete enlightenment. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. Those who seek the Buddha's wisdom will practice the 5 perfections for 80 myriads of kotis of nayutas of kalpas. Throughout these kalpas they will pay homage to the Buddhas, the Pratyeka Buddhas, Shravakas, and all the Bodhisattvas by offering rare delicacies, excellent garments and bedding, or by building monasteries out of sandalwood which are adorned with gardens. Through offering such a variety of precious things throughout all of these kalpas, they will transfer the merits to the Buddha path. Those who further maintain good conduct, which is pure and without corruption, will seek what the Buddhas have praised as the highest path. Those who further practice perseverance and abide in the stage of self-control will be of constant mind, even if subjugated to ill treatment. They will continue to endure, even if they are scorned and persecuted by those who think, through their excessive pride, that they have attained the truth. Those who make diligent efforts and are firm in their intentions for immeasurable kotis of kalpas will be intent and never lazy. And those who abide in tranquil places for immeasurable kalpas will always discipline their minds, avoiding sleep while either sitting or wandering. For these reasons, they will abide in various meditations, their minds firm and unwavering for 80 myriads of kotis of kalpas. Maintaining the merit of this concentration, they seek the highest path, saying, quote, I will attain omniscience. Then they will achieve this perfection of meditation, practicing thus for hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas. Their merits will be as mentioned above. If those sons and daughters of a virtuous family, upon hearing me explain about my lifespan in this way, are able to awaken even a single thought of willing acceptance, their merit exceeds that of the former. Such will also be the merit of those who have no doubts whatsoever, and believe deeply even for a single moment. Those bodhisattvas who practice the path for a period of immeasurable kalpas, and who believe my explanation of my lifespan when they hear it, are the ones who fully accept this sutra, saying, quote, Let us in the future devote a long life to saving sentient beings, just as the present Bhagavat, king among the Sakyas who roars the lion's roar on the terrace of enlightenment, is fearless in teaching the Dharma. Let us in the future be respected by all and teach of the lifespan while sitting upon the terrace of enlightenment." Close quote. Those who have profound thoughts, are pure, honest, and learned, have good recollection, and understand the Buddha's words in accordance with what is appropriate, will have no doubts regarding this. Furthermore, O Ajita, those who hear of the great length of the Buddha's lifespan and understand the intent of these words will obtain limitless merit that will give rise to the highest wisdom of the Tathāgata. How much more merit will they gain who extensively hear this sutra, move others to listen to it, preserve it, move others to preserve it, copy it, or move others to copy it, and pay homage to the sutra by offering flowers, incense, necklaces, flags, banners, canopies, lamps of scented oil, and ghee. The merit of these people will be immeasurable and limitless. They will be able to achieve omniscience. O Ajita, those sons and daughters of a virtuous family who, hearing me teach the great length of the Buddha's lifespan, wholeheartedly accept it, will see the Buddha, who always dwells on Mount Gridakutta, together with the great Bodhisattvas and Sravakas, teaching the Dharma to the assembly. Moreover, they will see the land of this Saha world, which is made of lapis lazuli, level and even. The network of roads is laid out like a chessboard, paved with Jambunada gold and bordered with jeweled trees. All its foundations, towers, and balconies will be made of treasures, and the multitudes of these bodhisattvas will be dwelling in them. Those who can see such things should know that to be able to do so is a sign of their full and willing acceptance. Furthermore, after the Tathāgata's parinirvana, those who hear this sutra do not disparage it and rejoice in their hearts, should know that this is a sign of their full and willing acceptance. How much more do those who recite and preserve this sutra show a sign of full and willing acceptance? Such are the people who hold the Tathāgata in respect. O Ajita, these sons and daughters of a virtuous family do not have to build stupas and monasteries for me, make chambers for the monks, or pay homage to the Sangha with the 4 kinds of offerings. Why is this? Because these sons and daughters of a virtuous family recite and preserve this sutra, which means they have already built stupas, made chambers for the monks, and paid homage to the Sangha. They have already erected 7 jeweled stupas for the Buddha's relics, which are tall and wide, gradually narrowing to a pinnacle that reaches to the Brahma world. They have hung various banners, canopies, and variegated jeweled bells, offered flowers, incense, necklaces, scented powder and ointment, burned incense, played drums, music, flutes, pipes and harps, and various dances, and adorned the stupas and relics of the Buddha by praising with verses and songs in beautiful voices. In this way, they have already paid homage for immeasurable thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas. O Ajita, after my parinirvana, those who hear this sutra and who can preserve it, copy it, and move others to copy it, have already built chambers for monks, as well as 32 red sandalwood monasteries of the height of 8 tala trees, wide and fine, housing hundreds of thousands of monks. The monasteries they have built have gardens, ponds, paths for wandering, meditation caves, garments, food and drink, bedding, medicine, and are replete with all other necessities. Such hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of monks' chambers and towers will be incalculable. With these, they pay homage to me and to the assembly of monks. I have explained that, for this reason, after the Tathāgata's parinirvana, those who preserve and recite this sutra and explain it to others, who copy it or move others to copy it, and who pay it homage no longer have to build stupas, monasteries, or erect chambers for the monks, or revere the Sangha. How much less to those who preserve this sutra and practice the perfections of giving, good conduct, perseverance, effort, meditation, and wisdom need to do so. Their merit is the highest, immeasurable, and limitless. It is immeasurable and limitless in the same way that space is immeasurable and limitless in the 10 directions: east, west, south, north, the 4 intermediate directions, and the zenith and nadir, and they will thus quickly obtain omniscience. Those who recite and preserve this sutra, who explain it for others, who copy it or move others to copy it, build monuments and make chambers for monks, revere and praise the Sangha of Shravakas, and praise the merits of the Bodhisattvas in hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of ways. Those who explain this Lotus Sutra for the sake of others in accordance with its meaning through various illustrations, who preserve pure conduct and dwell together with gentle people, who are patient and have no anger, are firm in their intentions, and always hold meditation in high regard, who attain profound samadhi and make vigorous efforts, persevere in all good practices, whose wisdom is keen, and who answer difficult questions skillfully, O Ajita, those sons and daughters of a virtuous family who preserve and recite this sutra after my parinirvana will attain good qualities like those mentioned above. You should know that such people have already set out for the terrace of enlightenment, are near to highest complete enlightenment, and are seated under the Bodhi tree. O Ajita, wherever these sons and daughters of a virtuous family sit, stand, or walk, there a monument should be built, and all of the devas and humans should pay homage to these monuments as they would do to those of the Buddha. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. If, after my parinirvana, there are people who preserve this sutra, they will have immeasurable merits as described above. Such people have already given various kinds of offerings. They have built stupas for the relics, adorned with the 7 treasures, with a pole on the top which is very tall and thick, gradually tapering upward until it reaches the Brahma world. These stupas have been adorned with thousands of myriads of kotis of jeweled bells that ring with beautiful sounds as the wind blows. For immeasurable kalpas, such people have revered these stupas by offering flowers, incense, necklaces, heavenly garments, and various kinds of music, while burning scented ointments and butter oil lamps which illuminate them on all sides. In the troubled world of the decadent Dharma, those who preserve this sutra will have already finished paying homage in the way just described. If they can preserve this sutra, it will be as if they paid homage in the presence of the Buddha, and had built monasteries for monks out of sandalwood from Mount Oxhead, and 32 buildings as tall as 8 tala trees, and offered delicious food, excellent garments, bedding, hundreds of thousands of dwellings, gardens, ponds, paths for wandering, and meditation caves, all of fine quality. Those who have the thought of willing acceptance, who preserve, recite, copy, or move others to copy this sutra, and who pay it homage by scattering flowers, incense, and scented powders on it, and by constantly lighting lamps of fragrant oil made from sumanas flowers, kampaka wood, and atimukta grass. Those who pay it homage in this way will attain immeasurable merit. Their merit will be as limitless as empty space. How much more is the merit of those who preserve this sutra, who carry out the practice of giving, good conduct, perseverance, and meditation, who never get angry or slander others, who honor monuments and are humble before monks, and who are free from pride, always contemplate wisdom, never get angry at difficult questions, and teach in accordance with the questioner's capacity. If there is anyone who can carry out these practices, their merit will be immeasurable. If one were to see such an expounder of the Dharma who has perfected merits like these, one should scatter heavenly flowers over him and provide him with heavenly garments, bow until one's forehead touches his feet, and think of him as if he were a Buddha. Furthermore, one should think that before long the expounder of the Dharma will approach the terrace of enlightenment, attain the unconditioned state of non-corruption, and extensively benefit devas and humans. Wherever he dwells, walks, or sits, or recites even a single verse, a stupa should be built, made beautiful with adornments, and paid homage in various ways. Wherever the heirs of the Buddha may reside, there the Buddha himself will take pleasure in its use, and will always be dwelling, walking, and sitting within. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 18, The Merits of Joyful Acceptance. Thereupon, Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya addressed the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, if sons and daughters of a virtuous family rejoice in hearing this sutra, how much merit do they acquire? And he spoke in verse, saying, After the Bhagavat's parinirvana, if there is anyone who hears this sutra and rejoices in it, how much merit do they acquire? Then the Buddha addressed Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya, saying, O Ajita, after the Tathāgata's parinirvana, suppose those monks, nuns, laymen and laywomen, and other wise ones, whether old or young, having rejoiced in hearing this sutra, take leave of the Dharma assembly and go to other places, either dwelling in monasteries or tranquil places, cities, towns, villages, or forests, and teach what they have heard to their parents, relatives, good friends, and acquaintances, according to the various capacities of these people. Having heard the teaching, they will rejoice and go on to teach it to others. These people, having heard it, will also joyfully teach it to others in turn, and so it continues in this way until it finally reaches the 50th person. O Ajita, I will now explain about the merit which this 50th son or daughter of a virtuous family acquires from joyful acceptance. You should listen attentively. Suppose that in the 400s of myriads of kotis of incalculable worlds, there are sentient beings in the 6 transmigratory states and of the 4 modes of birth, born from an egg, born from the womb, from moisture, or born spontaneously, either with or without form, either with or without consciousness, either unconscious or not conscious, having no legs, 2, 4, or many legs, and that, among the number of such beings, there is a person who seeks to acquire merit and gives pleasurable things to these beings according to their desire. He gives each of those sentient beings gold, silver, lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, agate, coral, amber, and other treasures such as would fill this continent of Jambudvipa, as well as elephant carts, horse carts, and palaces and towers made out of the 7 treasures. Having performed such acts of giving for a full 80 years, this great donor thinks, I have already given these sentient beings such pleasurable things as they wished, yet now these sentient beings are old and feeble. They are over 80 years old, with white hair and wrinkles, and they will die before long. I should now instruct them by means of the Buddha Dharma. He immediately gathers these sentient beings together, inspires them by proclaiming the Dharma, and gladdens them by revealing its benefits. In an instant, They all successively attain the first stage of the Shravakas called Stream Winner, the second stage called Once Returner, the third stage called Non-Returner, and finally the stage of the Arhat, free from corruption, entering profound meditations, gaining complete mastery of all, and attaining the 8 liberations. What do you think about this? Has this great donor acquired abundant merit or not? Maitreya addressed the Buddha saying, O Bhagavat, the donor's merit is extremely great, immeasurable, and limitless. Even if this donor had only given all those pleasurable things to sentient beings, the merit would have been immeasurable. How much greater is this donor's merit after having caused them to attain arhatship? The Buddha addressed Maitreya saying, I will now clarify this for you. This person has given all these pleasurable things to the sentient beings in the 6 states of existence, in 400s of myriads of kotis of incalculable worlds, and enabled them to attain arhatship. The merit he has attained cannot be compared with that of even the 50th person who, after hearing even a single verse of the Lotus Sutra, received it with joy. It would be even less than 100th, 1,000th, 100,000th of a myriad of a koti of that person's merit. O Ajita, in this way, the merit attained by even the 50th person who rejoiced in hearing this Lotus Sutra is immeasurable, limitless, and incalculable. How much more so is the merit of the first person who heard it in the assembly and rejoiced in it? His merit is even greater. It is immeasurable, limitless, and incalculable, and is not to be apprehended through metaphor. Furthermore, O Ajita, if anyone approaches the monasteries in order to listen to this sutra and hears it for even a single moment, whether seated or standing, through this merit they will be reborn into a place where they will gain beautiful and excellent elephant carts, horse carts, palanquins made out of rare treasures, and will ride on a heavenly vehicle. Moreover, if anyone sits in a place where the Dharma is taught, and if another comes along and they invite that person to sit down and listen, or if they offer that person part of their own seat, through this merit they will be reborn in the place where Sakra dwells, in the place where Brahmas dwell, or in a place where a noble emperor dwells. O Ajita, if anyone addresses others saying, quote, There is a sutra called the Lotus Sutra, let us go together and listen to it. And if their instruction is accepted, and the other person listens to it for even a single moment, then, through this merit, the former person will be reborn in the same place as the Bodhisattva who has acquired the Dhāraṇīs. They will have keen faculties and wisdom. For hundreds and thousands of myriads of lives, they will never be deaf and dumb, nor will they have fetid breath. Their tongues will never be diseased, nor will they have diseases of the mouth. Their teeth will never be dirty, black, or yellow, nor gapped. Nor will any be missing, irregular, or crooked. Their lips will not be drooping, pursed, or twisted, and their lips will never have cankers, scabs, be cracked, misshapen, thick or fat, black or ugly. They will have no disagreeable features. Their noses will never be flat or thin, crooked or twisted. They will never be dark-complected, with a narrow or long face that is hollow-cheeked or twisted. They will have no mark that is displeasing to others. Their lips, tongues, and teeth will all be very beautiful. Their noses will be long, high, and straight. Their faces will be round, their eyebrows arched and long. Their foreheads will be broad and even. They will thus have a perfect human countenance. Wherever they may be born, life after life, they will meet a Buddha, hear the Dharma, and accept the teaching. Look, O Ajita, the merit of that person who moved others to listen to the Dharma is like this. How much more is the merit of those who single-mindedly listen, teach, and recite the sutra, explain it for others in the great assembly, and practice as they explain it to others. Thereupon, the Bhagavad, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. If anyone hears this sutra in the Dharma assembly and joyfully teaches others, even a single verse, and if in this way it is taught from one person to another until it reaches the 50th one, the merit that this last person will attain shall be as I will now explain. Suppose there were a great donor who gave things to an immeasurable number of people as they wished for a full 80 years. He will see that they are old and feeble, with white hair and wrinkled faces, with gaps between their teeth and withered bodies, and that they will die before long. He will think that he should now teach them and enable them to attain the fruits of the Buddha path. He will teach nirvana, the true Dharma, through skillful means, saying, quote, "The world is impermanent, like splashes of water, bubbles, a mirage. The feeling of repulsion for it should quickly awaken in you." Close quote. All of them, hearing this teaching, attain arhatship and perfect the 6 transcendent powers, the 3 sciences, and the 8 liberations. The merit of the 50th person who joyfully hears a single verse is so much greater than this great donor's that it is beyond illustration. The merit of those who successively hear the Lotus Sutra in this way is immeasurable. How much more is the merit of the first person who heard it with joy amid the Dharma assembly? If there is a person who moves another to listen to the Lotus Sutra, saying, quote, "This sutra is profound and difficult to encounter, even in thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas," close quote. And if this person's urging is accepted, and the other one goes to hear it and listens for a single moment, the merit that the former person will acquire shall be as I will now explain. Life after life, they will have no diseases of the mouth. Their teeth will have no gaps, nor be yellow or black. Their lips will be neither fat, thick, or thin, nor will they ever have a disagreeable countenance, and their tongues will never be dry, black, or short. Their noses will be high, long, and straight. Their foreheads will be broad and even. Their faces will be completely handsome, pleasing to others who see them. They will never have fetid breath, and their mouths will always emit the fragrance of a blue lotus flower. I will now explain the merit of the one who approaches the monastery wanting to hear the Lotus Sutra, and who joyfully listens to it, even for a single moment. Later, they will be born among devas and humans, and will acquire beautiful elephant and horse carts, and palanquins made out of rare treasures, and will ride on a heavenly vehicle. If one is where the Dharma is taught, and invites another to sit there and listen to the sutra, through the merit which is thus acquired, one will attain the seats of Sakra, Brahma, or the noble emperors. How much more is the merit of a person who single-mindedly listens to this sutra, explains its meaning, and practices in accordance with its teaching. Their merit will thus be limitless. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 19, The Benefits Obtained by an Expounder of the Dharma. Thereupon, the Buddha addressed Bodhisattva Mahasattva Satata Samantabhadra, saying, "If sons or daughters of a virtuous family preserve this Lotus Sutra, recite, explain, and copy it, they will attain 800 qualities of the eye, 1,200 qualities of the ear, 800 qualities of the nose, 1,200 qualities of the tongue, 800 qualities of the body, and 1,200 qualities of the mind. These qualities will adorn the 6 sense faculties purifying them all. Through the natural bodily eyes given them by their parents, which are thus purified, those sons and daughters of a virtuous family will see the mountains, forests, rivers, and oceans, both within and beyond the great manifold cosmos, all the way from the lowest hell up as far as the highest summit of the universe. They will also see all the sentient beings there, perceive and know the causes and consequences of their deeds and of their states of birth. Then the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate upon the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. Listen to the qualities of those in the great assembly who can fearlessly teach this Lotus Sutra. Such people will attain the 800 qualities of the excellent eye. Adorned with these qualities, their eyes are extremely pure. With the eyes given by their parents, they see both all the manifold cosmos within and beyond Mount Muru, Sumeru, up to Mount Kakravada, and many other mountains, forests, oceans, rivers, and streams, down to the lowest hell and up to the summit of the universe. There they see all the sentient beings. Although they have not yet attained the divine eyes, their power of sight will be like this. Furthermore, O Satata Samitabi Yukta, if sons or daughters of a virtuous family preserve, recite, explain, or copy this sutra, they will attain the 1200 qualities of the ear. Through their pure ears, they will hear both within and beyond the great manifold cosmos, down as far as the lowest hell, and up as high as the summit of the universe. They will hear all kinds of voices and sounds, such as the sound of elephants, the neighing of horses, the sound of cows and carts, cries, weeping, the sound of conchs and drums, gongs and bells, laughter, talking, male and female voices, the voices of boys and girls, righteous and unrighteous voices, the sounds of suffering and happiness, the voices of common and holy people, pleasant and unpleasant sounds, the voices of devas, nagas, yaksas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, kimnaras, mahoragas, the sounds of fire, water, wind, beings in the hells, animals, hungry ghosts, monks, nuns, Shravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Buddhas. In short, although they do not have the divine faculty of hearing, they will always hear and know everything, both within and beyond the great manifold cosmos, through the purified natural bodily ears given by their parents. They distinguish all these various sounds, and yet their faculty of hearing remains unharmed. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. The ear, given by the parents, is pure and spotless. With this natural ear, they hear the sounds of the manifold cosmos. They hear the sounds of elephants, horses, carts, and cows, the sounds of gongs, bells, conchs, drums, and vinyas, the sounds of harps, bamboo pipes, and flutes, pure and pleasing songs, and even though they hear these, they are not attached to them. They hear innumerable kinds of human voices, and yet they are able to discriminate them. Furthermore, they hear divine sounds, subtle melodies, male and female voices, the sounds of boys and girls. They also hear the cries of the Kalavinka and Jivakajivaka birds in the mountains, around the rivers, or in deep valleys. They hear as well various sounds of pain and suffering from the hells, and sounds of hungry ghosts, who, suffering from hunger and thirst, are in search of food and drink. When the asuras, living along the ocean, speak to each other and utter great cries, such expounders of the Dharma, living here, hear all of these various voices from afar, and yet their faculty of hearing is unharmed. Those expounders of the Dharma hear all birds and animals in the 10 directions calling to each other. The expounders of the Dharma dwelling here also hear the voices in the Apasvara and Subhakrishna heavens, above the Brahma world, all the way up to the summit of the universe. The expounders of the Dharma dwelling here hear all of the monks and nuns, either reciting the sutra or explaining it to others. They also hear such voices as those of the Bodhisattvas reciting the sutra, teaching it to others, compiling the collections, and explaining their meaning to others. Those who preserve this Lotus Sutra will all hear the Buddhas, the great seers, teaching the subtle Dharma to the great assembly and leading and inspiring sentient beings. They will hear all the sounds both within and beyond the manifold cosmos, down to the lowest hell and up to the summit of the universe. And yet their faculty of hearing remains unharmed. Because their faculty of hearing is keen, they are able to discriminate these sounds. Although those who preserve this Lotus Sutra have not yet attained the divine faculty of hearing, they can simply use the ears given by their parents. Their qualities are exactly like this. Furthermore, O Satata Samantabhadra, if sons or daughters of a good family preserve this sutra, recite, explain, or copy it, they will perfect the 800 qualities of the nose. With this pure faculty of the nose, they will smell all kinds of fragrances, both within and beyond the great manifold cosmos, such as the fragrance of sumanas, jati, malika, kapaka, patala flowers, and red, blue, and white lotus flowers, the scent of blossoming and fruit-bearing trees like sandalwood, aloes wood, and tagara wood, the aroma of the leaves of the tamala tree, thousands of myriads of sorts of fragrances of blended incense, either powdered, shaped into balls, or made into scented ointments. Those who preserve this sutra will be able to distinguish all of these fragrances while remaining in a single place. They will be able to distinguish the scents of sentient beings such as elephants, horses, cows, sheep, men and women, boys and girls, grasses, trees and shrubs, or any kind of odor, either nearby or at a distance. They will also be able to unerringly distinguish all kinds of scents. Those who preserve this sutra, although they dwell here, can smell all kinds of divine fragrances in heaven, such as the fragrance of Parisaktrata and Kovidara trees, Mandarava, great Mandarava, Manjusaka and great Manjusaka flowers, or the fragrance of sandalwood and aloes wood powder, and various kinds of powdered and blended incense. Among these divine fragrances, there is not one whose scent they cannot distinguish. They can smell the fragrance of the bodies of all the devas. They can also smell from afar the fragrance that is emitted when Sakra, the king of devas, is dwelling in his excellent palace, when he is enjoying the desires of the 5 senses, or the fragrance that is emitted when he is in the Sudharma hall, teaching the Dharma to the 33 devas, or the fragrance that is emitted when he plays in the garden, or the fragrance of the bodies of all the other male and female devas. In this way, their faculty of smell reaches up to the Brahma world and to the highest summit of the universe, wherein they can smell the bodies of the devas and the incense the devas burn. They can also smell from afar the fragrance of the Shravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Buddhas, and know where they are. Although they can smell all these fragrances, their faculty of smell will not be harmed or misled. And if they want to discriminate and explain these different fragrances to others, they remember them without error. At that time, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. Their faculty of smell is pure. They can smell and discriminate all kinds of good and bad odors in this world, such as sumanas and jati flowers, tamala leaves, sandalwood, aloeswood, and tagara trees, and various fruits and flowers. And they also know the fragrance of sentient beings, men and women. The Dharma teachers, although dwelling afar, know where these fragrances come from. They smell the scents of the noble emperors, of great dignity, the lesser rulers and their children, subjects and attendants, and know where they are. They can smell the fragrance of the rare jewels that they wear, their underground treasuries, and the noble emperors, bejeweled queens, and also know where they are. They can also smell the ornaments, garments, and necklaces with which people adorn themselves, and the fragrances they anoint themselves with, and know who wears them. Those who preserve this Lotus Sutra can smell the fragrance of the devas and tell whether they are walking, sitting, playing, or transforming themselves. Although they dwell here, those who preserve this sutra know the location of the fragrances of various flowers, fruits, and oils in detail. They can smell the scent of sentient beings, either deep in dangerous mountains or where the sandalwood flowers are in bloom, and know where they are. Those who preserve this sutra can smell the scents of sentient beings, either on Mount Cakravarta, in the ocean, or underground, and know exactly where they are. They can also smell the scents of the male and female asuras and their attendants, and they can discriminate them when they are fighting or when at play. They can also smell the odors of lions, elephants, tigers, wolves, buffaloes, and water buffaloes dwelling in dangerous, precipitous places in the wilderness, and know where they are. They can smell and discriminate exactly the scent of a pregnant woman and determine whether the embryo will be male or female, without sex organs or non-human. Through this power of smell, they know in the first instance if the woman is pregnant and whether or not it will be carried to full term, and if she will give birth easily and to a happy child. Through this power of the faculty of smell, they know what men and women are thinking, their desires, delusions, and anger, or whether they cultivate goodness. They can also smell gold, silver, and various rare treasures hidden underground, as well as the contents of copper vessels, and completely distinguish them. They can smell various necklaces and know whether they are valuable or not, even when their prices are undetermined, where they come from and where they are now. They can smell and know all about divine flowers, such as Mandarava and Manjusaka flowers and Parijata trees. They can also smell and discriminate the difference between superior, mediocre, and inferior fragrances of heavenly palaces adorned with various jeweled flowers. They can also smell and know exactly about those who take pleasure in the heavenly gardens, excellent palaces, towers, and Dharma halls. Moreover, they can smell and know exactly whether the devas are listening to the Dharma, are enjoying the desires of the five senses, or whether they are coming, going, walking, sitting, or lying. They can also smell and know every detail of the garments worn by the heavenly maidens, giving off the fragrance of beautiful flowers, and where those maidens ramble in their play. In this way, their power of smell reaches all the way up to the Brahma world. They can smell and know exactly the devas entering meditation and emerging from meditation. They can also smell all the way from the Abhasvara and Subhakrtsna heavens up to the highest summit of the universe, and know exactly who has been born there for the first time and who has emerged. Those who preserve this sutra can smell the monks and know exactly where they are, if they are constantly preserving toward the Dharma, if they are either sitting or walking, reciting this sutra, or if they are diligently meditating under forest trees. They can also smell and know exactly if a bodhisattva is firm in intention, meditating or reciting the sutra, or teaching the Dharma to others. They can also smell and know exactly if the Bhagavad is being honored by all, and if he is teaching the Dharma out of his compassion for sentient beings. Moreover, they can smell and know exactly if the sentient beings in the presence of the Buddha are joyfully listening to the sutra and are practicing according to the Dharma. Those who preserve this sutra will attain a faculty of smell such as this, even before the Bodhisattva's faculty of smell that is attained from the incorruptible Dharma. Furthermore, O Sattata Amitabhyukta, if sons and daughters of a virtuous family preserve, recite, explain, or copy this sutra, they will attain the 1200 qualities of the tongue. All that they taste, whether of good or bad flavor, savory or bland, bitter or astringent, will, through their pure faculty of tongue, come to taste just like the heavenly nectar of immortality, and they will find nothing unpleasant. If they expound the teaching to the great multitude with their tongues, their voices will be profound and touch the heart. All those in this multitude will be gladdened and pleased. Furthermore, Sakra, Brahma, and other Devaputras and heavenly maidens, hearing a sequence of their teaching expounded with such profound voices, will all come to hear it. Dragons, the daughters of Nagas, Yaksas, the daughters of Yaksas, Gandharvas, the daughters of Gandharvas, Asuras, and the daughters of Asuras, Garudas, the daughters of Garudas, Kimnaras, the daughters of Kimnaras, Maharagas, and the daughters of Maharagas will all approach, respect, and honor them in order to listen to their teaching. The monks, nuns, laymen and laywomen, kings and princes, ministers and their attendants, and the lesser noble emperors and great noble emperors, adorned with the 7 treasures, and their 1,000 princes, and their attendants of the inner and outer households, will enter the palace and listen to the teaching. Since these bodhisattvas expound the teaching skillfully, the Brahmins, householders, and the people of their land will attend and honor such bodhisattvas until the end of their lives. All the Sravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Buddhas will always wish to see them. Wherever this person may be, he will teach the Dharma in the presence of the Buddhas there. He will thus be able to preserve the Buddha Dharma entirely, as well as utter the profound word of the Dharma. Whereupon the Bhagavad, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. Such people, through their pure faculty of taste, will never taste bad flavors. Whatever they eat will all become the nectar of immortality. With their profound subtle voice, they will teach the Dharma to the great assembly. With various explanations and illustrations, their teaching will touch the hearts of sentient beings. All those who hear them will be gladdened and honor them with the best offerings. All the Devas, Nagas, Yaksas, and Asuras will come together and listen with respect to the Dharma. If these expounders of the Dharma want their subtle voice to penetrate through the manifold cosmos, it will reach wherever they wish. The great and lesser noble emperors and their 1,000 princes and attendants will always come and listen to the Dharma, with their palms pressed together and with respectful thoughts. All the Devas, Nagas, Yaksas, Rakshasas, and Visakas, with joyful minds will also always rejoice to come and honor them. All the Devas such as Brahma, Mara, Isvara, Mahasvara will also always come to them. All the Buddhas and their disciples, hearing the sounds of his teaching, will always remember and protect him, and at times appear in his presence. Furthermore, O Sattata Amitabhyukta, those sons and daughters of a virtuous family who preserve, recite, explain, and copy this sutra will attain 800 qualities of the body. Their bodies will be as pure as clear lapis lazuli, and sentient beings will gladly look upon them. Because of this purity of body, everything will appear therein. The sentient beings in the great manifold cosmos, when they are born or die, whether they are superior or inferior, whether they are fair or ugly, whether they are in the good or bad states of being. The mountain kings, such as Mount Kakravata, Mount Mahakakravata, Mount Muru, or Mount Mahamuru, as well as all the sentient beings who dwell there, will all appear in their body. All those who dwell down as far as the lowest hell, and up as high as the summit of the universe, will appear in their body. Wherever those Shravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, or Buddhas are, the Buddhas teach the Dharma, and will appear with their physical images in their body. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. Their bodies are extremely pure, like clear lapis lazuli. All those sentient beings who preserve the Lotus Sutra will gladly look upon them. Just as all physical images reflect in a clear mirror, the Bodhisattvas will see in their own bodies everything in this world. They alone see it, while no one else does. All those sentient beings, devas, humans, asuras, hell-dwellers, hungry ghosts or animals in the manifold cosmos will also appear in this body with their physical images. All the heavenly palaces which reach as high as the top of the universe, Mount Kakravata, Mount Muru, Mount Mahamuru, and the oceans will appear in their bodies. Those Buddhas, Shravakas, or Bodhisattvas, heirs of the Buddha, who are either alone or who teach the Dharma to the assembly, will all appear in their body. Even though they have not yet attained the Dharma body, which is subtle and without corruption, everything in this world will appear in their pure physical bodies. Furthermore, O Sadāparibhūta, a son or daughter of a virtuous family who preserves, recites, explains, or copies this sutra, after the parinirvana of the Tathāgata, will attain 1200 qualities of the mind. Through their pure faculty of mind, on hearing but a single verse or a single line, they will become versed in the immeasurable and limitless meaning. If, after having understood this meaning, they teach a single line or a single verse for the period of 1 month, 4 months, or 1 year, all the teachings they expound will be entirely characterized by the mark of truth in accordance with its meaning. If they teach the works on worldly affairs, treatises on political science or enterprise, all these will be in harmony with the true Dharma. They will completely know the minds of those sentient beings who pass through the 6 transmigratory states in the great manifold cosmos, their workings, shifts, and fallacies, even though they have not yet attained the uncorrupted wisdom. Their faculty of mind will be pure, just like this. Whatever this person contemplates, judges, or expounds will be nothing but the true Buddha Dharma, which has also been taught in the sutras by previous Buddhas. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. The minds of such people are pure and transparent, without impurity. Through their faculty of intellect, they will know the superior, mediocre, and inferior teachings. On hearing a single verse, they will thoroughly penetrate the immeasurable meaning. Thus, they will teach the Dharma little by little for a period of 1 month, 4 months, or 1 year. As the result of preserving the Lotus Sutra, they will instantly know what all the sentient beings inside and outside this world, such as devas, nagas, humans, yaksas, rakshasas, and those who dwell in the 6 migratory states, think in their various ways. They will hear and completely preserve the Dharma, which the innumerable Buddhas in the 10 directions, who are possessed of the marks of 100 merits, teach for the sake of sentient beings. They contemplate the immeasurable meaning, and they teach the Dharma in immeasurable ways. They will neither forget nor be confused from the beginning to the end, because they preserve the Lotus Sutra. They will completely know all aspects of all dharmas and discern the meaning according to the sequence. They will be versed in names and words and will expound in accordance with this knowledge. What they teach is the Dharma that has all been taught by Buddhas of the past. Because they expound this Dharma, they will have no fear among the people. Those who preserve the Lotus Sutra possess the pure faculty of mind just like this. Even though they have not yet attained the stage of non-corruption, they will previously have had the characteristics described above. These people preserve this sutra and dwell in the marvelous stage. All the sentient beings will rejoice and revere them. They will illuminate and explain the teaching with thousands of myriads of kotis of skillful words, because they preserve the Lotus Sutra. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 20, Bodhisattva Sadāparibhūta. Thereupon, the Buddha addressed Bodhisattva Mahasattva Mahastamaprapta. You should know that, as I have previously explained, those who revile, disparage, or slander monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen who preserve the Lotus Sutra will sow a bitter harvest. As I have just taught, the merit attained by preserving the Lotus Sutra will result in the pure faculties of the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. O Mahastamaprapta, in the past, immeasurable, limitless, inconceivable, and incalculable kalpas ago, there was a Buddha called Bhaiṣajyarāja, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. His land was called Mahasamabhava, and the kalpa was named Vinarbhoga. The Buddha, Bhaiṣajyarāja, expounded the Dharma for the devas, humans, and asuras in his world. To those who sought the Sravaka vehicle, he expounded the Dharma in accordance with the Four Noble Truths, ferried them from birth, old age, illness, and death, and ultimately led them to nirvana. To those who sought the Pratyeka Buddha vehicle, he expounded the Dharma in accordance with the 12-linked chain of dependent origination. To the Bodhisattvas, he expounded the Dharma in accordance with the 6 perfections, with reference to highest complete enlightenment, and led them to the Buddha's wisdom. O Mahastamaprapta, the lifespan of the Buddha, Bhaiṣajyarāja, was as kalpas equal to 40 myriads of kotis of nayutas of sands of the Ganges River. The true Dharma abided for kalpas equal to the number of particles in Jambudvipa. The semblance Dharma abided for kalpas equal to the number of particles in the 4 continents. After having benefited the sentient beings, the Buddha entered parinirvana. After the extinction of the true and semblance dharmas, there appeared in this land another Buddha who was also called Bhaiṣajyarāja, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. In this way, there appeared 2 myriad kotis of Buddhas, one after another, all of whom had the same name. After the parinirvana of the first Tathāgata, Bhaiṣajyarāja, there were excessively proud and overbearing monks in the age of the semblance Dharma, after the true Dharma had been extinguished. At that time, there was also a monk, a Bodhisattva, called Sadāparibhūta, or never despising. O Mahastama-Prampta, why was he called Sadāparibhūta? Because whenever he saw any monk, nun, layman, or laywoman, he would praise and pay homage to them, saying, quote, I deeply respect you. I dare not belittle you. Why is this? Because all of you practice the Bodhisattva path and will become Buddhas. Furthermore, this monk did not concentrate himself on reciting the sutras, but only paid homage such that when he saw the fourfold assembly from afar, he would go up to them, praise and pay homage to them, saying, I dare not belittle you, because you will all become Buddhas. In the fourfold assembly there were some whose minds were impure, and who became angry, and reviled and disparaged him, saying, Where does this ignorant monk come from? He says that he himself does not belittle us, and predicts that we shall all become Buddhas. We do not need such an idle prediction. In this way he wandered about for many years, and was always reviled, but he never got angry, and always said, You will become a Buddha. Whenever he spoke these words, people would assail him with sticks or stones. He fled from them, yet still proclaimed loudly at a distance, I dare not belittle you, you will all become Buddhas. Since he always spoke these words, the excessively proud monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen called him Sadāparibhūta. When this monk was about to die, he heard in the air 20,000 myriads of kotis of verses of the Lotus Sutra, expounded previously by the Buddha Bhaiṣajyarāja, and, completely preserving them, he attained the purity of the eye, and the purity of the ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind that were described before. After having attained these pure faculties, his lifespan increased 200 myriads of kotis of nayutas of years, and he taught this Lotus Sutra to the people far and wide. Then those excessively proud monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen in the fourfold assembly, who had despised him and called him Sadāparibhūta, saw that he had attained great transcendent powers, the power of joy and eloquence, and the power of great virtuous meditation. Hearing his teaching, all of them believed and followed him. Furthermore, this Bodhisattva inspired 1,000 myriads of kotis of sentient beings, and caused them to abide in highest complete enlightenment. After his death, he met 2,000 kotis of Buddhas, all of whom were called Khandra Surya Pradipa. In accordance with his teaching, he expounded this Lotus Sutra, and for this reason met another 2,000 kotis of Buddhas, all of whom were called Meghasvara. He preserved and recited this sutra in accordance with the teaching of these Buddhas, and expounded it for the sake of the fourfold assembly. Thus he attained purity of the natural eye, and purity of the ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind, and taught the Dharma to the fourfold assembly without fear. O Mahastama-Prampta, this Bodhisattva Mahasattva Sadāparibhūta respected, honored, praised, and paid homage to all these Buddhas. Having planted roots of good merit, he again met thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas, and he expounded this sutra over again in accordance with the teaching of those Buddhas. Having perfected his merits, he attained Buddhahood. O Mahastama-Prampta, what do you think about this? Was Bodhisattva Sadāparibhūta of that time someone unknown to you? He was none other than myself. If I had not preserved and recited this sutra and taught it to others in my previous lives, I would not have swiftly attained highest complete enlightenment. Because I preserved and recited this sutra and taught it to others in the presence of previous Buddhas, I swiftly attained highest complete enlightenment. O Mahastama-Prapta, then the fourfold assembly of monks, nuns, laymen, and laywomen who became angry and disparaged me did not, as a consequence, meet a Buddha for 200 kotis of kalpas, nor did they hear the Dharma or see the Sangha. They suffered greatly in the Avicii hell for 1,000 kalpas. After having been freed from the consequences of their errors, they finally met Bodhisattva Sadāparibhūta, who led and inspired them to highest complete enlightenment. O Mahastama-Prapta, what do you think about this? Were those in the fourfold assembly of that time who disparaged this Bodhisattva persons unknown to you? They are the 500 Bodhisattvas in this assembly, beginning with Bhadrapala, the 500 nuns beginning with Sima Chandra, and the 500 laymen beginning with Sugatachitana, all of whom will never turn back on the path to highest complete enlightenment. O Mahastama-Prapta, know that this Lotus Sutra will greatly benefit the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas and lead them to highest complete enlightenment. For this reason, after the Tathāgata's parinirvana, the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas should always preserve, recite, explain, and copy this sutra. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. In the past, there was a Buddha called Bhaiṣajyarāja. He had immeasurable transcendent powers, led and guided all sentient beings, and was paid homage by devas, humans, and nagas. After the parinirvana of this Buddha, when the true Dharma faced extinction, there was a Bodhisattva called Sadāparibhūta. At that time, the fourfold assembly was becoming attached to its own interpretation of the Dharma. Bodhisattva Sadāparibhūta would approach them and say, "I do not belittle you. Practice the path, and you will all become Buddhas." After hearing this, all the people insulted and disparaged him. But Bodhisattva Sadāparibhūta patiently bore this. As he neared the time of his death, when he had expiated his past errors, he was able to hear this sutra, and his 6 sense faculties became pure. Through his transcendent powers, he prolonged his life and explained this sutra far and wide, acting once again for the benefit of others. Those who were attached to their own interpretations of the Dharma were led and inspired by this Bodhisattva and were enabled to abide within the Buddha path. After the end of his life, Bodhisattva Sadāparibhūta met innumerable Buddhas. Because he explained this sutra, he attained immeasurable happiness. Gradually accumulating his merits, he quickly attained the Buddha path. The Bodhisattva Sadāparibhūta of that time was none other than I. Because the fourfold assembly, which was then attached to particular aspects of the Dharma, heard Bodhisattva Sadāparibhūta say, "You will all become Buddhas." They have since met innumerable Buddhas. Those people are none other than the 500 Bodhisattvas and laymen and laywomen of pure belief who are now gathered before me in this assembly to hear the Dharma. In my previous lives, I taught them and led them to hear and accept this sutra, which is the ultimate Dharma. I revealed it and taught it to others and caused them to abide in nirvana. Throughout many lifetimes, they preserved and kept a sutra such as this. Only after myriads of kotis of kalpas have passed, a time inconceivable, can they hear this Lotus Sutra Only after myriads of kotis of kalpas have passed, a time inconceivable, do the Buddha Bhagavats expound this sutra. For this reason, all you practitioners who hear this sutra after the nirvana of the Buddha should feel no doubt about it. You must wholeheartedly expound this sutra far and wide. You will then meet the Buddhas lifetime after lifetime and quickly attain the Buddha path. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 21, The Transcendent Powers of the Tathāgata. Thereupon, the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, equal to the number of particles in the great manifold cosmos, who had emerged from the earth, all in the presence of the Buddha, gazed single-mindedly at his face with their palms pressed together and spoke to the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, after the parinirvana of the Buddha, we will teach this sutra extensively in the lands of the Bhagavat's separate forms at the time of his extinction. Why is this? Because we also wish to attain this true, pure, great Dharma, and to preserve, recite, explain, copy, and make offerings to it. Then the Bhagavat manifested his great transcendent powers in the presence of Manjushri and other immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas who had long lived in this Saha world, such as humans and non-humans, as monks, nuns, laymen and laywomen, devas, nagas, yaksas, Gandharvas, asuras, garudas, kimnaras, and maharagas. He put out his wide and long tongue, which reached upward to the Brahma world. He emitted innumerable and immeasurable colored rays of light from all his pores, and universally illuminated the worlds of the 10 directions. All the Buddhas, sitting on the lion seats under the jewel trees, also put out their wide and long tongues, and emitted immeasurable rays of light in the same way. Sakyamuni Buddha and the other Buddhas under the jewel trees manifested transcendent powers, while fully hundreds of thousands of years passed. After this, they drew back their tongues, coughed, and snapped their fingers together in unison. Those two sounds penetrated throughout the various Buddha worlds of the 10 directions, and the earth quaked in 6 ways. Through the transcendent powers of the Buddha, all the sentient beings in these worlds, humans and such non-humans as devas, nagas, yaksas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, kimnaras, and maharagas, saw all the Buddhas sitting on the lion seats under the immeasurable, limitless hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of jewel trees in this Saha world. They saw Sakyamuni Buddha sitting on the lion seat in the jeweled stupa, together with Tathāgata Prabhuparatna. They also saw immeasurable, limitless hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas and the fourfold assembly respectfully surrounding Sakyamuni Buddha. After seeing this, they all rejoiced greatly at having attained this unprecedented experience. At the same time, all the devas spoke loudly while in the air, saying, Beyond these immeasurable, limitless hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of incalculable worlds, there is a land called Saha. In it is a Buddha called Sakyamuni. For the sake of the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, he now teaches the Mahayana Sutra called the Lotus Sutra, the instruction for Bodhisattvas and treasured lore of the Buddhas. You should rejoice deeply. You should also honor and pay homage to Sakyamuni Buddha. Hearing this voice in the air, all those sentient beings pressed their palms together, faced the Saha world, and said, We take refuge in Sakyamuni Buddha. We take refuge in Sakyamuni Buddha. All of them scattered various kinds of flowers, incense, necklaces, banners, canopies, ornaments, jewels, and other beautiful things over the Saha world from afar. All that had been scattered formed together from the 10 directions like a cloud, and was transformed into a jeweled screen that covered all the Buddhas. Then the worlds of the 10 directions became pellucid, without obstruction, as if they were one Buddha land. Thereupon, the Buddha addressed the great assembly of Bodhisattvas, beginning with Visistacharita. The transcendent powers of the Buddhas are as immeasurable, limitless, and inconceivable as this. Yet if I were to use these transcendent powers to teach the benefits of this sutra so that it would be entrusted to you for immeasurable, limitless, hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of incalculable kalpas, I would not be able to reach the end of these qualities. To sum up, in this sutra I have clearly revealed and taught all the teachings of the Tathāgata, all the transcendent powers of the Tathāgata, all the treasure houses of the hidden essence of the Tathāgata, and all the profound aspects of the Tathāgata. For this reason, after the parinirvana of the Tathāgata, you should wholeheartedly preserve, recite, explain, and copy it, and practice according to the teaching. Those who accept, recite, explain, and copy it, and practice according to the teaching, in whatever land they may be, in a place where the sutra abides, either in a garden, a forest, under a tree, in a monk's chamber, in a layman's house, in a palace, on a mountain, in a valley, or in the wilderness, in all of these places they should erect and pay homage to a monument. Why is this? Because you should know that these places are the terraces of enlightenment where all the Buddhas have attained highest complete enlightenment, where all the Buddhas have turned the wheel of the Dharma, and where all the Buddhas entered parinirvana. Thereupon, the Bhagavat, wanting to elaborate on the meaning of this further, spoke these verses. The Buddhas, world inspirers, abiding in their great transcendent powers, manifest this immeasurable power in order to gladden sentient beings. Their tongues reach up to the Brahma world, and they emit innumerable rays of light from their bodies. They manifest this marvel for those who seek for the Buddha path. The coughing and snapping sounds of the Buddhas are universally heard in the lands of the 10 directions. The earth quakes in 6 ways. Because this sutra can be preserved after the nirvana of the Buddha, all the Buddhas rejoice and manifest their immeasurable transcendent powers. Even if, for immeasurable kalpas, they praise those who preserve this sutra in order to entrust it, they will not reach the limit of their merit. The qualities of those people are limitless and endless, just like the boundless sky in the 10 directions. Those who preserve this sutra have already seen me, the Buddha Prabhu-Taratna, and the various magically created forms, and today they see all the Bodhisattvas I have led and inspired up until now. Those who preserve this sutra will gladden me, my magically created forms, as well as the Buddha Prabhu-Taratna, who has entered nirvana. They will also see, gladden, and pay homage to the past and future Buddhas, and those who are present in the 10 directions. Those who preserve this sutra will before long attain the Dharma, the hidden essence which was attained by the Buddhas seated upon the terrace of enlightenment. Those who preserve this sutra will explain the meaning of the Dharma, the names and phrases, joyfully and with undying vigor, like the wind in the sky that has no obstruction whatsoever. After the parinirvana of the Tathāgata, they will know the causes and conditions and the sequences of the sutras taught by the Buddha, and will explain the truth in accordance with its meaning. As the light of the sun and moon eliminates the darkness, these people practicing in the world will extinguish the blindness of sentient beings, teaching innumerable bodhisattvas to dwell ultimately in the single vehicle. For this reason, the wise, hearing the benefits of these merits, should preserve this sutra after my nirvana. Those people will be resolute and will unwaveringly follow the Buddha path. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 22, Entrustment. Thereupon, having arisen from the Dharma seat and manifested his great transcendent powers, Sakyamuni Buddha caressed the heads of the innumerable bodhisattva mahasattvas with his right hand and addressed them, saying, "For immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of incalculable kalpas, I practice this Dharma of highest complete enlightenment, which is hard to attain. I now entrust it to you. You should wholeheartedly spread this teaching, and so extensively benefit others." Having caressed the heads of the bodhisattva mahasattvas 3 times in this way, he further addressed them, saying, "For immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of incalculable kalpas, I practice this Dharma of highest complete enlightenment, which is hard to attain. I now entrust it to you. You should preserve and recite it. You should spread this teaching extensively. You should let all the sentient beings hear and know it. Why is this? Because with his great compassion, unstinting and unafraid, the Tathāgata gives the wisdom of the Buddha, the wisdom of the Tathāgata, and the knowledge of the self-arising one to the sentient beings. The Tathāgata is nothing but the great donor to all the sentient beings. You should, accordingly, practice the teaching of the Tathāgata. Never allow the thought of avarice to awaken in you. If there are sons and daughters of a virtuous family who believe in the wisdom of the Tathāgata in the future, you should expound this Lotus Sutra, and let them hear and know it, so that they may attain the wisdom of the Buddha. If there are sentient beings who do not accept it, you should reveal, teach, benefit, and gladden them with the other profound teachings of the Tathāgata. If you do this, you will repay your indebtedness to the Buddha." Having heard the Buddha teach this, all the bodhisattva mahasattvas were filled with joy, inclined their bodies, bowed their heads with increased respect, and, with their palms pressed together, faced the Buddhas and uttered these words: "We will certainly do as the Bhagavat directs us. O Bhagavat, we entreat you to feel no anxiety." All the bodhisattva mahasattvas uttered these words 3 times in this way, saying, "We will do as the Bhagavat directs us. O Bhagavat, we entreat you to feel no anxiety." At that time, in order to cause all the Buddhas who were his magically created forms and who had come from the 10 directions to return to their own lands, Sakyamuni Buddha said this: "All the Buddhas should be at ease. The Buddha Prabhutaratna will be restored as before." When he said this, all the innumerable Buddhas in their magically created forms from the 10 directions, sitting on the lion seats under the jewel trees, the Buddha Prabhutaratna, the great assembly of the limitless and incalculable bodhisattvas, beginning with Visistacharitra, the 4-fold assemblies of the Shravakas, beginning with Sariputra, and the Devas, humans, and Asuras in all the worlds, having heard what the Buddha had taught, rejoiced greatly. The Lotus Sutra. Chapter 23, Ancient Accounts of Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja. Thereupon, Bodhisattva Nakshatraraja Samkusumhitabhijna addressed the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, why does Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja wander in this Saha world? O Bhagavat, this Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja has performed hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of nayutas of difficult and arduous practices. Splendid, O Bhagavat, I entreat you to explain it even a little, so that all the devas, nagas, yaksas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, kimnaras, maharagas, humans and non-humans, and also the assemblies of the bodhisattvas who have come from the other lands, and these shravakas will rejoice on hearing it. Then the Buddha spoke to Bodhisattva Nakshatraraja Samkusumhitabhijna, saying, In the remote past, beyond kalpas as immeasurable as the sands of the Ganges River, there was a Buddha called Chandra Surya Vimala Prabhasasri, an arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well-departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha Bhagavat. With this Buddha were 80 kotis of great bodhisattva mahasattvas, and an assembly of great shravakas, as many as the sands of 72 Ganges rivers. The lifespan of this Buddha was 42,000 kalpas, and the lifespans of the bodhisattvas were also equal to this. In his land there were no women, no hell-dwellers, no hungry ghosts, no animals, no asuras, and no calamities. The land was level like the palm of one's hand, and was made of lapis lazuli. It was adorned with jeweled trees, and was covered with jeweled canopies, with various hanging flowered banners. This world was filled with jeweled vases and incense burners. There were platforms made of the 7 treasures. For each tree there was a platform, and each tree stood away from the platform a distance of no more than a bow shot. All the bodhisattvas and shravakas sat under these jeweled trees. On the top of every jeweled platform were hundreds of kotis of devas who played divine music and sang in praise and homage to the Buddha. Then the Buddha expounded the Lotus Sutra for Bodhisattva Sarvarupasamdarasana and numerous other bodhisattvas and shravakas. Bodhisattva Sarvarupasamdarasana devoted himself entirely to severe practices. Following the teachings of the Buddha, Chandra Surya Vimala Prabhasasri, he strove and wandered up and down in the single-minded search for enlightenment for a full 12,000 years, and he attained the samadhi called Sarvarupasamdarasana. After having attained this samadhi, he rejoiced a great deal and thought thus, I have attained the samadhi called Sarvarupasamdarasana entirely because of the power I attained through hearing the Lotus Sutra. I will now pay homage to the Buddha, Chandra, Surya, Vimala, Prabhasasri, and the Lotus Sutra. Immediately after he had entered this samadhi, Mandarava and great Mandarava flowers, and finely powdered, solid and black sandalwood, fell from the sky, filling the air like clouds and raining down upon the earth. It also rained the perfume of sandalwood from the inner seacoast of Mount Sumeru. With this quantity of perfume, 6 drams of which equal the worth of this Saha world, he paid homage to the Buddha. Having paid homage to the Buddha, he emerged from samadhi and thought this, I have paid homage to the Buddha using my transcendent power. This is, however, by no means equal to the tribute of offering my body. For a full 1,200 years he inhaled the fragrance of sandalwood, olibanum, frankincense, clove, aloes wood, and glue trees, and drank the fragrant oil of kampaka flowers. He then anointed his body with scented ointment. In the presence of the Buddha, Chandra, Surya, Vimala, Prabha, Sasri, he covered his body with a divine jeweled garment and with the fragrant oil. Through his transcendent power and vows, he set his body alight, which illuminated worlds equal in number to the sands of 80 kotis of Ganges rivers. At the same time, all the Buddhas in these worlds praised him, saying, quote, "Splendid, splendid, O son of a virtuous family. This is the true perseverance." This is called the true Dharma offering to the Tathāgata. It stands no comparison, even if one were to pay tribute with flowers, perfumes, necklaces, burning incense, scented powders, ointments, divine silk banners, canopies, perfumes of sandalwood from the inner seacoast of Mount Sumeru, and various other things like this. It stands no comparison, even if one were to offer one's kingdom, or wife and children. O son of a virtuous family, this is the supreme offering. This is the highest and best of all offerings, because you offer the Dharma to the Tathāgatas. Having spoken these words, all became silent. His body was alight for 1,200 years. After this period passed, his body burned out. Because he had paid tribute to the Dharma like this, Bodhisattva Sarvaryu Dharasana was reborn after his death in the land of the Buddha, Chandra, Surya, Vimala, Prabha, Sasri. He was born spontaneously, sitting cross-legged in the house of King Bhamaladatta. Then he immediately spoke these verses for the sake of his father, saying, "O great king, you should now know that I, in an instant, attained the samadhi called Sarvaru Pasamdarasana in the place where I wandered, and, practicing with enthusiasm and perseverance, I set aside this, my beloved body. I have paid homage to the Bhagavat in order to attain the utmost wisdom." After having spoken these verses, he addressed his father, saying, "The Buddha Chandra, Surya, Vimala, Prabha, Sasri is now in this world. Having previously paid homage to the Buddha, I attained the Dhāraṇī of understanding the speech of all sentient beings, and heard 800,000 of myriads of kotis of nayutas of verses, and tens of billions of verses, hundreds of billions of verses, and thousands of billions of verses of the Lotus Sutra. O great king, I will now once again pay homage to this Buddha." Having spoken this, he sat on the 7-jeweled platform and ascended into the air as high as 7 tala trees. Having come before the Buddha, he bowed until his forehead touched the Buddha's feet. He praised the Buddha in verse with his 10 fingers pressed together, saying, "Your countenance is rare and wonderful. Your brilliance illuminates the 10 directions. Once, long ago, I paid you homage. I now come to behold you again." Thereupon, Bodhisattva Sarvaru Pasamdarasana, having spoken this verse, addressed the Buddha, saying, "O Bhagavat, the Bhagavat is yet in this world." Then the Buddha Chandra, Surya, Vimala, Prabha, Sasri said to the Bodhisattva Sarvaru Pasamdarasana, "O son of a virtuous family, the time of my parinirvana has come. The time of my extinction has come. I ask you now to prepare my bed. I will enter parinirvana tonight." The Buddha again said to Bodhisattva Sarvaru Pasamdarasana, "O son of a virtuous family, I entrust you with the Buddha Dharma, and all the Bodhisattvas and great Shravakas, as well as the Dharma, for highest complete enlightenment. I will also entrust you with the 7-jeweled world, all the jeweled trees, jeweled platforms, and the devas who are my servants in the great manifold cosmos. After my parinirvana, I will also entrust you with all my relics. You should distribute them far and wide and pay them homage. You should also erect a great many thousands of stupas. Having addressed Bodhisattva Sarvarupāsamdarasana in this way, the Buddha Chandra Surya Vimala Prabha Sasri entered parinirvana in the last watch of that night. Thereupon, having seen the Buddha's parinirvana, Bodhisattva Sarvarupāsamdarasana was grieved and saddened, and longed and yearned for the Buddha. Having prepared a pyre with sandalwood from the inner seacoast of Mount Sumeru, he cremated the Buddha's body in homage. After the fire had gone out, he collected all the relics. He had 84,000 jeweled urns made, and erected 84,000 stupas as high as 3 worlds. They were adorned with poles from which hung all kinds of banners and canopies and various kinds of jeweled bells. Then Bodhisattva Sarvarupāsamdarasana thought this: although I have paid tribute in this way, I am not yet satisfied. I will now further pay homage to the relics. And then he spoke to all the great assemblies of bodhisattvas, great Shravakas, Devas, Nagas, and Yaksas, saying, "You should pay full attention. I will now pay homage to the relics of the Buddha Chandra Surya Vimala Prabha Sasri." Having said these words, he made an offering before the 84,000 stupas by burning his arms adorned with hundreds of merits for 72,000 years. He thus made innumerable Shravakas and immeasurable, incalculable people set forth toward the highest complete enlightenment. All of them were made to dwell in the samadhi called Sarvarupāsamdarasana. At that time, all the bodhisattvas, devas, humans, and asuras saw that his arms were missing and became grieved and distressed. They said, "This bodhisattva Sarvarupāsamdarasana is our teacher. He has led and inspired us. He has now burned his arms, and his body is deformed." Then Bodhisattva Sarvarupāsamdarasana made a vow and said to the great assembly, "I have abandoned both my arms, and I shall definitely attain the golden body of the Buddha. If this is true and not false, then may both arms be restored as before." Because this bodhisattva was endowed with profound merit and wisdom, after he had made this vow, his arms recovered spontaneously. At that very time, the great manifold cosmos quaked in 6 ways. It rained jeweled flowers from the heavens, and all the devas and humans experienced an unprecedented marvel. Then the Buddha addressed Bodhisattva Naksatrarya Jasam Kusumita Bijna, saying, "What do you think about this? Is Bodhisattva Sarvarupāsamdarasana someone unknown to you? He is none other than this Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja. He undertook the practice of giving by abandoning his body immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of nayutas of times in this way. All Naksatrarya Jasam Kusumita Bijna. If there is anyone who sets forth and wishes to attain highest complete enlightenment, he should pay homage to the stupas of the Buddha by burning either a finger or a toe. He is superior to those who pay homage by giving their countries and cities, their wives and children, or the mountains, forests, rivers, ponds, and many other rare treasures. If there is anyone who pays homage to all the Buddhas, great bodhisattvas, Pratyeka-Buddhas, and Arhats by filling the great manifold cosmos with the 7 precious treasures, the merit of this person will not be equal to the surpassing merit of one who receives and holds to even a single verse consisting of 4 lines of the Lotus Sutra. O Naksatrarya Jasam Kusumita Bijna, just as the ocean is the greatest of streams and rivers and of all waters, this Lotus Sutra is the most profound of the sutras taught by the Tathāgatas. Just as Mount Sumeru is the greatest of mountains, greater than Earth Mountain, Black Mountain, Mount Chakravarta, Mount Mahachakravarta, and the 10 jeweled mountains, this Lotus Sutra is the greatest of the sutras. Just as the moon is the greatest among all the stars, this Lotus Sutra is the most illuminating of the thousands of kotis of sutras. Just as the sun destroys darkness, in the same way, this sutra destroys the darkness of erring thought. Just as the noble emperor is the best of all the kings, this sutra is the noblest of all the sutras. Just as Sakra is the king of the 33 devas, this sutra is the king of the sutras. Just as great Brahma is the father of all sentient beings, in the same way, this sutra is the father of all the wise, the noble, those who have more to learn and those who do not, and those in whom the thought of enlightenment has awakened. Just as those who have entered the stream of the teaching, those who are to return to this world once again, those who are never to return, Arhats and Pratyeka-Buddhas are the best of all the common people. In the same way, this is the best of all the sutras taught by all the Tathāgatas, Bodhisattvas, or Shravakas. Those who hold to this sutra are the best of all sentient beings. The Bodhisattvas are the best of all Shravakas and Pratyeka-Buddhas. In the same way, this sutra is the best of all sutras. Just as the Buddha is the king of the Dharma, this sutra is the king of sutras. O Naksatrarya Jasam Kusumita Bijna, this sutra saves all sentient beings. This sutra makes all sentient beings free from suffering. This sutra greatly benefits all sentient beings and brings their aspirations to fulfillment, just as a clear, cool pond satisfies the thirsty, as a fire satisfies those suffering from cold, as clothes for the naked, as a caravan leader for merchants, as a mother for her children, as a boat for the traveler, as a physician for the sick, as a lamp for the gloom, as a treasure for the poor, as a king for the people, as the sea for traders, and a torch for those in darkness. In the same way, this Lotus Sutra frees sentient beings from every suffering, all the pains and bonds of sickness and of birth and death. If there is anyone who hears this sutra, copies it, or moves others to copy it, their merit will be limitless, even if it is measured through the Buddha's wisdom. If there is anyone who copies it and pays a tribute with flowers, perfumes, necklaces, burning incense, scented powders, fragrant ornaments, banners, canopies, clothes, various kinds of ghee lamps, oil lamps, fragrant oil lamps, lamps of oil made from Kampaka, Sumanas, Patala, Varsika, and Navamalika trees, that person's merit will also be immeasurable. O Naksatraraja Samkusumita Bijna, if there is anyone who hears this chapter, called Ancient Accounts of Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja, they will attain immeasurable and limitless merit. If there is any woman who hears and holds this chapter, called Ancient Accounts of Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja, she will never be reborn with a female body. If there is any woman 500 years after the parinirvana of the Tathāgata who hears this sutra and practices according to the teaching, she will immediately reach the dwelling of the Buddha Amitayus in the Sukhavati world, surrounded by great Bodhisattvas, and will be born on a jeweled seat in a lotus flower. Never again troubled by the three poisons of greed, anger, or ignorance, by arrogance or jealousy, he will attain the Bodhisattva's transcendent powers and the acceptance of the non-origination of all dharmas. After attaining this acceptance, his faculty of sight will be pure, and with this pure eye faculty he will see all the Buddha Tathāgatas, equal in number to the sands of 72 million kotis of Nayutas of Ganges rivers. At that time, all the Buddhas will praise him from afar, saying, "Splendid, splendid, son of a virtuous family, you have preserved, recited, and contemplated this sutra from the teachings of the Buddha Sakyamuni and taught it to others. The merit you have obtained is immeasurable and limitless. Even fire cannot burn it. Even water cannot wash it away. Even thousands of Buddhas cannot give a complete description of your merit. You have already destroyed the Maras. You have already conquered the armies of birth and death. You have defeated all enemies. O son of a virtuous family, hundreds of thousands of Buddhas together protect you with their transcendent powers. There is no one equal to you among the devas and humans of the entire world." With the exception of the Tathāgata, the wisdom and meditation of all Shravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas can never equal yours. O Naksatraraja Samku Sumita Bijna, such is the power of the merit and wisdom that this Bodhisattva has perfected. If there is anyone who hears this chapter called Ancient Accounts of Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja, rejoices in it, and praises it well, in his present life he will always exhale the fragrance of blue lotus flowers from his mouth, and will always emit the fragrance of the sandalwood on Mount Oxhead from his pores. The benefits of the qualities he has obtained are just as mentioned above. For this reason, O Naksattaraja Samku Sumita Bijna, I will entrust you with this chapter called Ancient Accounts of Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja. During the period of 500 years after my parinirvana, you must spread it far and wide in Jambudvipa and not allow it to be destroyed. You must not give Mara and his men, or the devas, nagas, yaksas, and kumbhanda demons any chance of destroying it. O Naksatrarya Jasamku Sumita Bijna, you should protect this sutra with your transcendent power. Why is this? Because this sutra is good medicine for the ills of the people of Jambudvipa. If there is any sick person who hears this sutra, his illness will disappear, and he will neither die nor grow old. O Naksatrarya Jasamku Sumita Bijna, if you see anyone who holds to this sutra, you should scatter blue lotus flowers full of scented powder on him. After scattering them, you should think this: this man will before long destroy the army of Mara, sitting on the grass-covered terrace of enlightenment. He will blow the conch of the Dharma, beat the drum of the great Dharma, and ferry all sentient beings across the ocean of old age, illness, and death. Therefore, if those seeking the Buddha path see those who hold to this sutra, the thought of respect should awaken in them. When this chapter, called Ancient Accounts of Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja, was being taught, 84,000 bodhisattvas attained the Dhāraṇī of understanding the speech of all sentient beings. The Tathāgata Prabhutaratna in the jeweled stupa praised Bodhisattva Naksatrarya Jasamku Sumita Bijna, saying, "Splendid, splendid." O Naksatraraja Samkusumita Bijna, you have attained marvelous merit, for you have questioned the Buddha Sakyamuni about these things, and benefited all of the immeasurable numbers of sentient beings. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 24, Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara. Thereupon, the Buddha Sakyamuni emitted a ray of light from his top knot, the mark of a great person, and also from the tuft of white hair between his eyebrows, thus illuminating all the Buddha worlds in the east, equal to the sands of 108 myriads of kotis of Nayutas of Ganges rivers. Beyond this number of worlds was the Buddha world called Vairochana Rasmi Pratimandita. In that world was the Buddha named Kamala Dala Vimala Naksatrara Jasam Kusumita Bijna, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well departed, knower of the world, unsurpassed, tamer of humans, teacher of devas and humans, Buddha, Bhagavat. He was respectfully surrounded by a great assembly of countless innumerable bodhisattvas, and he expounded his teaching for them. The ray of light emitted from the tuft of white hair between the eyebrows of Sakyamuni Buddha illuminated the entire world. At that time, in the Buddha world of Vairochana Rasmi Pratimandita, there was a bodhisattva whose name was Gadgadasvara, or Wonderful Voice. Having planted many roots of good merit over a long period, he paid homage to and closely attended immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas, and accomplished complete and profound wisdom. He attained the samadhis called Dvajagrakiyura, Saddharma Pundarika, Vimaladatta, Naksatraraja Vikridita, Anilamba, Jnanamudra, Sarvaruta Kausalya, Sarva Punya Samuchaya, Prasadavati, Krivi Kridita, Jnanoka, Vyuharaja, Vimala Prabhasa, Vimala Garba, Apkritsna, and Suryavarta. He thus attained great samadhis, equal in number to the sands of hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Ganges rivers. As the light of the Buddha Sakyamuni illuminated his body, he addressed the Buddha, Kamala Dala Vimala Naksatrara Jasam Kusumita Bijna, saying, O Bhagavat, I shall go to the Saha world, approach the Buddha Sakyamuni in homage and reverence, and see Bodhisattva Manjushri, the prince of the Dharma, as well as Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja, Bodhisattva Pradansura, Bodhisattva Naksatrarya Jasam Kusumita Bijna, Bodhisattva Visista Charitra, Bodhisattva Vyuharaja, and Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja. Then the Buddha, Kamala Dala Vimala Naksatrara Jasam Kusumita Bijna, addressed Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara, saying, You must not despise that world, nor think it inferior, O son of a virtuous family. The land of that Saha world is uneven and irregular, and is filled with mud, stones, mountains, and filth. the Buddha is short of body, as are the Bodhisattvas. By contrast, your body is 42,000 yojanas tall, and my body is 6,800,000 yojanas tall. Your body is perfect in its bearing, and illuminated most beautifully with hundreds of millions of merits. Yet, when you go there, you must not despise that country, nor think the Buddha, Bodhisattvas, or the world itself inferior. The Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara addressed the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, I am now going to the Saha world through the power of the Tathāgata, the carefree play of the transcendent powers of the Tathāgata, and the adornment of the qualities and wisdom of the Tathāgata. At that time, Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara, without rising from his seat or moving his body, entered Samadhi. Through the power of the Samadhi, he caused 84,000 jeweled lotus flowers to appear on Mount Ridhikutta, not far from the seat of the Dharma. The stems were made of Jambunada gold, the leaves of silver, the pistils of diamond, and the calices of ruby. On seeing these lotus flowers, Bodhisattva Manjushri, the prince of the Dharma, addressed the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, why has this marvel appeared? There are a great many millions of lotus flowers, whose stems are made of Jambunada gold, leaves of silver, pistils of diamonds, and calices of ruby. The Buddha Sakyamuni answered Manjushri, saying, The Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara wishes to come to this Saha world from the Buddha world called Kamala Dala Vimala Naksatrara Jasam Kusumita Bijna, together with 84,000 bodhisattvas as his retinue. He approaches me in homage and reverence, wishing to make offerings and to hear the Lotus Sutra. Manjushri asked the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, what roots of good merit has he planted, and what merits has he practiced to attain his great transcendent powers? What kind of samadhi has he practiced? I entreat you to tell us the name of this samadhi. We wish to practice it with diligence. By practicing this samadhi, we wish to see the shape, appearance, size, and manner of this bodhisattva. I entreat you, O Bhagavat, to use your transcendent powers and let us see the appearance of that bodhisattva. Then the Buddha Sakyamuni spoke to Manjushri, saying, The Tathāgata Prabhutaratna, who long ago entered parinirvana, will manifest the signs for you. At that time, the Buddha Prabhutaratna addressed that bodhisattva, saying, Come, O son of a virtuous family, Manjushri, the prince of the Dharma, wishes to see you. Thereupon, Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara disappeared from his world and arrived together with 84,000 bodhisattvas. In the worlds through which he passed, the land quaked in 6 ways. 7 jeweled lotus flowers rained everywhere, and hundreds of thousands of heavenly musical instruments sounded spontaneously without being played. The eyes of this bodhisattva were as large as blue lotus leaves. Even if hundreds of thousands of myriads of moons were gathered together, they would not exceed the beauty of his countenance. His body was pure gold in color, adorned with immeasurable hundreds of thousands of merits, radiant with virtuous dignity, and brilliantly illuminated like the adamantine body of the god Narayana. Having entered the 7-jeweled platform and ascended into the air, he flew above the earth at a height of 7 tala trees. Surrounded by respectful bodhisattvas, he arrived at Mount Ridhikutta in this Saha world and descended from the 7-jeweled terrace. He came before the Buddha Sakyamuni with a necklace worth hundreds of thousands in his hand and bowed until his forehead reached the Buddha's feet. He presented the necklace to the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, this The Buddha Kamala Dala Vimala Naksatrarya Jasamku Sumitabhijna inquires of the Bhagavat, quote, "Are you without illness or pain? Is your daily life pleasant? Are you at ease in practice? Is the world around you harmonious? Are your worldly affairs bearable? Is it easy to save sentient beings? Are they not filled with greed, anger, foolishness, avarice, and pride? Are they mindful of their parents? Do they respect shramanas? Do they not have false views or erring thoughts? Do they control the desires of their five senses? O Bhagavat, do the sentient beings conquer Maras? Has the Tathāgata Prabhutaratna, sitting in the seven-jeweled stupa, long after his parinirvana, come here to hear the Dharma?" Furthermore, he inquired of the Tathāgata Prabhutaratna, saying, "Are you at ease and without pain? O Bhagavat, will your life be long and endured with patience? I now wish to see the body of the Buddha Prabhutaratna. I entreat you, O Bhagavat, to manifest and show it to me." At that time, the Buddha Sakyamuni said to the Buddha Prabhutaratna, "This Bodhisattva, Gadgadasvara, wants to see you." Then the Buddha Prabhutaratna addressed Gadgadasvara, saying, "Splendid, splendid. You have paid homage to the Buddha Sakyamuni and heard the Lotus Sutra, and have come here in order to see Manjushri and others." Thereupon, Bodhisattva Padmasri addressed the Buddha, saying, "O Bhagavat, what roots of good merit has this Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara planted, and what merits has he practiced to attain these transcendent powers?" The Buddha answered Bodhisattva Padmasri, saying, "In the past there was a Buddha called Megadundubhisvararaja, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened. His world was called Savarvasam Darsana, and the Kalpa was called Priya Darsana. For a period of 12,000 years, this Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara paid homage to the Buddha Megadundubhisvararaja with 100,000 kinds of music and 84,000 seven-jeweled bowls. As a result of his deeds, he was born in the world of the Buddha Kamala Dala Vimala Naksatrara Jasam Kusumitabhijna, and has attained transcendent powers. O Padmasri, what do you think about this? Is Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara, who paid homage to the Buddha Megadundubhisvararaja with music and jeweled vessels, someone unknown? Bodhisattva Mahasattva Gadgadasvara here present is one and the same. O Padmasri, having closely and respectfully attended innumerable Buddhas and planted roots of good merit over a long time, this Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara met hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Nayutas of Buddhas, equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. O Padmasri, you think that the body of Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara exists only here. However, this Bodhisattva manifests himself in various bodies. He has thus taught this sutra in many places for the sake of the sentient beings. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of Brahma. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of Sakra. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of Isvara. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of Mahasvara. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of the great commander of the Devas. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of Vaisravana. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of a noble emperor. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of a minor king. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of a wealthy man. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of a householder. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of a state official. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of a Brahmin. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of a monk, nun, layman, or laywoman. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of the wife of a wealthy man or householder. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of the wife of a state official. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of the wife of a Brahmin. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of a boy or a girl. Sometimes he has appeared in the form of a human or a non-human, such as a diva, naga, yaksha, gandharva, asura, garuda, kimnara, or maharaga. In this way, he has expounded this sutra and saved those in the states of being of hell-dwellers, hungry ghosts, animals, and those in difficult circumstances. Sometimes he has transformed himself into a female in royal harems and taught this sutra. O Padmasri, this Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara saves all beings in the Saha world. This Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara has transformed himself into various forms and taught this sutra for the sake of all sentient beings. Nevertheless, his transcendent power has never decreased, nor his power of transformation, or his wisdom. This Bodhisattva illuminates the Saha world with his great wisdom, and causes every sentient being to attain what should be known. He does exactly the same in all the worlds of the 10 directions, which are equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River. If he is able to save them in the form of a Shravaka, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a Shravaka. If he is able to save them in the form of a Pratyeka Buddha, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a Pratyeka Buddha. If he is able to save them in the form of a Bodhisattva, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a Bodhisattva. If he is able to save them in the form of a Buddha, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a Buddha. Thus, he transforms himself in various ways according to the capacities of those who are to be saved. If he is able to save them by means of parinirvana, he manifests parinirvana to them. O Padmasri, Bodhisattva Mahasattva Gadgadasvara has achieved his transcendent powers and the power of wisdom in just such a manner. Thereupon, Bodhisattva Padmasri addressed the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, deep are the roots of good merit that this Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara has planted. O Bhagavat, in what samadhi did this Bodhisattva dwell, such that he was able to appear in various places in this way and bring sentient beings to the path? The Buddha answered Bodhisattva Padmasri, saying, O son of a virtuous family, that samadhi was called Savarupa Samdarsana. Dwelling in this samadhi, Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara has benefited innumerable sentient beings in this way. When this chapter, Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara, was being taught, those 84,000 people who had come with Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara attained the samadhi called Sarvarupa Samdarsana. Innumerable bodhisattvas in this Saha world also attained this samadhi and Dhāraṇī. Then Bodhisattva Mahasattva Gadgadasvara paid homage to the Buddha Sakyamuni and the stupa of the Buddha Prabhutaratna and returned to his own world. Those worlds through which he traveled quaked in 6 ways and rained jeweled lotus flowers. Hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of variegated music was heard. Having returned to his own world, he approached the Buddha Kamala Gala Vimala Naksatrara Jasam Kusumita Bijna, surrounded by 84,000 bodhisattvas, and said to him, O Bhagavat, I have been to the Saha world and benefited the sentient beings. Having seen the Buddha Sakyamuni and the Stupa of the Buddha Pratubaratna, Bodhisattva Manjushri, the Prince of the Dharma, Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja, Bodhisattva Vara Bala Vegaprapta, and Bodhisattva Pradhanasura, I caused these 84,000 bodhisattvas to attain the samadhi called Sarvarupa Samdarsana. When this chapter, the coming and going of Bodhisattva Gadgadasvara, was taught, 42,000 sons of the Devas attained the acceptance of the non-origination of all dharmas, and Bodhisattva Padmasri attained the Saddharma Pundarika Samadhi. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 25, The Gateway to Every Direction, manifested by Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara. Translated into Chinese in the Yao Qin dynasty by the Tripitaka master Kumarajiva from Kucha, and in the Sui dynasty by Shramana Jnanagupta from Gandhara. Translated from Chinese into English by Tsugunari Kubo and Akira Uyama, Second Revised Edition. The unsurpassed, profound, and wonderful Dharma is difficult to encounter in hundreds of millions of eons. I now see and hear it, receive and uphold it, and I vow to fathom the Tathāgata's true meaning. Thereupon, arising from his seat, with his right shoulder bared, Bodhisattva Akṣayamati faced the Buddha with his palms pressed together, and spoke thus to him, quote, O Bhagavat, for what reason is Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara, hearer of the sounds of the world, called Avalokiteśvara? The Buddha answered Bodhisattva Akṣayamati, saying, quote, O son of a virtuous family, if innumerable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of sentient beings who experience suffering hear of Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara and wholeheartedly chant his name, Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara will immediately perceive their voices and free them from their suffering. Even if those who hold to the name of Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara were to enter a great fire, because of this Bodhisattva's transcendent power, the fire would not be able to burn them. If they were adrift on the great waters, by chanting his name, they would reach the shallows. There are hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of sentient beings who enter the great ocean to seek such treasures as gold, silver, lapis lazuli, mother of pearl, agate, coral, amber, and pearl. Even if a cyclone were to blow the ship of one of these toward the land of Rakshasa demons, they would all become free from the danger of those Rakshasa demons if there were even a single person among them who chanted the name of Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara. For this reason, he is called Avalokiteśvara. If anyone who is about to be beaten chants the name of Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara, the sticks and swords will immediately be broken into pieces, and he will be delivered. If the Yaksas, Rakshasas filling the great manifold cosmos come with the intent to afflict the people, but hear them chanting, those demons' evil eyes will be unable to see them, so how could they possibly hurt them? If anyone, whether guilty or innocent, is bound with fetters or chains, such bonds will be broken into pieces, and those who have been bound will become free by chanting the name of Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara. When a caravan leader travels on a dangerous road together with his fellow merchants, carrying precious treasures in a great manifold cosmos filled with evil robbers, if there be a single person who says, quote, "O sons of a virtuous family, do not fear. You should wholeheartedly chant the name of Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara. This Bodhisattva bestows fearlessness upon sentient beings. If you chant his name, you will be free from these evil robbers." Now, if those merchants chant loudly in unison, saying, "Homage to Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara," then, by chanting his name, the caravan will immediately gain deliverance. O Akshayamati, the transcendent power of Bodhisattva Mahasattva Avalokiteśvara is as great and mighty as this. If there are any sentient beings who are greatly subject to sensual desires, if they contemplate Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara with respect, they will become free from these desires. If there are any sentient beings who often become angry, if they contemplate Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara with respect, they will become free from anger. If there are any sentient beings who are greatly confused, if they contemplate Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara with respect, they will become free from their confusion. O Akshayamati, thus Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara greatly benefits sentient beings through his transcendental power. For this reason, sentient beings should always turn their thoughts to him. If any woman wanting to have a baby boy pays homage and makes offerings to Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara, she will bear a baby boy endowed with good merit and wisdom. If she wants to have a baby girl, she will bear a beautiful and handsome baby girl who has planted roots of good merit and will have the love of sentient beings. O Akshayamati, such are the transcendent powers of Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara that if any sentient being reverently respects him, the merit they achieve will never be in vain. For this reason, sentient beings should hold to the name of Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara. O Akshayamati, what do you think of someone who holds to the names of the Bodhisattvas equal in number to the sands of 62 kotis of Ganges rivers, and pays homage to them with drink and food, clothes, bedding, and medicine? Is the merit of this son or daughter of a virtuous family great or not? Akshayamati answered, saying, O Bhagavat, it is great. The Buddha said, if there is anyone who holds to the name of Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara, and anyone who pays homage to him and makes offerings even for a moment, the merit of these two people will be equal and the same. It will never be extinguished after hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas. O Akshayamati, those who hold to the name of Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara will attain such benefits of immeasurable and limitless merit. The Bodhisattva Akshayamati addressed the Buddha, saying, quote, O Bhagavat, how does the Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara wander through this Saha world? How does he teach the Dharma for the sake of sentient beings? What if his power of Skillful means? The Buddha said to Bodhisattva Akṣayamati, O son of a virtuous family, if there is any land where sentient beings are to be saved by the form of a Buddha, Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a Buddha. To those who are to be saved by the form of a Pratyeka Buddha, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a Pratyeka Buddha. To those who are to be saved by the form of a Śravaka, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a Śravaka. To those who are to be saved by the form of a Brahma, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a Brahma. To those who are to be saved by the form of a Sakra, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a Sakra. To those who are to be saved by the form of Isvara, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of Isvara. To those who are to be saved in the form of Mahesvara, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of Mahesvara. To those who are to be saved by the form of the great commander of the Devas, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of the great commander of the Devas. To those who are to be saved by the form of Vaisravana, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of Vaisravana. To those who are to be saved by the form of a minor king, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a minor king. To those who are to be saved by the form of a wealthy man, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a wealthy man. To those who are to be saved by the form of a householder, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a householder. To those who are to be saved by the form of a state official, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a state official. To those who are to be saved by the form of a Brahmin, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a Brahmin. To those who are to be saved by the form of a monk, nun, layman, or laywoman, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a monk, nun, layman, or laywoman. To those who are to be saved by the form of a wife of either a wealthy man, a householder, a state official, or a Brahmin, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of such a wife. To those who are to be saved by the form of a boy or girl, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of a boy or a girl. To those who are to be saved by the form of a human or of a non-human, such as a Deva, Naga, Yaksa, Gandharva, Asura, Garuda, Kimnara, or Maharaga, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into any of these forms. To those who are to be saved by the form of Vajrapani, he teaches the Dharma by changing himself into the form of Vajrapani. O Akṣayamati, this Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara displays such qualities, wanders through many lands in various forms, and saves sentient beings. For this reason, you should wholeheartedly pay homage to Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara. This Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara bestows fearlessness in times of fearful calamity. For this reason, everybody in this Saha world calls him Abhya Amadada, giver of fearlessness. The Bodhisattva Akṣayamati addressed the Buddha, saying, quote, O Bhagavat, I shall now pay homage to Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara. He then took from his neck a many-jeweled necklace worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins, gave it to him, and said, quote, I entreat you to accept this rare jeweled necklace for the Dharma. At that time, Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara did not dare to receive it. Akṣayamati addressed Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara, saying, quote, I entreat you to accept this necklace out of pity for us. Then the Buddha said to Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara, quote, You should accept this necklace out of pity for such humans and non-humans as this Bodhisattva Akṣayamati, the Fourfold Assembly, Devas, Nagas, Yaksas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kimnaras, and Maharagas. The Bodhisattva of Avalokiteśvara accepted the necklace out of pity for the Fourfold Assembly, Devas, Nagas, humans, non-humans, and the rest. He then divided it into 2 parts and gave one part to the Buddha Sakyamuni and the other part to the Stupa of the Buddha Prabhutaratna. O Akṣayamati, with such inherent transcendent powers, Bodhisattva of Avalokiteśvara wanders through this Saha world. Thereupon, Bodhisattva Akṣayamati asked a question in verse, saying, quote, O Bhagavat, endowed with excellent marks, I now wish to ask you about him once again. For what reason is the heir of the Buddha named Avalokiteśvara? The Bhagavat, endowed with excellent marks, answered Akṣayamati in verse. Listen to the practices of Avalokiteśvara, which have their application to all. His vow is deep like the ocean, and his kalpa is of inconceivable length. After having attended many thousands of kotis of Buddhas, he made a great pure vow. I will now explain it to you in brief, : If you hear his name and see his body and contemplate him in thought, your life will not be in vain, and you will extinguish all suffering. If anyone wants to hurt you and pushes you into a great fire pit, if you contemplate the power of Avalokiteśvara, the fire pit will change into a pond. If you drift upon the great ocean and meet danger from dragons, fish, and demons, if you contemplate the power of Avalokiteśvara, you will not be swallowed by the waves. If you are on the peak of Sumeru and are pushed by somebody, if you contemplate the power of Avalokiteśvara, you will stay suspended in the air like the sun. If any evil one chases you and pushes you from Mount Diamond, if you contemplate the power of Avalokiteśvara, not even a single hair will be hurt. If evil robbers surround you, each with a sword and the intent to harm, if you contemplate the power of Avalokiteśvara, the thought of mercy will awaken in them. If you suffer under the punishment of a king, and your life is to be ended by execution, if you contemplate the power of Avalokiteśvara, the sword will be immediately broken into pieces. If you are imprisoned with a neck chain, your hands and feet fettered, if you contemplate the power of Avalokiteśvara, they will disappear and you will be released. If anyone wants to hurt your body with a curse or poison, if you contemplate the power of Avalokiteśvara, these ills will return and afflict their authors. If you meet evil Rakshasas, poisonous dragons, or demons, if you contemplate the power of Avalokiteśvara, they will not dare to hurt you. If you are surrounded by evil animals, whose teeth and claws are fearfully sharp, if you contemplate the power of Avalokiteśvara, they will run away swiftly and to an immeasurable distance. If there are lizards, snakes, vipers, or scorpions, whose breath is poisonous like a flaming smoke, if you contemplate the power of Avalokiteśvara, they will turn away swiftly at the sound of your voice. If thunder resounds, lightning flashes, hail falls, and a great rain pours out of the clouds, if you contemplate the power of Avalokiteśvara, they will disappear immediately. If sentient beings are in great adversity, and immeasurable pain afflicts them, the wonderful power of the wisdom of Avalokiteśvara can relieve the suffering of the world. Endowed with transcendent powers, and having fully mastered wisdom and skillful means, in all of the worlds of the 10 directions, there is no place where he will not manifest himself. the suffering of those in the troubled states of being, hell-dwellers, hungry ghosts and animals, and the suffering of birth, old age, illness, and death will gradually be extinguished. He who perceives the world with truth, purity, and vast knowledge, and with benevolence and compassion, should be ever longed for and looked up to. He is a spotless, pure ray of light, a sun of wisdom that destroys the darkness, a flame that withstands the winds of calamity. He brilliantly illuminates the entire world. His will, the essence of which is compassion, shakes like thunder, and the mind of mercy is like a beautiful overspreading cloud which pours the Dharma rain of immortality and extinguishes the flame of desires. In a dispute before judges, or fearful in the midst of battle, if you contemplate the power of Avalokiteśvara, all enemies will flee away. He has a wondrous voice, the voice of one who perceives the world, a voice like Brahma's, a voice like the rolling tide, a voice unsurpassed in this world. For this reason, you should always contemplate him. You should have no doubt, even for a moment. The pure seer Avalokiteśvara will be a refuge when suffering distress or the misery of death. He is endowed with every quality, sees the sentient beings with his benevolent eyes, and his ocean of merit is immeasurable. For this reason, you should pay him homage. At that time, Bodhisattva Dhāraṇī arose from his seat, went before the Buddha, and said to him, O Bhagavat, if there are any sentient beings who hear of this chapter, Bodhisattva Avalokiteśvara, and these effortless deeds, the manifestation of the gateway to all directions, and the transcendent powers, know that their merit will not be little. When the Buddha taught the chapter, the gateway to every direction, the thought of incomparable highest complete enlightenment awoke in 84,000 sentient beings in the assembly. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 26, Dhāraṇī. Thereupon, rising from his seat with his right shoulder bared, Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja faced the Buddha with his palms pressed together and spoke to him, saying, O Bhagavat, if there is any son or daughter of a virtuous family who preserves the Lotus Sutra and recites it, is versed in it, and copies it, how much merit will he or she attain? Then the Buddha addressed Bhaiṣajyarāja, saying, If there is any son or daughter of a virtuous family who pays homage to Buddhas, numbering as many as the sands of 800 myriads of kotis of Nayutas of Ganges rivers, what do you think? Will the merit he or she attains be great or not? He answered, It will be great, O Bhagavat. The Buddha said, If any son or daughter of a virtuous family preserves a verse of 4 lines of this sutra, recites it, understands the meaning, or practices what it teaches, his or her merit will be very great. Thereupon, Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja addressed the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, I will now give the Dhāraṇīs to the expounders of the Dharma and protect them. He then recited a Dhāraṇī. Anya manya mane mamane sita charita same samita visante mukta muktatame same avisame samasame yaye ksaye akasaye aksine sante samait dharani alokabasa pratyaveksani nidiru abhyantaranirvista abhyantara parisudi mutkule arade parade Sukhanski asamasame Buddha vilokita Dharma pariksita samga nirgosa nirgoni baya baya visodani mantra mantra kasayate rute Ruta Kausalya Aksaya Aksaya Vanataya Vakule Valoda Amanyanataye.
Tathāgata anaye manaye mani mamani tsati tsarati khyami khyamaya tampa khyanta muktata mesame ambekha mesamasame nzaye kyaye atyaye akirno khyanta khyamato dharana aloka base tataya bhatyana bambara abayanta ranabite abayanta ranambita atayanta berashata utkalo matkale Arate marate shakya asamasami bedamba lokade dharma parakita sarga nurgo khana baya baya hyodana mantri mantra jaya terata koshali atyaye atyambarataya palo amanayantaya.
O Bhagavat, this mantra Dhāraṇī was spoken by Buddhas equal in number to the sands of 62 kotis of Ganges rivers. Anyone who attacks or slanders an expounder of the Dharma also attacks or slanders these Buddhas. Thereupon, the Buddha Sakyamuni praised Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja, saying, Splendid, splendid, O Bhaiṣajyarāja! Out of compassion you have taught this Dhāraṇī in order to protect the expounders of the Dharma. It will greatly benefit all sentient beings. Then Bodhisattva Pradhanasura addressed the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, I will also teach a Dhāraṇī in order to protect anyone who recites and preserves the Lotus Sutra. if expounders of the Dharma attain this Dhāraṇī, no yaksa, raksa, putana, kritya, kumbanda, or hungry ghost will ever have a chance to strike at their weaknesses, even if they try to do so. In the presence of the Buddha, he taught a Dhāraṇī, saying, Jvale, Maha Jvale, Yuke, Muke, Ade, Adavati, Nirtya, Nirtyavati, Itini, Vitini, Chitini, Nirtyani, Nirtyavati.
Tadyatha anzole, ma anzole, ukimike, ati atambata, nor, natambata, utrana, patra, sutrana, natrachana, natrachapata, suha.
O Bhagavat, this mantra Dhāraṇī has been spoken by Buddhas equal in number to the sands of the Ganges River, and everyone has rejoiced in it. Anyone who attacks or slanders an expounder of the Dharma also attacks or slanders these Buddhas. Thereupon, the Devaraja Vaisravana, a world protector, addressed the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, I will also teach a Dhāraṇī out of pity for sentient beings, and in order to protect expounders of the Dharma. He then recited a Dhāraṇī, saying, Ate, Nate, Vanate, Anade, Nadi, Kunadi.
Tadyata, atata, natate, tanatate, inatanata, kuntrasuha.
O Bhagavat, with this mantra Dhāraṇī, I protect the expounders of the Dharma. I will also protect those who hold to this sutra. All heavy cares shall be banished for 100 yojanas around. At that time, the Devaraja Dhritarashtra was present in the assembly, respectfully surrounded by thousands of myriads of kotis of Nayutas of Gandharvas. He came before the Buddha together with them and addressed the Buddha with his palms pressed together, saying, O Bhagavat, with a mantra Dhāraṇī, I will also protect those who hold to the Lotus Sutra. He then recited the Dhāraṇī, saying, Agane, Gane, Gauri, Gandhari, Chandali, Matanji, Janjuli, Vrusani, Agasti.
Tadyatha, Angano, Gano, Gorangavdara, Zantala, Matanka, Pikasa, Kali, Josuha.
O Bhagavat, this mantra Dhāraṇī was spoken by 42 kotis of Buddhas. Anyone who attacks or slanders an expounder of the Dharma also attacks or slanders these Buddhas. At that time, there were 10 Raksasis. Their names were Lamba, Vilamba, Kudadanti, Puspadanti, Makudadanti, Kasini, Achala, Maladari, Kunti, and Sarvasatovajari. These 10 Raksasis, together with Hariti and their children and retinues, came before the Buddha and addressed him in unison, saying, O Bhagavat, we also want to protect those who recite and preserve the Lotus Sutra and rid them of their heavy cares. Those who try to strike at the expounders of the Dharma through their weaknesses shall never be able to do so. They then recited a Dhāraṇī in the presence of the Buddha, saying, Iti me, iti me, iti me, iti me, iti me, nimme, 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 ruhe, 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 stuhe, 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 stuha.
Tathāgata atame 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 name 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 rahe 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 hasate 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 suha.
Let troubles come upon our heads rather than distress the expounders of the Dharma. No yaksa, no raksasa, no hungry ghost, no putana, no kritya, no vetala, no skada, no omarka, no apasmarka, no yaksakrita, no manusakrita, no fever for 1 day, for 2 days, for 3 days, for 4 days, or even up to 7 days, or at any time. No one in the form of a man, no one in the form of a woman, no one in the form of a boy, no one in the form of a maiden, no one who may appear even in a dream in any of these forms shall cause them distress. Then they spoke to the Buddha in verse, saying, If anyone does not accept my Dhāraṇī and troubles one who expounds the Dharma, his head will be split into 7 pieces, just like a branch of the Arjaka tree. Consider the transgression of parricide, of pressing sesame mixed with impurities, of cheating people with scales. Consider the transgression committed by Devadatta, who divided the Sangha. Those who slander this expounder of the Dharma shall suffer consequences such as these. After having spoken these verses, the Raksasis addressed the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, we also want to protect those who preserve, recite, and practice this sutra, and cause them to live at ease, rid them of their weighty cares, and drive out various poisons. The Buddha said to the Raksasis, Splendid, splendid. You protect those who preserve the name of the Lotus Sutra. Your merit is immeasurable. How much more merit is there in protecting those who perfectly preserve and revere the sutra in various ways, such as by offering flowers, perfumes, necklaces, fragrant ointments, scented powders, burning incense, banners, canopies, and music, or by lighting ghee lamps, oil lamps, fragrant oil lamps, lamps of oil made from sumanas, kampaka, varsika, and utpala flowers. How much more merit is there in offering such things in hundreds of thousands of ways? O Kunti, you and your retinues should protect the expounders of the Dharma in this way. When this chapter, Dhāraṇī, was taught, 68,000 people attained the acceptance of the non-origination of all dharmas. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 27, Ancient Accounts of King Śubhavyūha. Thereupon the Buddha addressed the great assembly, saying, Once upon a time, immeasurable, limitless, inconceivable, and incalculable kalpas ago, there was a Buddha named Jaladhara Garjita Gosasus Varanaka Satrara Jasam Kusumita Bijna, a Tathāgata, Arhat, completely enlightened. His land was called Vairocharnarasmi Pratimandita, and the kalpa was named Priyadarasana. There was a king practicing the teaching of the Buddha. He was called Śubhavyūha, and his consort was named Vimaladatta. They had 2 sons. One was named Vimalagarbha, and the other Vimalanetra. These 2 sons were endowed with great transcendent power, merit, and wisdom, and practiced the Bodhisattva path for a long time. They were versed in the perfections of giving, or dana, good conduct, or sila, perseverance, or kshanti, effort, or virya, meditation, dhyana, and wisdom, or prajna. And skillful means and compassion, benevolence, joy, and generosity, as well as the 37 helpful ways to attain the Dharma. Furthermore, they were also versed in the Bodhisattva samadhis of Vimala, Naksatara Jatitya, Vimala Nirbhasa, Vimala Rupa, Vimala Bhasa, Alamkara Subha, and Mahatejo Garbha. Then the Buddha, wanting to guide King Śubhavyūha, and out of compassion for sentient beings, taught this Lotus Sutra. At that time, Prince Vimalagarbha and Prince Vimalanitra approached their mother and addressed her with their palms and 10 fingers pressed together, saying, "We entreat you, O Mother, to go before the Buddha, Jaladhara Garjita Gosasus Varanaka Satrara Jasam Kusumita Bijna. We shall also go before him, together with you, attend him, make offerings to him, and pay him homage." Why is this? Because this Buddha teaches the Lotus Sutra amid the assembly of all the devas and humans. Thus, we should all listen to him. Their mother answered the son, saying, "Your father follows heresies and is deeply attached to the teachings of the Brahmins. You should go to your father to ask him to come with us." Vimalagarbha and Vimalanitra said to their mother, with their palms and 10 fingers pressed together, "We are the children of the king of the Dharma, although we were born in this house of wrong views." The mother replied to her son, saying, "You should have compassion for your father and show him great miracles. If he sees them, his mind will certainly be purified. He will then allow us to go before the Buddha." Thereafter, the 2 sons jumped up into the air as high as 7 tala trees, and, out of their love for their father, showed him various miracles. They walked, stood, sat, and slept in the air, causing water to flow from their upper bodies, and blowing fire out of their lower bodies, causing water to flow from their lower bodies, and blowing fire out of their upper bodies, enlarging their bodies so that they filled the air, making them small and then enlarging them again, disappearing in midair and instantly reappearing on the earth, entering the earth as if it were water, and walking on the water as though on the earth. By showing various marvels like these, they purified their father's mind and caused him to believe them. When their father saw the transcendent powers of his sons, he rejoiced a great deal at his unprecedented experience and addressed his sons with his palms pressed together, saying, "Who is your teacher? Whose pupils are you?" The 2 sons said, "O great king, the Buddha, Jaladhara Garjita Gosasus Varanaka Satrara Jasam Kusumita Bijna, is now sitting on the seat of the Dharma under the 7-jeweled Bodhi tree and teaching the Lotus Sutra extensively to the assembly of all the devas and humans in this world. He is our teacher. We are his pupils." The father said to his sons, "I now also wish to see your teacher. Let me go with you." Thereupon the 2 sons descended from the air, approached their mother, and addressed her with their palms pressed together, saying, "Our father believed us, and the thought of highest complete enlightenment can now awaken in him. We have done the Buddha's work for the sake of our father. We entreat you, O Mother, to allow us to renounce household life and practice the Bodhisattva path under the guidance of that Buddha." At that time, the 2 sons addressed the mother in verse, wanting to elaborate on this meaning further, saying, "We entreat you, O Mother, to allow us to renounce household life and to become Shramanas. It is extremely difficult to meet Buddhas. We will learn by following this Buddha. It is more difficult to meet a Buddha than to see Adambara flowers. It is also difficult to escape from adversity. We entreat you to allow us to renounce household life." Their mother addressed them immediately, saying, "I give my consent for you to renounce household life. What is the reason for this? It is because it is difficult to meet a Buddha." Then the two sons addressed their parents, saying, "Splendid, O father and mother! We entreat you now to approach and meet the Buddha. Jaladhara Garjita Gosasus Varanaka Satrara Jasam Kusumita Bijna, and pay homage to him." Why is this? Because it is difficult to meet a Buddha, just as it is to see Adambara flowers, or for a one-eyed turtle to find the hole in a floating piece of wood. Because of our profound merits accumulated in the past, we were born to meet the Buddha Dharma. For this reason, our father and mother should allow us to renounce household life. Why is this? Because it is difficult to meet Buddhas, and it is also difficult to obtain an opportunity for meeting them. At that time, 84,000 women in the palace of King Śubhavyūha all became capable of preserving this Lotus Sutra. Bodhisattva Vaimalanitra had already been versed in the Saddharma Pundarika Samadhi for a long time, and Bodhisattva Vaimalagarbha had also been versed in the Sarvasattva Papajanya Samadhi for immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas, for he wanted all sentient beings to be separated from evil states of being. The consort of that king attained the Sarva Buddha Sangiti Samadhi, and the secret treasure house of the Buddhas was revealed to her. In this way, the two sons inspired their father through the power of their skillful means, and caused him to have faith and pleasure in the Buddha Dharma. Then King Śubhavyūha, together with his subjects and retinue, Queen Vaimaladatta, together with her servants and retinue, and the two princes, together with 42,000 people, came before the Buddha at that time. Having approached the Buddha, they bowed until their foreheads touched his feet, then circled around him 3 times and sat to one side. At that time, the Buddha expounded and taught the Buddha Dharma for the king's sake, greatly benefiting and rejoicing him. Then King Śubhavyūha and his queen took off their pearl necklaces worth hundreds of thousands and scattered them over the Buddha. In the air, they transformed into a 4-pillar jeweled platform. On the platform was a great jeweled bed, spread with hundreds of thousands of myriads of heavenly clothes. The Buddha sat cross-legged upon it, emitting great rays of light. Then King Śubhavyūha thought, "The Buddha's form is marvelous, most superior in dignity, and given perfection by the most delicate countenance." Thereupon the Buddha, Jaladhara Garjita Gosasus Varanaka Satrara Jasam Kusumita Bijna, addressed the fourfold assembly, saying, "Do you see King Śubhavyūha standing with his palms pressed together in my presence? This king has become a monk in my Dharma. He will diligently practice the Dharma that aids those on the Buddha path and will become a Buddha. He will be called Salindraraja. His land will be called Vishyaranavati, and the Kalpa Abhyudgataraja. With this Buddha Salindraraja will be innumerable Bodhisattvas and Shravakas. His land will be level. Such will be his merits." That king immediately gave his kingdom to his younger brother. He renounced household life and practiced the Buddha Dharma together with his queen, 2 sons, and their retinue. For a period of 84,000 years after their renunciation, the king continued to make diligent efforts and practice the Lotus Sutra. After this, he attained the Sarvagunalamakaravyuha Samadhi. He ascended instantly into the air to a height of 7 tala trees and addressed the Buddha, saying, "O Bhagavat, my 2 sons have done the Buddha's work. Through their miracles, they have reformed my erring mind, so that I dwell in the Buddha Dharma. These 2 sons are my good friends. They enabled me to see the Bhagavat. It was because they wanted to nurture the roots of good merit accumulated in my past and benefit me that they were born in my house." Then the Buddha, Jaladhar Garjita Gosasuvarana Ksatra Raja Samkusumita Bijna, addressed King Śubhavyūha, saying, Exactly. It is exactly as you have said. If the sons and daughters of a virtuous family make good friends throughout many lives, after having planted roots of good merit, those good friends will perform the Buddha's work, illuminating, teaching, benefiting, and gladdening them, and will cause them to enter highest complete enlightenment. O great king, you should know that a good friend is indeed the great spur that brings inspiration to others, causing them to meet a Buddha and the thought of highest complete enlightenment to awaken in them. O great king, do you see these 2 sons? These 2 sons have already paid homage to Buddhas, equal in number to the sands of 6,500 thousands of myriads of kotis of Nayutas of Ganges rivers, closely attended the Buddhas with respect, accepted the Lotus Sutra in their presence, and, in their compassion, caused sentient beings with false views to dwell in right views. Immediately after that, King Śubhavyūha descended from the air and addressed the Buddha, saying, O Bhagavat, the Tathāgata is extraordinary. Because he is endowed with merits and wisdom, his top knot is brilliantly illuminated. His deep blue eyes are long and wide. The tuft of hair between his eyebrows is white, like the bright moon. His white teeth are even and always shining, and his scarlet lips are like the bimba fruit in their beauty. At that time, King Śubhavyūha praised immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of qualities of the Buddha like these, and again wholeheartedly addressed the Buddha with his palms pressed together in the presence of the Tathāgata, saying, O Bhagavat, this is unprecedented. The Tathāgata's Dharma is endowed and perfected with inconceivable subtle qualities. His teaching, integrity, and deeds are serene and comfortable. From today on, we shall never act selfishly, and the wrongful thoughts of false views, pride, and anger shall never awaken in us. Having spoken these words, he bowed to the Buddha and went away. The Buddha addressed the great assembly, saying, What do you think about this? Is King Śubhavyūha someone unknown? He is none other than this Bodhisattva Padmasri. His queen Vimaladatta is none other than this Vairochana Rasmi Pratimandita Vajraja, now in the presence of the Buddha. Because she had compassion for King Śubhavyūta and his retinue, she was born here. These 2 sons are none other than Bodhisattva Bhaiṣajyarāja and Bodhisattva Bhaiṣayasamudgata. These Bodhisattvas, Bhaiṣajyarāja and Bhaiṣayasamudgata, perfected great qualities such as these, and, having planted many roots of good merit under the guidance of innumerable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas, perfected inconceivable good merit. If anyone holds the names of these 2 bodhisattvas in memory, the devas and humans in this entire world will certainly pay homage to those bodhisattvas. When the Buddha taught this chapter, called Ancient Accounts of King Śubhavyūha, 84,000 people removed themselves from impurity, rid themselves of defilement, and attained pure Dharma eyes with which to see the teachings. The Lotus Sutra, Chapter 28, Encouragement of Bodhisattva Samantabhadra. Thereupon, Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, through his effortless transcendent power, dignity, and fame, arrived from the east, together with innumerable, limitless, and incalculable numbers of great bodhisattvas. All the lands quaked universally wherever he passed. Jeweled lotus flowers rained down, and immeasurable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of kinds of music were heard. He was surrounded by a great assembly of innumerable beings, humans and such non-humans as devas, nagas, yaksas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, kimnaras, and maharagas, each manifesting dignity and transcendent powers. He then arrived at Mount Gridrakuta in the Saha world. He prostrated himself before Sakyamuni Buddha and circled around him to the right. He then addressed him, saying, "O Bhagavat, afar in the land of the Buddha Ratna Tejo Gadgadasvara, I heard you expound the Lotus Sutra in this Saha world. I have come here to listen to you, together with the assembly of immeasurable and limitless hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of bodhisattvas. I entreat you, O Bhagavat, to teach us how the sons and daughters of a virtuous family may attain the Lotus Sutra after the parinirvana of the Tathāgata." The Buddha said to Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, "After the parinirvana of the Tathāgata, the sons and daughters of a virtuous family will attain the Lotus Sutra if they achieve the 4 necessary accomplishments. The first is to be protected by the Buddhas. The second is to plant roots of good merit. The third is to enter a group of those who are rightly resolute. And the fourth is to awaken the thought of saving sentient beings. Those sons and daughters of a virtuous family will definitely attain this sutra after the parinirvana of the Tathāgata if they perfect these 4 accomplishments." Then Bodhisattva Samantabhadra addressed the Buddha, saying, "O Bhagavat, if there are those who preserve this sutra in the troubled world of 500 years after, I will protect them and rid them of their heavy cares, cause them to attain happiness, and allow no one to strike at them through their weaknesses. I will not give Mara any chance to afflict them, nor the sons of Mara, daughters of Mara, minions of Mara, those possessed by Mara, yaksas, raksasas, kumbhandas, visakas, krityas, putanas, or vetalas. If they recite this sutra, whether walking or standing, I will then come before them on a white elephant king with 6 tusks, together with the assembly of great bodhisattvas, manifest myself, pay homage and protect them, and console their minds for the sake of revering the Lotus Sutra. If they sit contemplating upon this sutra, I will then manifest myself before them on a white elephant king. If they forget a single line or a verse in the Lotus Sutra, I will teach and recite it with them, and cause them to become proficient in it. At that time, those who accept and recite the Lotus Sutra will be able to see me, and, greatly rejoicing, will thus make further efforts. As a result of seeing me, they will attain the Samadhi and the Dhāraṇīs named Avarta Dhāraṇī, Kotisata Sahasravarta Dhāraṇī, and Sarvarutta Kausalya Varta Dhārāṇī. They will attain Dhāraṇīs like these. O Bhagavat, in the troubled world of 500 years after, those monks, nuns, laymen and laywomen who seek, preserve, recite, copy, and wish to practice this Lotus Sutra should preserve single-mindedly for 21 days. After a full 21 days, I will appear on a white elephant with 6 tusks, accompanied by innumerable Bodhisattvas, who themselves will also be surrounded by their retinues, and manifest myself before sentient beings in whatever form they wish to see. Then I will expound and teach the Dharma to them and gladden them. I will also give them a Dhārāṇī spell. When they attain this Dhārāṇī, non-humans will have no power to destroy them, and women no power to trouble them. I myself will also protect these people. I entreat you, O Bhagavat, to allow me to teach this Dhārāṇī. Thus he taught the spell in the presence of the Buddha, saying, Adande Dandapati Dandavartani Danda Kusale Danda Sudari Sudari Sudarapati Buddha Pasyane Sarva Dhārāṇī Avartani Sarva Bhaiṣajyarāja Suavartane Samga Pariksani Samga Nirgatani Asamge Samga Pagate Tradva Samgatuya Prapte Sarva Samga Samatikrante Sarva Dharma Suparkisite Sarva Sattvaruta Kausalya Nugate Śubhavyūha.
Tathāgata Sandanta Danta Batan Danta Batana Danta Kakala Danta Sodara Sodara Ambata Bata Pahina Dharana Ambartana Sanka Parakita Sanka Narbagasata Dharma Parakita Sarvasaturata Kohyali Nangate Sambatra Nrati Anambartim Bartana Bartala Suha.
O Bhagavat, if there is any Bodhisattva who hears this Dhārāṇī, he should know it is because of the transcendent powers of Samantabhadra. If there is anyone who accepts the Lotus Sutra, practiced in Jambuvaipa, he should think, this is nothing but Samantabhadra's virtuous power. If there is anyone who preserves, recites, correctly remembers, understands this meaning, and practices in accordance with the teaching, know that they are practicing the practice of Samantabhadra. They plant deep roots of good merit in the presence of innumerable and limitless Buddhas. The Tathāgatas will caress their heads. If they copy this sutra, after their death, they will be born in the Trayastrimsa heaven. At that time, 84,000 heavenly maidens will welcome them, performing various kinds of music. They will wear 7 jeweled cornets and be happy among their female servants. How much more for those who preserve, recite, remember correctly, understand the meaning, and practice in accordance with the teaching. If there is anyone who preserves, recites, and understands this meaning, at the end of their life 1,000 Buddhas will offer their hands, so that they will neither be afraid nor fall into the troubled states of being. They will thus arrive in the Tusita heaven of Bodhisattva Maitreya, who is endowed with the 32 marks, and surrounded by an assembly of great Bodhisattvas and a retinue of hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of heavenly maidens. there they will be born, and such will be their merit and benefits. For this reason, the wise should wholeheartedly copy, move others to copy, preserve, recite, and remember it correctly, and practice in accordance with the teaching. O Bhagavat, through my transcendent powers, I will now protect, extensively distribute, and keep this sutra from extermination in Jambudvipa after the parinirvana of the Tathāgata. Thereupon, the Buddha Sakyamuni praised him, saying, Splendid, splendid, O Samantabhadra! You will protect this sutra and bring benefit and happiness to sentient beings in many places. You have already accomplished inconceivable merits and profound compassion. Long, long ago, the thought of highest complete enlightenment awakened in you, and you made this vow of transcendent power, quote, I will protect this sutra. Through my transcendent powers, I will protect the one who holds to the name of Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, close quote. O Samantabhadra, if there is anyone who preserves, recites, correctly remembers, practices, and copies this Lotus Sutra, they should know that they will meet the Buddha Sakyamuni and hear this sutra from the mouth of the Buddha. By this, they should know that they are paying homage to the Buddha Sakyamuni. They should know that they will be praised by the Sakyamuni Buddha with the word splendid. They should know that the hand of the Buddha Sakyamuni will caress their heads. They should know that they will be clad in the robe of the Buddha Sakyamuni. Such people are not attached to worldly pleasures. They dislike heretical scriptures and writings. They are not pleased to consort with heretics, wicked people, butchers, those who keep boars, sheep, chickens, or dogs, hunters, or those who make a living by pandering. They will be honest in mind and will have correct recollection and the power of merit. They will not be troubled by the three kinds of poison, nor will they be confused by jealousy, selfishness, false pride, or arrogance. Having little desire, they can know satisfaction and practice the practice of Samantabhadra. O Samantabhadra, if you meet anyone who preserves and recites the Lotus Sutra 500 years after the parinirvana of the Tathāgata, you should think like this, quote, This man will before long approach the terrace of enlightenment, destroy the hosts of Mara, attain highest complete enlightenment, turn the wheel of the Dharma, beat the drum of the Dharma, blow the conch of the Dharma, pour down the rain of the Dharma, and will sit on the lion's seat of the Dharma in the great assembly of devas and humans. O Samantabhadra, those who preserve and recite this sutra in the future world will not be greedy for clothes, bedding, food and drink, and the necessities of life. Their aspirations will not be unrewarded, and their happy reward will be attained in this world. If there is anyone who despises them, saying, quote, You are mad, this practice of yours is in vain, and will attain nothing in the end, they will have no eyes, lifetime after lifetime, as a retribution for this wrongdoing. If there is anyone who pays them homage and praises them, he will attain tangible rewards in this world. If anyone sees those who preserve this sutra and speaks maliciously about their faults, whether true or not, such a person will suffer from leprosy in this life. If anyone scorns them, that person's teeth will be either loose or missing, their lips will be ugly, their nose will be flat, their limbs will be crooked, they will squint, their body will stink and be dirty, suffering from evil tumors, oozing pus, their belly will swell with water, and they will have tuberculosis and other evil and serious illnesses. For this reason, O Samantabhadra, if you see anyone who holds to this sutra, you should stand up and show your respect even from afar, just as you would pay homage to the Buddha. When this chapter, called Encouragement of Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, was being taught, innumerable and limitless bodhisattvas, equal in number to the sands of Ganges rivers, attained hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Dhāraṇīs named Avarta, and bodhisattvas equal to the number of atoms in the manifold cosmos mastered the path of Samantabhadra. When the Buddha had taught this sutra, the entire great assembly of bodhisattvas, including Samantabhadra, the Sravakas, including Sariputra, Devas, Nagas, humans and non-humans, rejoiced greatly, accepted the Buddha's word, bowed to him, and departed.